Section 1 of My Musical Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Matt First. My Musical Life by Walter Damrosch. Chapter 1. Childhood, 1866 to 1875. I'm an American musician and have lived in this country since my 9th year. I was born in Breslau, Silesia, on January 30th, 1862, and my first memories are connected with war, the Austro-Prussian War of 1866. I was 4 years old and remember being with my mother in a room in our apartment in Breslau, which was filled with flowers and growing plants. My mother always had a marvelous gift for maintaining and nursing plants, and various friends coming in to condole with her over the death of my baby brother, Hans, who had died of cholera, which was then raging in Breslau. The second child of my parents, born in 1860, had been christened Richard, after Richard Wagner, who had officiated as godfather at the ceremony. This child lived but a short time, and Wagner had vowed that he would never again stand as godfather for the children of any of his friends, as the ill luck which had pursued him all his life was thus carried even into their families. In order to safeguard the rest of her children from the danger of the dread disease which little Hans had succumbed, my mother took my older brother, Frank, myself, and a baby sister into the country near the Bohemian frontier where the war was being fought. I can remember my brother and myself standing at a country road, each armed with a huge bouquet of flowers we'd gathered, and watching for General Steinmetz and his army to pass on their way to the front. As they marched by, my brother bravely ran to one of the officers and gave him his flowers. My courage gave out, and I threw my bouquet so that it fell on the ground, from which one of the soldiers smilingly picked it up and stuck it on his bayonet. That same afternoon, Frank and I lay on the ground with our ears closely pressed to it, and we could plainly hear the booming of the cannon. When peace was declared, King William of Prussia, afterward Emperor William I, together with the Crown Prince Frederick, Bismarck, Moltke, and a brilliant retinue of officers, made their triumphant entry into Breslau on horseback. My brother and I watched this gorgeous sight with delighted eyes from the balcony of our apartment. My mother threw a wreath, which fell on the neck of the horse carrying King William, and he, looking up, saluted her. Musical conditions when my father first came to Breslau in 1858, immediately after his marriage, were miserable enough, and it was not until he founded, together with some musical enthusiasts, the Breslau Orchestra Verein, that a regular symphonic orchestra was established with a series of subscription concerts. All the great artists of the day came to Breslau to take part in these concerts, and generally they stayed at our house, although our quarters were very simple. Liszt, Wagner, von Bülow, Clara Schumann, Tausig, Joachim, Auer, Henselt, Rubinstein. Some of them I can remember vaguely, but of course many stories and anecdotes were current in the family regarding their visits. When Tausig, Liszt's greatest piano pupil, spent a night in our house, the bed in the guest room broke down in the middle of the night, and he calmly arranged his mattress on the floor and continued his slumbers. But his visit was connected in my brother's and my mind particularly with a certain apple pudding which he adored, and which my mother always baked especially for him, so that it became known in our family as the Tausigsche Apfelspeise. It was a luscious mixture of apples, raisins, and almonds, encased in a delicate light pie crust. My father and Tausig would sometimes engage in the most violent discussions on musical or philosophical topics, and the latter would often become so enraged that he would rush out of the house, vowing he would never return. Then he'd run around the block and come back in 5 minutes, smiling and saying, "Come, Damrosch, let us play a Beethoven sonata together," and all would be well. When Joachim arrived, he found a large "Willkommen, Herr Joachim," in green leaves over the door of our music room, carefully arranged by my brother and myself. We adored him because he loved children, and he would cut out all manner of wonderful figures out of paper for us. Liszt came on especially to officiate as godfather at the christening of my older brother, Franz, who was named after him, but As I was not born at the time, my memory of it is not very vivid. Once when Hans von Bülow arrived for dinner, my mother herself had roasted a hare in his honor. To her despair, she discovered at the table that she'd seasoned it with sugar instead of salt. But Bülow, perfect gentleman that he was, asked for a second helping, insisting that sugar always improved roast hare immensely. My favorite reading at the age of 8 was a wonderful edition of Homer's Iliad and Odyssey in a fine, high-sounding metrical translation by Voss, and with many beautiful illustrations by Friedrich Preller of Weimar, at whose house my mother, Helene von Heimberg, became engaged to my father. As a result of reading these exciting Greek chronicles, I constantly enacted scenes therefrom. My mother's clever fingers fashioned for me from silver paper and pasteboard, helmet, armor, and shield, and as Achilles I would drag Hector, my little sister Marie, on my chariot to overturn chairs around the walls of Troy at the dining-room table. In the winter there was always skating on the Oder, and I remember age 7 or 8 being given money to buy a ticket of admission and to skate to my heart's content. Part of this ticket had to be retained and given up upon leaving the ice. Of course, I lost this ticket, and being refused egress by the uniformed attendant, I dismally skated about for hours, becoming more and more frightened as the sun went down and the river became more and more deserted. I thought I would have to remain there for the rest of my young life, and it was a very tear-stained and miserable little boy who ran toward the dear Tante Maria, who, having become anxious at my absence, had come to see where I was, and who released me by payment for another ticket from my dreadful imprisonment. Tante Maria is a younger sister of my mother's, who came to live with us at the age of 16, and who became my mother's closest helper during many years of storm and stress, whose gentle and patient self-sacrifice have never failed her, and who, thank God, is still living and as wonderful as ever, the last link with that dim past of long ago. I think I was somewhat afraid of my father in those days. He was rather stern and taciturn. Life was hard, and the struggle for existence difficult. He was somewhat severe about my studies, and as those were the days when whipping children for naughtiness was considered an essential of their education, I received my share of such punishment. In fact, sometimes I was whipped in school and then had to take my school report home to my father, and he would perhaps repeat the dose. But with all that, I was very proud of him, and used to enjoy trotting by his side along the promenade on the banks of the Oder, because so many people would take off their hats to him deferentially as he passed. He also gave us children a good deal of his time in reading to us books that would stimulate our imaginations and cultivate our instincts for the beautiful, Grimm's and Andersen's fairy tales, the Arabian Nights, and some parables from the New Testament. But whenever I was sent supperless to bed or confined to my room for some misdeed, it was always my mother who would comfort me and perhaps bring me a plate of soup or dessert secretly and talk to me gently until my obstinacy would melt and I would be ready to knock at my father's study and ask his forgiveness. Once I did not dare, but instead drew a picture of myself standing penitently at his door, and underneath the words, 7 times 70 times shalt thou forgive. This I shoved under the door into his study, and it produced the desired result, as it brought my father out, and in a very forgiving mood. One of my sins was that I simply could not bear to eat spinach, and as in those days it was considered the absolute duty of a child to eat anything that was put before him, because God had grown the spinach and other vegetables in order to feed hungry children, and there were thousands of poor little children who would be only too glad to eat the spinach. I was forced to eat it, although it often choked me and made me ill. Even to this day I cannot bear spinach, and with all the reverence and deep affection that I have for my father, I do not think that he was right in this particular case as regards his pedagogic theories. The following excerpts from letters of von Bülow throw an interesting light on the conditions under which my father worked in Breslau at the time. To the Princess Caroline Wittgenstein, Liszt's closest friend. Berlin, February 10, 1859. Anticipating Liszt's promise, I have sent the score of his Ideale to Damrosch, who will have the parts copied and get the work to his public already during this month. If we could only have a half-dozen soldiers like Damrosch at our disposal. To Felix Draski, composer and disciple of Liszt, for whom Bülow had tried to obtain a position. Berlin, October 16, 1860. I am assured of my complete lack of power to help. To achieve the like for Damrosch has also failed. D, with his wife and child, and another in the nearest future, is quasi-near to starvation. It has taken me much time to find out finally that I cannot help. To Hans von Bronsart, mutual friend and musician, intendant of the Royal Opera in Hanover, in relation to a joint concert with Bülow. Apropos, please fix Damrosch's honorarium as high as possible. He needs it. In order to recompense him the better, I do not desire any violoncellist. I had arranged with him in your name for 8 louis d'or. You had authorized me to give as high as 10 for Laub. Damrosch is Laub and a half. Laub was a distinguished violinist living in Berlin. To Richard Pohl, distinguished writer on music and propagandist for Wagner, Berlioz, and Liszt. Berlin, September 1861. Damrosch had been engaged by Tausig for joint soirees in Vienna and a long Russian concert tour, but the matter suddenly came to naught, and though one cannot accuse T of irresponsibility, Damrosch is in such miserable fashion, again bound to that sterile Breslau. Poor, greatly talented, honest chap must fight his way through the greatest misery. Is there still no chance for him in Weimar? To Joachim Raff, German composer of distinction. Berlin, November 10th, 1860. Your piano and violin sonata I'm to play in Leipzig. Laub and Singer are afraid of the Gewandhaus and are not keen about it, so I don't yet know whom I'm to serve as accompanist. Damrosch, with whom I played the composition 6 weeks ago, conceives it according to my views quite exceptionally. The Adagio, for instance, he plays far more beautifully than Laub. Very likely we shall turn to him. In 1870, the papers were filled with accounts of the outrageous insult of King William by the French ambassador Benedetti and the hostile attitude of Emperor Napoleon III. War was declared, and of course we boys immediately began to indulge in imitations of the military drill of the soldiers of our city. The most exciting and welcome news to me at the time was that my piano teacher had been drafted, and I had high hopes of not having to continue to undergo the dreary necessity of daily finger exercises. But alas, my hopes were rudely dashed to the ground when a bald-headed substitute appeared to continue the lessons. Soon the trains were coming in, bringing the wounded and the French prisoners, among whom the dark-skinned Zouaves and Turks especially excited our interest. We looked with envy at the older boys of our school who, having studied French, used to go up to the French officers and ask them whether there was anything they could do for them. The war ended, and my young piano teacher returned, resplendent in his uniform with shining brass buttons, in which he paid his first ceremonial visit to my father and mother. My mother, wishing to put him at his ease, asked him to tell something of his experience in the war, but he was not very articulate. Yes, he had been at the beleaguering and capitulation of Metz. How wonderful, said my mother. And what happened to you there? Oh, well, they shot at us. And that was all we could get out of him. In the meantime, my father had become more and more discontented with musical, social, and political conditions in Breslau. He was really a Republican at heart, and the Prussian bureaucracy, which had become more and more accentuated by the war, irked and angered him. With greatest difficulty, he could make a bare living for his family, and he found the population of Breslau, except for a small band of devoted followers, steeped in materialism and not particularly sympathetic toward art, especially the modern German composers. In 1871, my father received an invitation through Edward Schubert, the music publisher of New York, to come to America as conductor of the Arion Society. And while this opening was small enough, it seemed to offer him an opportunity through which better and bigger things might develop, and under conditions more free than were possible in Germany at the time. He therefore determined at 40 years of age to take the plunge and to precede his family to America in order to find out whether a living and a new career might be possible in the New World. The Arion Society occupied an honorable position in the social and musical life of the Germans living in New York. I can remember his farewell concert in Breslau, at which he performed Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. There were laurel wreaths and chorus ladies in white, and there was a general atmosphere of enthusiasm and of many tears. But my memories are connected particularly with my astonishment at seeing my teacher of arithmetic, whom I hated, suddenly stand up in the middle of the parquet during the intermission and ogle the ladies with a pair of opera glasses. It had never entered my childish mind until then that a horrible schoolteacher could be a man like other men in private life. A very tragic happening was that one of my suspenders burst during the Ninth Symphony, and for the rest of the performance I was in mortal fear that my trousers might not stay put. After my father's departure, we children, of course, played nothing but sailing off on a ship, again principally by the aid of parlor and dining-room furniture. We read Robinson Crusoe and enacted its chapters with great satisfaction to ourselves. It was all good fun to us, but the anguish of parting from the country in which they had grown up and lived for so many years, and the dread of the unknown in a strange land, must have been terrible for my father and mother. Finally came an enthusiastic letter from my father, bidding us to follow him to New York. We accordingly set sail, August 1871, in a little ship of the North German Lloyd, the Hermann, from Bremen, my mother, Tante Maria, Frank, myself, and 2 younger sisters. I was desperately seasick for several days until one Sunday morning, when as I was lying on a bench on deck, the young captain rudely kicked me off, saying, "Look here, youngster, you've been ill long enough. Now brace up," which I did, and enjoyed the rest of the trip immensely. The captain was in a very romantic mood because he was to marry a young American girl on his arrival in New York. In the evenings, my mother would sing Schubert and Schumann on deck, and the captain several times gave us firework displays, rockets, etc., in honor of his approaching nuptials. When we arrived in New York, we found my father anxiously pacing the wharf where he'd been waiting since early morning for 8 hours to take us in a carriage from Hoboken to a house in East 35th Street, which he had rented and furnished completely from top to bottom as a surprise for my mother. The hot and cold water on every floor, the gas, and the carpets were a revelation to us, as these modern conveniences were hardly known in Breslau at the time. My youngest sister, Elizabeth, now Mrs. Harry T. Seymour, was born in this house. My brother and I were immediately put into the primary department of Public School No. 40 in East 23rd Street, and as we did not know a word of English, we were entered in the lowest class, although I'd already been in the Sexta of the Gymnasium, that is, high school, and my brother in the Quarta, and I had studied Latin, and he both Latin and Greek, but we dutifully spelled out C-A-T, D-O-G, etc., until a few weeks after this we were promoted. And so those promotions went on with lightning rapidity until we had acquired English and could enter a class more appropriate to our years, 9 and 12, respectively. I continued my studies of piano under an old teacher, Jean Vogt by name, and after his return to Germany I studied with Bruckner, von Inten, Max Pinner, and Böckelmann. The last, feeling I could not raise my fingers high enough from the knuckles, gave me a machine of steel springs which, through rings attached to the fingers, were to lift them higher than nature would permit. Unfortunately, this contrivance brought about a weakness in the third finger of my right hand from which I've never quite recovered, and which unfortunately, or fortunately, has prevented me from becoming a professional piano virtuoso. But I had acquired a good technique and a singing quality of tone which served me well years after when I began to give recitals at the piano on the Wagnerian music dramas, at which I played the orchestral part on the piano while I recited the text and explained the various musical motifs and their relation to the text. My first appearance in an orchestra was, I'm sorry to say, a rank failure. I was only a boy of 14 years, and my father had prepared a charming operetta of Schubert's Der Häusliche Krieg for a summer night's festival of the Arion Society. In this occurs a delightful march of the Crusaders with one loud clash of the cymbals at the climax. It did not seem worthwhile to engage a musician at full union rates for this clash, and I was therefore entrusted with it. At rehearsals, I counted my bars rest and watched for my cue with such perfection that the cymbals resounded with great success at the proper time and in the proper manner. But at the performance, alas, a great nervousness fell upon me, and as the march proceeded and came nearer and nearer the crucial moment, my hand seemed paralyzed, and when my father's flashing eye indicated to me that the moment had come, I simply could not seem to lift the cymbals, which suddenly weighed like 100 tons. The march went on, but I felt that the entire evening had been ruined by me, and that everyone in the audience must know that I had funked it. As soon as I could, I slipped out of the orchestra pit underneath the stage and into the dark night, feeling that life had no joy left for me, and I could not bear to hear the rest of the opera or to meet my father's reproachful eye. End of Section 1.
Section 2 of My Musical Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Leslie Langston. My Musical Life by Walter Damrosch. 2. Bayreuth in 1876. My Doll's Theater. In the summer of 1876, Wagner inaugurated the Bayreuth Theater with its first production of his great Nibelungen trilogy. All the old friends and the musicians who had been in the forefront of the fight in the early days when Wagner's genius was not generally recognized gathered there from far and near in order to be present at what was destined to be a magnificent demonstration of the final triumph of the cause. My father, naturally, was keen to be there and to rejoice with his old colleagues. He had not returned to Germany since he had left it in 1871 to found a home for his family in the New World. He had never regretted this step, but many bonds of sentiment and many old friends drew him to Europe. Alas, he had no money for such a trip, and there seemed no way of obtaining it. There was a lottery formed by a few Wagner enthusiasts, the proceeds of which would go to the Bayreuth Fund. The winner of the lucky number was to receive a ticket for the first performance, and my father bought a number, but of course he did not win. And there was the price of the steamship passage to pay and the expenses of maintenance in Europe besides. In his despair, he told his old friend Schirmer, the New York music publisher, of his distress, and Schirmer immediately said, "Doctor, you simply must go, and here is a loan of $500, which you can repay me whenever you can afford it." This was so friendly and generous an act that it gives me pleasure to record it here, especially as his two sons, Rudolph and Gustav, also continued on terms of friendliest intimacy with me from their boyhood to their all too premature deaths. Another friend of my father, Charles A. Dana, the great editor of the New York Sun, asked him to write some articles on his Bayreuth experiences for the Sun and paid him another $500, so that my father was liberally supplied with funds for his trip to Europe. This visit, the reunion with Wagner, Liszt, Roth, Lawson, Porge, and hosts of other old friends, together with all the marvels of the first production of the Nibelungen trilogy, refreshed my father immensely in body and spirit, and when he returned home and recounted to us all the glories of the trip, I fairly ached with the joy of it, and immediately proceeded to spend all my pocket money in the making of a very remarkable doll's theater, about 3 feet wide and equally high, in order to produce Wagner myself. I painted all the scenery and the actor dolls for it, and had the most brilliant lighting effects and a curtain that went up and down with a perfection not always witnessed, even on the real stage. As I had some talent for painting and had attended the drawing classes at Cooper Union, I knew something of colors and perspective, and delighted especially in designing interiors of palaces with dozens of pillars which, beginning in large size at the proscenium, would dwindle down to the smallest pillarets, gradually lost in the dim distances, so that my palaces always looked as if they were miles long. My fellow director was my boy friend, Gustav Skirmer, son of the publisher, and our first production was, of course, a Wagner music drama. Gustav's mother was an enthusiastic Wagnerite who eventually spent much of her life in Bayreuth and Weimar. Rheingold seemed to me especially fitted for our theater, as it offered almost boundless scenic opportunities. The effect of water in the first scene, which is supposed to depict the depths of the Rhine, I achieved very successfully by several alternate curtains of blue and green gauze, and behind the rocky reef in the center of this scene, a gas burner was very cleverly hidden, the light of which, as it gradually increased in strength, brilliantly simulated the awakening of the Rheingold. The united children of the Skirmer and Damrosch families, together with their elders, constituted the audience. The children paid 50 cents admission, but both Gustav and I permitted our respective parents to contribute as much above that as their generosity would permit, and we looked on it as very much the same kind of a subvention as the King of Bavaria had allowed Wagner at Bayreuth. The theater had been very cleverly placed in the doorway between two rooms, but as the piano was in the same room where the audience sat, I had to rush backward and forward continually. For instance, when Gustav pulled the curtain to disclose the depths of the Rhine, I played the Rhine music, then would creep back under the table on which the theater was placed and help him manipulate the Rhine maidens. Then I would rush back again to play the music accompanying the awakening of the gold, and so on until the change of scene, when, as the rising sun shines upon the mighty walls of Valhalla, I would reproduce the stately harmonies of the Valhalla motive. As I look back on it now, it must have been an absolutely crazy performance, but the audience was hugely delighted and contributed so liberally that my co-director and I had a surplus with which to begin preparations for another play. Some parents on reading this may think that all this was a huge waste of time, but I cannot agree with them. Quite apart from the fact that it taught me a good deal in the use of the brush, it was a great stimulus to the imagination and a welcome outlet for the desire all children have to live in a make-believe world of fancy. At any rate, Gustav Skirmer and I can claim that we were the first to produce Wagner's Rheingold in America, and it is possible that this was the germ for my decision 18 years later to form the Damrosch Opera Company solely for the purpose of producing Wagner throughout America. The Dolls Theater was, however, not my only diversion from my school and musical studies. At one Christmas, my father and mother gave me a very complete tool chest with which I fashioned, among other things, a doll's house for my sisters and quite a little fleet of boats. I remember one three-master, about 3 feet in length, the wood for which I obtained from a foreman at the Steinway Piano Factory, then situated on Park Avenue. This three-master with all sails set won several races for me on the pond in Central Park. In those days, Central Park was considered very far uptown, and now where the palaces of millionaires flank its borders, Irish squatters lived in improvised huts around which goats would gain a meager livelihood from the rocks stretching on all sides. These squatters established a kind of lien on the land, which I believe was recognized as having some legal force when the property became more and more valuable and the owners began to grade the land for residential purposes. Just as in the early days of Breslau, we continued to celebrate Christmas Eve in America in the good old fashion. Weeks before, a delicious atmosphere of mystery and secrecy began to envelop every member of the family. The front parlor became taboo for us children. Packages began to arrive and were stored there. The Christmas tree, which was always carefully chosen by my mother and which, according to old regulations, had to touch the ceiling with its top, was brought in the evening after we had been carefully shooed upstairs into our respective bedrooms. Dozens of sheets of gold and silver paper were cut by us into glittering garlands for the tree, and we were, of course, expected to present our parents on Christmas Eve with something fashioned by our own hands, or to be able to recite a poem or play a new piano solo. Of all this, they were supposed to know nothing until the great day arrived, although they must have heard our dreary practicing of it for weeks before. The celebration was held on Christmas Eve, before supper. My father and mother would disappear into the forbidden room to light the 100 candles on the tree and to put the last touches on the heaps of presents. Then my father would play a march on the piano, and we would all troop in and stand breathless before the tree so beautifully illuminated by the gentle light of the candles. Our presents would, of course, consist mainly of necessities and clothing and underclothing, shoes, etc., which we would have received anyhow, but which gained an added glow because of the occasion. But there were always books, and the tree was crowded with cakes and candies and gay-colored paper flowers, and there were toys and joyous singing of Christmas songs and hymns around the tree. Then would come a delicious supper, accompanied by a cup of which Rhine wine and sliced apples were the constituent parts. After supper, we children had to recite our verses or play our piano solos, and alas, these exhibitions sometimes ended in tears, as the exciting events that preceded this contribution to the festivities sometimes blunted our memories, and we would get stuck in the middle. Then we would cast a frightened glance at my father, who would perhaps look rather serious, until Mother's smile or some joking remark would put him and us in a good humor again. Those wonderful Christmas celebrations of my childhood continued into my married life. Then, when my children came, besides participating in my mother's tree, we tried, my wife and I, to bring into our own home on this beautiful day a kind of festive celebration which should pass on to our children and friends that which my father and mother and Tante Maria had so freely given to me. We have had some wonderfully jolly Christmases. My 4 children and their cousin, Walker Blaine Beale, took on themselves the loving burden of our entertainment. A play was sometimes written or charades improvised, for which upstairs closets were ransacked for costumes and other paraphernalia in such haste, and amid such ruthless confusion that Minna, our old Swedish nurse, who has been in our family since the birth of my oldest daughter, would often throw up her hands in horror at the bedrooms, which indeed looked as if a tornado had swept over them. I remember a delicious take-off on Pelléas et Mélisande, which my oldest daughter, Alice, wrote. I had given a number of lecture recitals on the opera the previous season, and it was much in the family mind. Then another year, a drama on the North Pole was written. This was just after the dispute between Peary and Cook as to the discovery of the pole. There was a real shiver when we were herded back to our transformed parlor. The Christmas tree had quickly become a lonely pine, outlined against bleak areas of farthest north cotton sheets, stretching in all directions over hummocks of sofas and chairs. Our 5 children, for Walker seemed as much our very own in these celebrations as my own 4 girls, gave us a wonderfully spirited drama of the conquest of the polar regions. I can see and hear David Bispham laugh, my old friends Dr. and Mrs. George Harris's enthusiasm, Margaret Anglin, Julie Faversham, our happy, happy Christmases. The last Christmas party at our home was that of 1916. Then, in 1917, Walker was training at Camp Dix, and we all went out with his mother and spent Christmas Day at an inn nearby to which he could come. There was a rumor everywhere that his regiment was to embark for overseas in a few days, although he really did not sail until May. We all did our best to make it gay in that hotel dining room. The rain fell dismally. We were so proud of our young, khaki-uniformed lieutenant. My Polly played and played, rags, anything and everything, on the old hotel piano. We did not know it was to be our last happy Christmas together, but war had already given to joy a kind of yearning anguish. My nephew was killed the 18th of the following September, 1918, at Saint-Mihiel. Reconnoitering to ensure the safety of his men, he leapt a fence to join 3 fellow officers. A shell tore them to pieces. This was in the early afternoon. Walker was taken to a field hospital and died at 11 that night. We know that he did not suffer very much, and we think we know that he never understood how severely he was wounded, that he never knew that what as a soldier he so freely offered had been accepted. He was his grandfather's, Mr. Blaine's, youngest grandson, only 22, his mother's only son, our brightest and best. There is no day we do not think of him, but Christmas, the day of giving, is his own especial day. On a frigid day last winter, January 1922, traveling with my wife on an untidy, dilapidated post-war train through Germany, on my way to Stockholm to fill an engagement to conduct the orchestra there, we read in an English magazine an article on Tennyson ending with a description of the old graveyard in which lie the bodies of his 2 grandsons, both killed in the war. I did not know, I said, looking out over the black wintry flat German country, that Tennyson lost 2 grandsons in the war. But so did my father, my wife said proudly, as she spoke truly, for another nephew, Emmons Blaine of Chicago, was no less a war victim than Walker. Unable to pass the physical tests required to enter the Army, he agonized to find the nation's greatest need behind the lines in which to enlist. He chose shipbuilding and offered himself as a workman at Hog Island near Philadelphia. Although never over-strong, he worked early and late and fell victim to the terrible epidemic of the flu, dying at Lansdowne on October 9, 1918. Though Walker had already died in France, we knew only at the time that he was wounded. Of his death we learned 4 days later. Thus, these 2 cousins, Emmons and Walker, are forever enshrined together in our anguish, in our pride, and in our love. End of section 2.
Section 3 of My Musical Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Warren Bergmann. My Musical Life by Walter Damrosch. Chapter 3. Founding of the Symphony and Oratorio Societies of New York. In 1873, Anton Rubinstein, greatest of Russian pianists, accompanied by the violinist Wieniawski, came to America by invitation of Steinway and Sons. He dined at our house and expressed wonder that my father had not yet been able to achieve a position in New York commensurate with his reputation and capacity. My father explained to him how difficult the situation was, and that the entire orchestral field was monopolized by Theodore Thomas. He told Rubinstein that when he had first arrived in New York, he had met Thomas at the music store of Edward Schubert in Union Square, and that after the introduction, Thomas had said to him, "I hear, Dr. Damrosch, that you are a very fine musician, but I want to tell you one thing. Whoever crosses my path, I crush." Thomas at that time really believed that America was not large enough to contain more than 1 orchestra, but he lived long enough to see my father surpass him at the head of a symphony orchestra. As founder of the first great music festival in New York and, above all, of opera in German at the Metropolitan. In 1881, the first symphony orchestra on a permanent basis had been founded in Boston by Major Higginson, and before Thomas's death there were half a dozen great subsidized orchestras actively operating in the United States, a number which has since then increased to 12. Rubinstein said to my father, "Why don't you begin by founding an oratorio society, and that will lead to other things?" My father consulted a few devoted friends, and the Oratorio Society of New York was accordingly founded in 1873 and began rehearsals in the Trinity Chapel with a chorus of about 18 singers, my mother's glorious voice leading the sopranos, and my very humble little self among the altos. The first performance took place in the warerooms of the Carnegie Piano Company the following winter, at which time the chorus had increased to 60 singers. The program was a remarkable one for that period, containing a cappella chorus and accompanied choruses by Bach, Mozart, Handel, Palestrina, and Mendelssohn. From this small beginning, the society developed until it became the foremost representative of choral music in New York, performing with a chorus of 350 voices under my father's direction the older oratorios of Handel, Haydn, and Mendelssohn, and such novelties as the first part of Christus by Liszt, the Berlioz Requiem and Damnation of Faust, the Brahms Requiem, Cohen's Saint Ursula, the choral finale from the first act of Parsifal, and the third act of Meistersinger. Indirectly but logically, the founding of the Oratorio Society led to the founding of the Symphony Society of New York in 1877, which at last gave my father an orchestra with which he could demonstrate his abilities as a symphonic conductor. The differences between him and Thomas were very marked. Thomas, who had educated himself entirely in America, had always striven for great cleanliness of execution, a metronomical accuracy and rigidity of tempo, and a strict and literal, and therefore rather mechanical, observance of the signs put down by the composers. America owed him a great debt of gratitude for the high quality of his programs. My father had been educated in a more modern school of interpretation, and his readings were emotionally more intense. He was the first conductor in this country to make those fine and delicate gradations in tempo according to the inner demands of the music, gradations which are too subtle to be indicated by the composer's signs, as that would lead to exaggerations, but which are now generally considered as necessary in order to bring out the melos of a work. Both conductors had their violent partisans, and as they were at that time literally the only orchestral conductors in America, feeling ran very high. My father was the last comer, and Thomas was well fortified in the field, with a group of wealthy men to support him. The first years for my father were very hard, and a portion of the New York papers assailed him bitterly, continuously, and with vindictive enmity. Again and again dreams of murder would fill my boyish heart when I would read one of these attacks in the morning paper. It was hard work to keep the two societies going and to enable them to meet the bills for hall rent, soloists, and orchestra. There was as yet but a small public for the higher forms of music, and again it looked as if further efforts would have to be abandoned. But my father persevered and struggled on, making a living for his family by teaching violin, composition, and singing, and occasionally getting a fee of $100 in gold, as violin soloist or in a chamber music concert, officiating as musical director in a church, and as conductor of the German male choral society, the Orion. The first production of Symphony No. 1 in C minor by Brahms became a subject of intense rivalry between the two conductors. Brahms had waited until his 40th year before writing a symphony, and the work was eagerly awaited in New York, as the reports from Germany proved that it had made a sensation. My father went to see old Gustav Schirmer at his store on Broadway and asked him whether the orchestral score of this work had yet arrived. Schirmer told him that it had, but that he was in honor bound to give it to Theodore Thomas as he had promised it to him. My father was very much chagrined to think that this prize should thus have escaped him, and he spoke of this very regretfully to a pupil of his in composition, Mrs. James Nielsen, member of an aristocratic old family in New Brunswick, New Jersey, and a woman of great beauty and distinction. Mrs. Nielsen said nothing to my father, but quietly went down to Schirmer's and inquired of the clerk whether the orchestral score of the Brahms symphony had arrived, and when he answered in the affirmative, she asked whether it was for sale. "Certainly," answered the clerk. She thereupon purchased a copy of the score and sent it up to my father with her compliments. His astonishment was intense, but she did not tell him until weeks afterward how she had obtained it. He received the score on a Thursday, and the first rehearsal for the next concert was to take place on the following Monday. This left but little time to obtain the necessary orchestral parts, and Schirmer naturally would not sell him any. He therefore cut the score into 3 parts and divided them among 3 copyists who worked day and night and managed to have the parts ready in time for the rehearsal. Great was the triumph in the Damrosch camp at this victory over the Thomas forces. Some years later I gave the first performances in New York of the 3rd and 4th Brahms symphonies, but I had no need to resort to stratagem to obtain the scores and orchestral parts. Orchestral conditions were bad compared with today. There was no such thing as a permanent orchestra. The musicians of the Symphony Society, for instance, played in 6 symphony concerts during the winter, each preceded by a public rehearsal. They also officiated at 4 concerts of the Oratorio Society, and this was almost the extent of their efforts in that direction. The rest of the time, they made their living by teaching, playing in theaters, at dances, and some of them even at political or military processions and mass meetings. If a better job came along than the symphony concert, they would simply send my father a substitute. Small wonder that occasionally their lips gave out and the first horn or trumpet would break on an important note during a symphony concert. And yet, in spite of this disheartening condition, my father succeeded in infusing the orchestral players with such emotional intensity and imparting so lofty an interpretation to them that the audiences of that day were often roused to the greatest enthusiasm, and I would tuck my arm very proudly into his as we marched home from a concert, even though we knew that the subscription to the concert was not more than $800, and the single sale at the box office had not reached the $100 mark. But all this was changed like a flash in the year 1879 when my father decided to perform The Damnation of Faust by Berlioz, until then unknown in America. This concert, which was held at Steinway Hall in East 14th Street, necessitated the services of solo singers, the New York Symphony Orchestra, the chorus of the New York Oratorio Society, and the male chorus of the Orion Society. The work and the performance made a sensation. All New York buzzed with it, and during that winter, 1879, it was given 5 times in succession to crowded houses, creating an excitement such as New York had never before seen in the concert field. I played in all these performances at the last stand of the second violins, as my father considered it of the utmost value to me as a future conductor to be able to follow the conductor's beat as one of the orchestra. End of section 3.
Section 4 of My Musical Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by janicwedge. My Musical Life by Walter Damrosch. Chapter 4. August Wilhelmj, Teresa Carreno. In the spring of 1878, Maurice Strakosch, an old concert manager, called on my father and asked him whether he would permit me to go on a southern concert tour with the celebrated violinist August Wilhelmj, who was then touring the country under Strakos management. Mr. Max Liebling, his regular accompanist, had been taken ill, and as both Wilhelmj and Strakos knew that I had accompanied my father a great deal at home, they thought that I could acceptably fill the position at such short notice. I was naturally wild with delight at the idea, and prevailed on my father to let me go. I was to receive the, for me, munificent salary of $100 a week and all my railway expenses. We set forth the following Monday, the company consisting of Wilhelmj, a soprano singer whose name I have forgotten, and Teresa Carreno, who was then already a great pianist and certainly the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. Wilhelmj, who was exceedingly lazy, refused even to rehearse with me. Our first concert was in Washington, and I was to accompany him, among other things, in the Mendelssohn violin concerto. I was naturally nervous about it, and to my delighted astonishment, in the afternoon of the concert, Carreno turned on Wilhelmj, reproaching him for not giving me a rehearsal, and insisting that rather than put me to such an unfair strain, she would accompany him in the concerto herself. This was a characteristic act of this remarkable artist and woman, and I shall speak more in detail about my immediate adoration for her in another chapter. In Washington, Baron von Schlözer, the Prussian minister, who was an old friend of my father's, received me very kindly, and to my delight included me in the dinner which he gave in honor of Wilhelmj and Carreno. He was an original and delightful old bachelor, and wildly fond of music, although his only accomplishment in that line was a real talent for whistling, his pièce de résistance being the Tannhäuser Overture, in which he would whistle the Pilgrim's Chorus and the fluttering accompanying violin seemingly at the same time. At his dinner, he treated me somewhat as an older man would a child, and would tell his butler, to my great chagrin, to only half fill my glass, because I was too young to drink as much as the older people. He had several rare vintages of claret standing on the sideboard, and some of these I was not allowed even to taste, all for the same reason. After dinner, both Wilhelmj and Carreno played, and then the beautiful Madame der Hagemann, American wife of the Swedish minister, sang most delightfully. She has since written charming memoirs of her earlier diplomatic life abroad, especially of the court of Napoleon III, just before the Franco-Prussian War, entitled Courts of Memory. From Washington, we went farther and farther south, and my young mind was tremendously impressed by its romantic atmosphere, the luxuriant tropical foliage, and the lazy, cheerful life of the niggers swarming everywhere. At Macon, Georgia, Wilhelmj and I stopped at an old ramshackle hotel in 2 rooms en suite. We did not wake up until about 11 o'clock the following morning, feeling very heavy and headachy, and on examination found our trunks rifled of whatever valuables they contained. We had evidently been chloroformed. A burly detective was engaged by Wilhelmj to take charge of the case, but of course nothing happened, except that Wilhelmj and I purchased revolvers. His was very large and mine very small, and this is about the only weapon that I ever acquired, and, of course, never used. New Orleans was a real revelation. It was then still an absolutely French city. I was invited to dinner at several delightful Creole families, and French was the language at table. The old Creole restaurants were at the height of their glory, and such delicious crabs, pompano, and shrimps I had never eaten before. Alas, their nice sanded floors have been replaced by dancing parquets, and noisy ragtime bands and wretched cooking are but poor substitutes for their past glories. The Music Festival of 1881. During the summer of 1880, my father conceived the idea of giving a monster music festival in May 1881, which was to last a week and for which a chorus of 1,200, of which the Oratorio Society should be the nucleus, was to be trained in sections during the entire winter. He conferred with some of his friends, outlined his project to them, and a music festival association composed of the directors of his symphony and oratorio societies was formed. Other prominent New York citizens were added, and a guarantee fund was provided ample to protect the project financially. Although I was only 18, my father deemed sufficiently advanced to entrust the drilling of a great portion of this chorus to me, a confidence of which I was very proud. The entire summer of 1880 I spent in the little New England town of Amherst. A very remarkable Frenchman, Dr. Saveur by name, had perfected a new system of teaching French and Latin, and Amherst College had turned its buildings over to him for a summer course. It seemed to my father and me that this was an excellent opportunity for me to acquire the rudiments of these two languages. I accordingly arrived in Amherst, armed with a grand piano, reams of music paper, and the orchestral score of the great Berlioz's Requiem, which my father had selected as one of the works to be performed at the festival. There was no piano score in existence, and to my joy, my father entrusted me with the task of making one from the original orchestral score. I obtained a lovely bedroom from a farmer on the main street for the opulent price of $2.50 a week, and my grand piano was installed in the parlor, of which I had the entire use for 4 hours a day to practice. My meals I got at the principal little hotel for $6 a week, and when the genial proprietor saw me consuming my first dinner, he said, "If I had known you ate that hearty, I would have charged you more. I won't make nothing out of you." The meals were certainly delicious, and at 18, one's capacity in that direction is unlimited. When I arrived in May, the college was still in session, and I was made welcome by several of the students, among them Lawrence Abbott, now editor of The Outlook, and John Cotton Smith, now rector of St. John's in Washington. My days were certainly busy ones. In the morning, I attended the sessions of Dr. Saveur in French and Latin, and in the afternoon, I practiced piano and worked hard at the arranging of the piano score of the Berlioz Requiem. Incidentally, I seemed to find plenty of time for games and fun of all kinds with a delightful family who had a country place there, and where I got my first real glimpse of American country life, which is indeed unique and with which no other country can compare. As fast as the different numbers of my arrangement of the Berlioz Requiem were finished, I sent them on to my father, who, after revising them, gave them to the publisher in order to have the piano scores ready for the rehearsals in the fall. He was well pleased with my work, especially the Tuba Mirum, in which he thought that I had condensed quite cleverly the 4 orchestras which Berlioz intended placed at the 4 corners of the stage to represent the trumpets of the Last Judgment. When I returned to New York in September, my father entrusted to me Section B of the New York Festival Chorus, numbering 200 voices, and the Newark Harmonic Society of Newark, New Jersey, numbering 300. He himself drilled the chorus of the Oratorio Society of 400, at which I always played the piano accompaniments, and Mr. Cortada, an old pupil of my father's, trained a section in Brooklyn and another in Nyack, New York. I hurled myself at my task with such vehemence and enthusiasm that by the time the festival came along, my choruses were letter perfect, but I had become voiceless. My vocal cords had quite gone back on me in justifiable anger at my abuse of them. The choral works to be performed included the Berlioz Requiem, Rubinstein's Tower of Babel, Handel's Messiah, Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, and shorter selections. The monster chorus and orchestra numbered 1,500, and a special stage and sounding board were built at the 7th Regiment Armory at which the festival took place. The organ from St. Vincent's Church was transferred bodily, and I was entrusted with the organ accompaniments. An enormous audience of 10,000 people attended every performance, and the public acclaimed my father with much enthusiasm as America's greatest musician. Such happy, happy days. Among the many memories of this great occasion, I can never forget the first rehearsal of the 4 orchestras and 16 kettle drums, which Berlioz used in the Tuba Mirum to depict the Last Judgment. This rehearsal took place in the foyer of the Old Academy of Music in 14th Street, and as the 16 kettle drums came in like one man, just as the fanfare of the judgment trumpets begins, the effect of these vibrations in a comparatively small room was so tremendous that one by one the orchestra men arose and a murmur began which grew and finally relieved itself in a loud shout of enthusiasm. It was several minutes before my father could continue the rehearsal. I have never witnessed anything quite like it since. We are now so sophisticated by Strauss and the later-day dissonances that so-called instrumental effects neither shock nor stir us, and as regards the dissonances with which some of the ultra-moderns seek to irritate our ears, I have always claimed that the human ear is like the back of a donkey. If you whip it long enough and hard enough, it gradually becomes insensitive to pain. Theodore Thomas and his supporters were much irritated that my father should have gotten ahead of them with so stupendous a musical demonstration, and they immediately proceeded to copy his idea by giving a music festival the following year in the same building. For me, the immediate result of the festival was my election at 18 years of age as permanent conductor of the Newark Harmonic Society. This gave me the long-desired opportunity to produce choral works with orchestral accompaniment, and for several years I gave 3 or 4 of these every winter, including not only the older oratorios of Handel and Mendelssohn, but more modern works like Berlioz's Damnation of Faust, Rubinstein's Tower of Babel, the Verdi Requiem, and choral excerpts from the operas of Wagner. All of these concerts my father attended, and after each performance he would analyze my conducting, praise freely and enthusiastically where he thought I deserved it, and also show me where he considered a tempo wrong or an entrance of instruments or chorus not properly indicated. My mother and aunt would often lend their lovely voices in the choruses at the performances whenever I thought I needed them, but they would always insist in the most blindly partisan way that my concerts were wonderful and that I was altogether a very remarkable boy. This year marked my real beginning as a professional musician, and I enjoyed my weekly rehearsals in Newark immensely, although horse cars, ferry boats, and trains made the trip in those days a cumbersome one. But after each rehearsal, Mr. Schuyler Brinkerhoff Jackson, the president of the society, Mr. Schinkel, the secretary, my dear old friend Zach Belcher, enthusiastic tenor and music lover, Frank Seeley, my pianist, and since then for so many years accompanist and organist of the New York Oratorio Society, used to go with me to a nice German beer saloon near the railroad station where, over a glass of beer and Swiss cheese sandwiches, we waited until train time and discussed the welfare of the Harmonic Society and music in general. Alas, the Volstead law has ended all such simple and happy foregatherings, and the soda water counter with its horrible concoctions is but a poor substitute for the gentle and soothing beer of Pilsen and Munich. End of section 4.
Section 5 of My Musical Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Warren Bergmann. My Musical Life by Walter Damrosch. Chapter 5. Liszt and Wagner. In the spring of 1882 I sailed for Europe. My father wanted me to know his old friend Liszt, and to hear the first performances of Parsifal in Bayreuth. My throat was also still bothering me, and the doctor thought that a cure at Ems would be a good thing. I was naturally overwhelmed at the idea of seeing the great Liszt face to face. His name had been, ever since I could remember, a household word in our family. My father and mother had told me so much of his friendship for them, his genius and his triumphs as a piano virtuoso, and of his voluntary relinquishment of all this to devote himself exclusively to creative work and toward helping the entire modern school of young composers. My father had kept up a desultory correspondence with Liszt during the years he had spent in America, and as soon as I arrived in Weimar, I went to the little gardener's cottage in which he lived to pay my respects to the old master. I entered his room in great trepidation, and when I managed to stutter a few words to tell him that I was the son of Dr. Leopold Damrosch, I was amazed at the kindness of his reception. He immediately spoke of my father and mother with such love that I forgot some of my timidity. He asked me about an opera on Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, which my father had composed in the old Weimar days, but which he had subsequently destroyed as he was dissatisfied with it. He then asked me how long I expected to stay in Weimar. I said 2 days, and that I was then going to Ems for a cure, and then to Bayreuth to hear the first Parsifal performances. A curious change came over Liszt as I spoke. He repeated several times, 2 days, yes, Parsifal, of course, Bayreuth, Parsifal, of course. And then he picked up a box of cigars. Well, at least you'll take a cigar before you leave Weimar? I said, No, master, thank you very much, I do not smoke. You should then go tonight to the theater to hear the first performance of Calderon's play Above All Magic is Love, for which your father's old friend Lassen has written the music and which he will conduct." I assured the master that I would certainly go, but sensing a certain frigidity in the air, and feeling that so unimportant a person as myself must not take any more time of the great Liszt, I withdrew. That evening I went to the historic little theatre doubly hallowed by the productions and ministrations of Goethe, as well as the memorable times in the 50s when Liszt officiated there and conducted the first performances of Wagner's Lohengrin, in which my mother had sung Ortrud. The theatre was so small that you could almost see every person in it, as in a drawing room, and to my astonishment, in the first intermission, one of the servants of the theatre came to me and asked me if I were Herr Damrosch. When I answered in the affirmative, he said that Kapellmeister Lassen wished to see me. I followed him to the stage and was immediately accosted by Lassen, whom I had not met before, but of whom I knew because he and my father had been close friends for many years. He said, "What did you do to the master this morning? I came in just after you left and found him in tears. He said, 'A young son of Damrosch called on me this morning. I thought of course he would stay here and study with me, but instead of that, he told me he was only going to stay 2 days. The young generation have forgotten me completely. They think nothing of me, and they have no respect for us older men of bygone days. Am I a hotel in which one takes a room for a night, then to pass on elsewhere?'" Needless to say, I was overcome at such a dreadful development of a perfectly innocent remark of mine. I could not conceive it possible that so small a person as myself should have unwittingly brought about so tragic a result, and I implored Lassen to tell me how I could efface it. Lassen, seeing my unhappy state, advised me to go the next morning at 8 o'clock to see Liszt again and to explain everything to him. I sat through the rest of the play, but actually did not hear a word of it or a note of Lassen's music. I was too occupied with my own misery. I did not sleep all night, but tossed about restlessly, and at 6 arose and wandered about dismally until 7, when a frowsy waiter in the dining room of my hotel, the Russische Erbprinz, gave me a cup of coffee. Punctually at 8 o'clock, I knocked at Liszt's door, and as I entered I saw this wonderful-looking old man with his splendid white hair and deep-set eyes already at his work-table. As he saw me, his eyebrows arched, and said, "What? Still in Weimar?" I came forward and tried to speak, suddenly burst into tears, and then managed to stammer out my great admiration for him, how my father had always held him up as the ideal musician of our times, and how he must have misunderstood my words of yesterday if he thought that I intended any lack of respect or reverence for such a man as he. As I reread this, it seems quite articulate, but as I told it to Liszt, it must have sounded very ridiculous. But nevertheless, I suddenly felt his arms about me and a very gentle, furtive kiss placed upon my forehead. He led me to a chair, sat down by me, and began again to talk and reminisce about my father and mother. He then invited me to come that afternoon to his piano class, and I left very much relieved at the outcome of my visit. I then called on another old friend of my parents, and also Liszt's, Fräulein von Schorn. I found at her house a friend of hers, Baron von Schukowski, a Russian painter of distinction and a highly interesting man, who had become very friendly with the Wagner family, and who had designed the Hall of the Holy Grail for the Parsifal production at Bayreuth. When I told them of my experience with Liszt, they explained to me that Liszt had grown very old, that he felt the modern musical world was forgetting him, and that in choosing a sacred text like Parsifal, Wagner had been, so to speak, encroaching somewhat on his domain. Perhaps even a latent jealousy of Wagner's all-usurping powers was slightly clouding a friendship of self-sacrifice which Liszt had so abundantly given to Wagner all his lifetime. They also told me that Liszt was now surrounded by a band of cormorants in the shape of ostensible piano students, many of whom had no real talent or ambition, but who virtually lived on the master's incredible kindness, abusing it in every way and altogether making the Weimar of that day a travesty on former times. Bülow confirmed this to me several years later, and told me how he had once cleaned out Liszt's rooms and bade this unsavory crowd never to return. Liszt had thanked him, but next morning they were all back again. I attended the audition in Liszt's rooms that afternoon and found that there was indeed a pitiful crowd of sycophants and incompetents assembled. But there were a few exceptions, notably young Eugène Delbert, who was then perhaps 15 or 16 years of age, and who played wonderfully and to Liszt's great satisfaction. There were a few others who, however, did not play on that afternoon. But another one, who shall be nameless, sat down to play the Beethoven Sonata in E-flat, Opus 31, No. 3, and botched the introduction so horribly that Liszt gently pushed her off the chair and sat down himself, saying, "This is the way it should be played." And then the music seemed to just drop from his fingers onto the piano keys, and such a heavenly succession of sounds ravished my ear that I did not think it possible human hands could evoke it. He then said to her, "Now, try again." And she did, and, if anything, played even worse than before. Again Liszt played the opening phrases, and then, somewhat irritated, he said, "So, blamieren Sie sich noch einmal." Now make a fool of yourself again. By that time, to our relief, she felt that both she and we had had enough. After this, I met Liszt several times, and he always treated me with uniform cordiality, but every once in a while the memory of our first meeting would come to him, and he would make some gently malicious remark such as, "Oh, here comes our young American. Like lightning he flashes through the world." From Weimar I went to Ems and dutifully took the cure for 5 weeks, drinking the 3 glasses of the more or less miraculous waters while the band played before breakfast, and watching little girls dressed in white smilingly present bouquets of bachelor's buttons, popularly supposed to be his favorite flower, to old Emperor William, who, accompanied by an adjutant or two, used to take the cure at Ems every summer. To strangers like myself, the place on the promenade at which the French ambassador Benedetti had insulted the King of Prussia in 1870 was always pointed out, but this was many years before Bismarck's famous and cynical confession that it had all been a put-up job by him, in so altering the famous telegram relating to the King's meeting with Benedetti that, according to Bismarck's memoirs, "It will be known in Paris before midnight, and not only on account of its contents, but also on account of the manner of its distribution, will have the effect of a red rag upon the Gallic bull." 2 summers ago, after an absence of 38 years, I revisited Ems with my wife and daughters. We had motored from Paris to Koblenz on a visit to General Allen, then in command of our Army of Occupation in Koblenz, and from there to Ems was but a short motor ride. We found the town occupied by French troops from Morocco, and our officer guides pointed out with some amusement the stone which marks the place where Benedetti and King William had met in 1870. In July, I went to Bayreuth in high expectation to hear the first 4 performances of Wagner's Parsifal. To a young musician from America, such an experience was especially new and exciting. I arrived there a week or 2 before the first performance, hoping to gain admission to some of the rehearsals. I found this impossible, but I met scores of artists by whom I was cordially received because I was my father's son. Many of his old friends were there for the Parsifal performances, and I remember with much pleasure the kindly, refined, and gentle Hermann Levy, general music director of the Munich Opera, who had been chosen by Wagner to conduct the Bayreuth performances. I received an invitation for the first reception held by Wagner and his wife Cosima at Wahnfried, and dutifully presented myself there with some nervousness, which was allayed somewhat when I found Liszt almost at the door as I came in. He immediately recognized me, and not only introduced me to Cosima, but when she said, "Father, you must introduce the son of our old friend, Dr. Leopold Damrosch, to the Meister." He took me into Wagner's workroom, where I beheld Wagner surrounded by musicians, and in front of him the giant tenor Albert Niemann, well known later on to Wagner lovers in America as a member of the German company at the Metropolitan for a number of years, and also as the creator of Tannhäuser in Paris at the tragic and disastrous performances of 1861. As we came in, Wagner was joking Niemann unmercifully, saying, "Look at this man. I invited him to create the part of Parsifal for me, and he refused because I told him that Parsifal must be a beardless youth, and he said he would not cut off his beard for any man." "Why, Meister," answered Niemann, "you know that is not true. I would cut off my nose if it were necessary to sing one of your roles properly." Wagner greeted me with kindness, asked about my father, and a few days later sent me, through his publishers, for my father, a manuscript copy of the finale from the first act of Parsifal. No orchestral score was at that time engraved, for performance in New York by the Symphony and Oratorio societies. This was a remarkable act of friendship on his part, and I was very proud to be able to carry the precious score back to my father. It was to me indescribably touching to note the way in which Liszt sought to efface himself at Wagner's house, in order that Wagner's glory should stand forth alone. When I first saw Liszt there, I, following the custom of the young musicians at Weimar and elsewhere, sought his hand in order to kiss it, but with a force incredible in so old a man, he pressed down my hand, saying with his gentle smile, "No, no, not here." I doubt whether there ever was a musician who worked so incessantly for the benefit of other musicians as he. He was constantly seeking, either with his 10 magic fingers as pianist, or with his pen as musical critic or propagandist, or with his own money, to save others from want, or to help them to obtain the recognition which he thought they deserved. It is impossible to name the hundreds whom he thus benefited: Berlioz, Saint-Saëns, César Franck, Schumann, Cornelius, and so on, and of course, above all, Wagner himself, whose friendship with Liszt has become historic. Like most friendships, the one gives much more than he receives, and that one was Liszt, who, in his admiration for Wagner's genius, minimized himself and what he had accomplished as composer to an exaggerated degree. In those personal qualities that make up a man's character, Liszt was infinitely the superior. Wagner's genius as a musician was the greater, but this brought in its trail an overwhelming egotism and a vanity which made many of his relations with his fellow men unfortunate. Liszt gave up all worldly glories and honors and riches which he might have acquired if he had continued his career as perhaps the greatest piano virtuoso that ever lived, in order to devote himself absolutely to composition and musical propaganda, without any thought of pecuniary awards. He literally, like his patron saint Francis of Assisi, took the vows of poverty. When I saw him, he lived in most simple fashion, always traveled second class, and gave what little money he had to others who seemed to him to need it more. Without his never-ceasing support and encouragement, his absolute faith in the eventual triumph of Wagner's music, and without continual financial support from Liszt and from those he constantly urged to help, Wagner could never have carried on his struggle toward the triumphant completion of a Bayreuth and an almost complete realization of his ideals. The first performance of Parsifal made a tremendous impression on me. I was much moved by the noble allegory and the music accompanying the sacred rituals of the Christian Church as presented upon the stage in the scene during the uncovering of the Holy Grail. But I must confess that with each succeeding performance this feeling lessened, The fact that it was not a devotional ceremony, but an imitation of one which had been carefully drilled and trained into the performers, whose gestures of devotion repeated themselves each time with automatic regularity, gradually began to affect me disagreeably. I was at that time too young to analyze this feeling properly, but as the years went by, I gradually arrived at the belief that such ceremonials should not be presented on a stage, for if we see a group of Christian knights partaking of the Lord's Supper, we should have the full conviction that it is a real ceremony and not an imitation. The foot-washing scene between Parsifal and Kundry also affected me disagreeably. It was too direct an imitation of Magdalene washing the feet of Christ. On the other hand, the Good Friday scene between Parsifal and Gurnemanz moved me and many others in the audience to tears because it was a lovely and lovable presentation of the divine mercy through the self-sacrifice of the Savior. Old Scaria, the Vienna bass, who took the part of Gurnemanz, sang and acted this scene with convincing tenderness. I was naturally much interested in the invisible subterranean orchestra of the Bayreuth Auditorium, and as the first noble theme of the prelude literally floated into the darkened hall, the great advantage of an invisible conductor was manifest. The division of the music into bars, which are an essential of the conductor's beat, should be seen only by the orchestra, and I still wish it were possible to educate the public to listen to music with their ears only, and not with their eyes. But this theory of mine would find violent opposition from the small but select company of prima donna conductors who, at that parting of the ways which comes to every conductor, whether he shall make himself an interpreter of the composer's works or a perverter in order to demonstrate his own tricks of the trade, have chosen the primrose path because a large part of the public are easily gulled and more easily moved if the conductor dramatizes the music through his gestures. By the skillful manipulation of his arms and hands, his hips and his hair, he gives the impression that when the cellos play a soulful melody, it really drips from his wrists. And when the kettle drums play a dramatic role, it is really the result of a flash of his eye. There are many people, especially among the gentle sex, to whom admiration for one conductor entails a deep hatred of all others. It would be interesting to note how many of them could pick out their favorite if half a dozen of the prima donnas of the baton were to perform invisibly with an invisible orchestra in quick succession to each other. The strings of the Bayreuth Orchestra were noble and rich in tone, but I was disturbed by many inaccuracies and false intonations of the wind choir, which surprised me all the more as the orchestra was supposed to be composed of the best of every kind from the different opera houses of Germany. These faults were not noticed or acknowledged by my German friends, and I think that the years have brought more and more of a cleavage in this respect between their orchestras and ours, and that today American orchestras obtain, especially in the wood instrument choirs, greater purity of tone, and without sacrificing elasticity, a greater precision of ensemble. I have always had a penchant for French woodwind players, and have given them and their Belgian cousins a preference in my orchestra. Generally speaking, a conductor can safely engage a first prize from the Paris Conservatoire in flute, oboe, or bassoon without giving him any further examination. Where else can one find a flute of such ravishing tone quality as that of Georges Barrère, who has been first flute of the New York Symphony Orchestra for 17 years, and who was first recommended to me by his great teacher Taffanel in Paris? I am happy to say that he is developing many American players and giving to them something of his own luscious and spiritual tone quality, so that he, as well as Mathieu, our first oboe, and Letellier, bassoon, are continuing the great traditions of the Paris Conservatoire in this country, and imparting their qualities to a group of young American pupils. Germany has produced some great clarinet players, of whom Mühlfeld, for whom Brahms wrote his beautiful quintet for clarinet and strings, was a fine example. Mr. Lindemann, first clarinet of my orchestra, is another, and his tone is of a peculiarly pure quality. I prefer the tone of the German trombonists to that of their French colleagues. The Germans cultivate a darker and more noble tone quality. The summer of 1886, I returned again to Germany. I had been invited to conduct some selections from Sulamith, a cantata of my father's, at the annual meeting of the Tonkünstlerverein, which took place at the beautiful Thuringian hill town of Sondershausen, the residence of the princely house of Schwarzburg-Sondershausen, where the prince maintained a good permanent symphony orchestra. Liszt, as venerable founder and president of the Tonkünstlerverein, an association of musicians, the original purpose of which was the production and cultivation of the modern school of composition, again received me very kindly and expressed himself as much pleased at hearing my father's work. At the close of the festival, I accompanied him, together with Baron Zhukovsky and Fräulein von Schorn, back to Weimar. During the trip, Liszt was in a very gay mood and kept us in gales of laughter with a number of outrageous puns and amusing comments on certain phases of the festival, especially on a long debate between Dr. Riemann, an eminent musical theorist, and another man whose name I have forgotten, on certain theories regarding the science of harmony. This debate, which was wholly technical and very gründlich, lasted for 2 hours, during which poor Liszt had to sit in the front row in a room crowded to suffocation and with not a door or window open. I can still see the venerable head of Liszt drooping and dropping every now and then from sheer fatigue, and then the Meister raising it again with that ineffable smile on his face in order to show an interest in the discussion. When we arrived in Weimar, Zhukovsky invited us all, together with Lassen, to dinner at the Hotel zum Russischen Hof. It was a jolly affair. Champagne was served immediately after the soup, and Liszt reminisced so brilliantly and beautifully of the old Weimar days, of which Fräulein von Schorn and Lassen had been a part, and with which I too could claim some connection through my parents, that we all sat spellbound. During the dinner, Liszt asked me if I knew anything of a portrait of his which had been painted under interesting conditions many years before. Liszt occupied rooms at the old Via d'Este at Tivoli, near Rome, for a month or two every winter. It then belonged to his old friend, Cardinal Prince Hohenlohe. One evening his bell rang, and as his servant had gone out, Liszt took a candle and opened the door. His visitors were Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, the American poet, who had brought a painter friend, Mr. Healy, to introduce to the maestro. Longfellow was so struck with the picturesque appearance of Liszt as he stood in the old doorway in his long black soutane, holding a lighted candle, that he asked Liszt for permission to have Healy paint a picture of him, and he consequently gave Healy several sittings. Longfellow took the painting back with him to America. I had never heard of or seen this picture, but 30 years later, when Ernest Longfellow, a nephew of the poet, was lunching at our house, I remembered the incident and asked him if he knew anything of the whereabouts of the picture. He told me that he remembered it very well, and that it was still hanging in his uncle's house in Cambridge. Through the courtesy of the present occupants, I was permitted to take a photograph of it, and it is reproduced in this book. It was not until midnight that we accompanied Liszt through the park and the lovely Goethe garden back to his house. It was a gentle summer night, with a hazy moon giving an indescribable glamour to the trees and bushes, and suddenly Liszt laid his hand on my shoulder and said, "Listen." From the bushes came the song of a nightingale. I had never heard one before and stood spellbound. It seemed incredible that such ecstatic sweetness, such songs of joy and sorrow, could come from the throat of a little bird, and to hear it all at 24 years of age and standing at the side of Liszt. Dear reader, I confess that today, 35 years later, I still thrill at the memory of it. Alas, that was almost the last time that I saw Liszt. In July, I went again to Bayreuth to hear the first Tristan performance, and one morning I met him, looking very old and worn, coming all alone out of the church from early Mass. A few days later, July 31st, he had followed his dearest friend Wagner into the beyond. The following winter, in Liszt's memory, March 3, 1887, I gave the first complete performance in America of his oratorio, Christus. This work made so profound an impression that I repeated it the following year. I am sorry that Christus has not been performed since then by our choral societies, as I consider it to be Liszt's greatest work. Many of its themes are based on the Gregorian modes. The choruses are set in sonorous harmonies and breathe a tranquility which can only be achieved by a perfect mastery of the subject and the form in which it is treated. There are 2 orchestral numbers, a pastoral, indicative of the shepherds and the Annunciation, Angelus Domini ad Pastors Eit, and the March of the 3 Kings, Et ecce stella quam viderunt, which are brilliantly orchestrated. The march depicts the 3 kings of the Orient with their mighty retinue, the star guiding them to the manger in Bethlehem being indicated by a sustained high A-flat in the first violins in an organ point, and round which the processional continues. The trio, or middle part, in a beautiful unison of the violins and violoncellos, depicts the kings opening their treasures and presenting gold, frankincense, and myrrh to the little Jesu. The entrance of Christ into Jerusalem is characterized by an atmosphere of exalted, joyous acclaim, and the setting for baritone of the prayer of Jesus, O my Father, if this cup may not pass away from me, except I drink it, thy will be done, is one of the most moving that I know of in the history of religious music. In the last part, there is an exquisite but simple setting of an ancient Eastern hymn, O Filii et Filiae. Altogether, I cannot understand why, in the dearth of religious music written by modern pens, Christus does not take its permanent place in the repertoire of choral societies. Like many other works of the greatest masters, a few good cuts will add to the effectiveness of this oratorio. End of section 5.
Section 6, My Musical Life by Walter Damrosch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My Musical Life by Walter Damrosch, Chapter 6. The founding of German opera at the Metropolitan, death of my father. The Metropolitan Opera House was built in 1882 by a group of rich New Yorkers who, feeling themselves shut out by the older aristocracy who owned the old Academy of Music and occupied all the boxes at the Italian opera seasons of Colonel Mapleson, determined to have an opera of their own. They leased their new house for the inaugural season of 1883-84 to Abbey, Schoeffel, and Grau, a firm of theatrical speculators and managers who had made a name for themselves by the tours of Mary Anderson and other celebrated stars of Europe and America. The Metropolitan Opera stockholders had appointed as architect a man whose reputation had been made in building churches, but who knew nothing of theatrical or operatic requirements, or of the latest developments in Europe in the construction of the stage and modern stage appliances. As a result, the stage arrangements were of the most clumsy description. Great walls, many feet thick, ran beneath the stage from the front to the rear, thereby precluding the possibility of a transformation scene in which one set of scenery could sink into the ground while the other descended from above. The parquet floor was placed so low that the orchestra pit, which was supposed to be an imitation, but was not, of the sunken orchestra at Bayreuth, had to be placed still lower, and in consequence, the conductor was perched on a kind of pulpit high in the air so that the singers could see him. He had to gesticulate wildly upward toward the singers and downward toward the abyss in which the orchestra fiddled without being able properly to see his gestures. Besides this, the orchestra, being so far from the stage, was almost inaudible to the singers, and this often resulted in the most disastrous dropping of the pitch, especially in the concerted numbers. Years later, and at huge expense, some of these faults of construction were corrected. For their season, Abbe, Schoenfeld, and Grau engaged a large number of operatic stars, including Nilsson, Paty, Sembrich, Trebelli, and many others of distinction. But there was absolutely no artistic head of the enterprise, nor anyone who had had any real managerial experience with grand opera, and in consequence, all these stars stepped on each other's feet and trains, and the confusion was incredible. Good performances were an accident, as the principal artists usually deemed it beneath their dignity to attend rehearsals, and the season ended in failure and the bankruptcy of Abbe, Schoenfeld, and Grau. Colonel Mapleson, the astute manager of the Academy of Music, rubbed his hands with glee at this downfall of what he called the new yellow brewery on Broadway. The directors of the Metropolitan were at a loss what to do with their elephant. Their president was James Roosevelt, an uncle of Hilborn Roosevelt, who was then president of the New York Symphony Society, and who was a staunch and devoted friend of my father's. He suggested to his uncle that my father be appointed as director, and that a season of opera in German be inaugurated, as Italian opera was evidently on the wane, and Wagner especially on the ascendant. The directors thought well of this scheme and accordingly made an arrangement with my father under which he should become director of the opera for the season 1884-85, and that he should engage a company of German singers, of which, however, Madame Materna must be one, as she had sung with great success at the Theodore Thomas Festival of the preceding year, and they wanted some name already known in America to head the list of singers. This meant a complete revolution in operatic affairs, as until then Italian opera had been the only fashionable form of musical entertainment. Opera in German was rather looked down upon, and Wagner's genius was as yet too imperfectly known or recognized to exercise much influence on the opera-going folks of that time. My father was to receive a salary of $10,000, for which he was to act as manager and also as musical conductor of the season. The salary was certainly not large, even for those days, but my father was glad to get it and at the same time to carry out the dream of his life, the introduction of the Wagner music dramas to America, and to sweep away forever the artificial and shallow operas of the old Italian school with which Mapleson, Max Strakosch, and others had until then principally fed our public. He sailed for Europe in May and returned in August with all his contracts made, including Madame Materna, to whom he had to pay $1,000 a night, as she had gotten wind of the dictum of the Metropolitan Opera House directors that under all circumstances she must be one of the company. Among the singers was Marianne Brandt, one of the greatest dramatic mezzo-sopranos and contraltos of our times, and Anton Schott, a typical German heroic tenor, with whom Bülow had had his famous altercation at Hanover a few years before at a Lohengrin performance. Schott had sung Lohengrin's Farewell to the Swan out of tune, and this had so irritated Bülow, who was conducting, that he turned on the unfortunate tenor and said to him, "You are not a knight of the Swan, but a knight of the swine." Schott, as an ex-officer in a Hanoverian regiment, deemed his honor as an officer insulted, demanded an apology or a duel, and as the irate von Bülow would grant him neither the one nor the other, Bülow had to resign his post as director of the Royal Opera, while Schott remained triumphant in his position. For the youthful lyric soprano roles, my father had engaged Madame Seidel-Krauss, the wife of Anton Seidel and possessor of a voice of great purity and simple appeal. The coloratura roles were sung by Madame Schroeder-Hanfstaengl, a truly great artist with the real bel canto of the Italian school, whom Gounod had admired so greatly that he invited her to Paris to sing Marguerite in Faust at the Grand Opera. The other singers possessed both the virtues and the failings of the German opera school of that time. They were very amenable to ensemble work, carrying out the dramatic side of their roles with real ability, forming an excellent ensemble and tireless in rehearsing, but their singing was sometimes faulty and not equal to the naturally beautiful tone emission of the best Italian singers. The stage manager, Wilhelmj, was one of the best in Germany, and his management of the movements of great crowds on the stage, as for instance in Lohengrin, on the arrival of Lohengrin and the Swan, the building of the barricades in Masaniello, the coronation scene in Meyerbeer's Le Prophète, was a revelation to our public. The orchestra was, of course, that of the New York Symphony Society, and my father infused the entire ensemble with such an ideal of perfection that during many of the performances, especially in Lohengrin, Le Prophète, Fidelio, and Valkyrie, the public seized with excitement and enthusiasm. There had been an improvised performance of Valkyrie at the Academy of Music under the German conductor Neuendorf a few years before. The Brünnhilde had been sung by Madame Pappenheim, possessor of a glorious voice, but the rest of the cast had been woefully deficient. Insufficient rehearsals and ignorance of the music of Wagner on the part of the conductor had also prevented this performance from making any impression or giving any real idea of the beauties of the work. The performance under my father included Madame Materna as Brünnhilde, who had created the role in Bayreuth in '76 and who was then at the very height of her glorious vocal powers. Madame Seidel-Krauss, an exquisite and pathetic Sieglinde, Anton Schott, a vigorous and highly dramatic Siegmund, and Staudl as Wotan. Staudl was a son of the famous old Viennese bass with whom he had studied, singing with such good results that he made as fine an impression in concert and oratorio as in opera. The first baritone was Adolph Robinson, who had begun his career with my father in Breslau and whose warm, impassioned bel canto won instant recognition here. There was no professional opera claque at the Metropolitan in those days, such as is now maintained by some of the singers and conductors who, in rivalry with each other, foolishly spend their money in the hiring of 20 to 50 husky men under a well-trained leader who stand at the side of the balconies and family circle and clap with the machine-like regularity of a steel hammer in an iron foundry in order to produce so and so many recalls after an act. In those days, this was not necessary. The public applauded wildly and shouted themselves hoarse of their own free will, and the papers almost unanimously pronounced the performances an artistic revolution and said that such dramatic truth and ensemble work had but seldom before been presented in such a convincing way on the operatic stage of New York. During the entire winter, I lived in a sea of excitement and of joy at seeing my father's genius at last so universally recognized. But my anxiety was also very great. I was with him constantly, from morning until night, and could see that the labor of carrying everything entirely on his shoulders, the effort of organizing an artistic whole out of the many different elements, was overwhelming. The rehearsals often lasted all day, and I do not think that I missed a rehearsal or a performance during the entire season. Sometimes I would timidly employ my father to put some of the work, especially the managerial part, on other shoulders, but he would not listen, saying that the responsibility was his and that he could not delegate what he conceived to be his solemn duty as one representing German art in a foreign country to anyone else. In the meantime, the directors, after deliberating on their future course, decided that opera in German had come to stay, and offered my father a contract for the following year, in which, however, with what they conceived to be real business methods, they reduced his salary to $8,000, but offered him a share in any possible profits. Money matters were to my father always so unimportant as far as he was concerned that I think he would have signed a contract in which he bound himself to pay $8,000 a year to the Metropolitan Opera House for the privilege of maintaining Wagnerian opera there. He accepted their proposition and was happy in the evident security of opera in German for many years to come. During this winter, he would not give up his beloved symphony and oratorio societies, and he always insisted that the weekly Thursday evening rehearsals with the chorus of the Oratorio Society were a rest for him from operatic affairs. During one of these rehearsals in February 1885, I think we were preparing the Requiem of Verdi, he suddenly complained of feeling ill, and I rushed from the piano toward him, and together with some of the singers, we carried him to a cab and brought him home. Pneumonia set in, and he was too worn with the gigantic struggles of the winter to withstand it. During this terrible week of illness, the opera had to be kept going, and I conducted Walküre and Tannhäuser without much difficulty. They had been so splendidly rehearsed by my father and had been performed several times, I knew them by heart, and artist, chorus, and orchestra gave me the most affectionate and willing assistance. I have therefore never claimed much credit for what many kind friends at that time considered an extraordinary feat. The season had only one more week to run, but my father had made arrangements for a short tour comprising Chicago, Boston, and Philadelphia. On February 15th, he died and left me numb and overwhelmed by the terrible responsibilities which began to press in upon me. Even at this late date, I cannot bear to write of my loss. Our relations had become so close and intimate, and during the last years he had so often leaned on me with such sweet confidence. I had always looked up to him as my ideal of a man and musician, and it seemed to me that I could never smile again. The last performances at the Metropolitan immediately after his death were conducted by John Lund, a highly talented chorus master who has since made his home in America. But there were so many immediate necessities crowding in upon me that I had no opportunity for indulging in quiet grief. Events moved with incredible and terrible swiftness. The contracts for the tour had to be met. My father's estate was technically liable, although he left literally no money. There was no one to assume the responsibility of taking the company on tour except poor me, and I accordingly set forth, together with the entire company of about 150 members, on a special train of the West Shore Railroad for Chicago on Saturday afternoon of February 21st. We were to open with Tannhäuser at the Columbia Theater on the following Monday evening. During this trip, the worst blizzard of the year struck our train. We were completely snowed in, and the road, which was at that time a rather lame rival of the New York Central, was so ill-equipped with means to shovel us out that instead of arriving on Sunday evening, we did not get into Chicago until Monday at 8 p.m., the hour at which the performance was to have begun. My dear brother Frank, who had come on from Denver to meet me in Chicago and to discuss future plans, boarded our train a little while out of Chicago and told me that not only was the house sold out, but all had determined to wait until we arrived and chivalrously to see us through. The mayor of the city had made an excited speech from the proscenium box in which he was sitting and said that Chicago must help a young man like myself who had so courageously undertaken to carry on the great work of his father. When we arrived at the station, the company were quickly bundled into cabs and omnibuses. Luckily, the scenery had been sent on ahead, but the costume and property trunks were on our train, and the work of transferring them and getting out the Tannhäuser costumes and properties was agonizing. Materna and I were the first to arrive at the theater, and we were marched through the auditorium from the front entrance by the local manager, who wished to give this ocular demonstration of our presence. The audience cheered. Behind the scenes, the confusion was incredible. The trunks with the wigs could not be found, nor the trunks with the footwear, and Tannhäuser and the other singers of the Wartburg, together with the noble lords and ladies, appeared on the stage in a most remarkable combination of costumes, medieval and modern. But it made no difference. I began the overture after 10 o'clock. The audience cheered themselves hoarse. The trunks containing Materna's costume as Elizabeth was not hurled on the stage until just before the beginning of the second act. It made no difference. When she appeared in all her smiling radiance and sang Dick Treue Halle, the audience again went mad with delight, and so on until the curtain finally fell at 1:30 in the morning. Ever since that terrible but wonderful evening, I have had a soft spot in my heart for Chicago, and during the many years I have never lost the friendship of that remarkable city. Even today, every now and then, an old gray-headed or bald-headed citizen of Chicago comes to me and says, "Do you remember that first performance of Tannhäuser at the Columbia Theater in February 1885? The success was so great that we extended our season an extra week, during which I produced for the first time La Dame Blanche by Beaulieu. We finished our tour with a week in Boston, where we had a similarly enthusiastic reception, and especially Valkyrie and Lohengrin made a profound impression. There I produced, for the first time in America, I think, Gluck's Orpheus, in which Marianne Brandt gave a glorious and touching impersonation of the title role. It is characteristic of the audacity of youth that I should have given 2 new performances of operas which were rehearsed and produced while we were on tour, La Dame Blanche and Orpheus. But as the principal roles had been sung by most of our artists in Germany, these two operas, being in the regular repertoire of every German opera house, the feat was not so extraordinary. The performances were good in ensemble and gave great pleasure to the audience. My farewell performance in Boston was a Saturday matinee of the Walküre with Materna as Brünnhilde. In the morning, the orchestra struck. We had made arrangements to send the entire company to New York on one of the large Fall River steamers, but they vowed that they would not go by steamer and insisted on being sent by train. I was equally determined to send them by water. The steamers were palatial, the weather excellent spring weather, and there was no valid reason for objecting. When they persisted in their demands, I told them that I would consider them as having broken their contracts, that I would not pay them their salaries for the week, and would give the Walküre performance accompanied on two pianos by John Lund and myself. This was, of course, a crazy bluff, but it worked, and they decided to accept passage by steamer. At the close of the third act of Walküre, when Materna, as Brünnhilde, had snuggled into the artificially deep hollow of the rocky couch which sustained her bulky form, and on which she was to begin her slumber of years until the hero Siegfried should awaken her, and when Staudel, Wotan, had disappeared in the flames, I suddenly noticed, while conducting the beautiful monotony of the last E major chords of the fire charm, that the grass mats just below Brünnhilde's couch had caught fire, and that just as the curtain was descending slowly on the last bars, a Boston fireman with a helmet on his head and bucket in his hand quietly came out from the wings and poured a liberal dose of water on the flames. The thing happened so late and so quickly that there was no panic. The people went mad with enthusiasm, and Materna, Staudigl, and I had to bow our farewells many, many times. Just after one of these recalls, I noted the little fireman standing in the wings and saying, "Be jabbers, I ought to come out too." "So you should," I said, and with that took him by one hand and Materna by the other, and thus we dragged him before the footlights, where with true Hibernian sense of humor, he bowed right and left with a delighted grin on his face. Thus ended my first opera tour. While I was on tour, the directors of the Metropolitan Opera House met to consider their future policy, and in view of the success of the opera in German, inaugurated by my father, they decided to continue on the same lines. Curiously enough, they appointed a young man as director of the opera who had never had any managerial or musical experience in his life. His name was Edmund C. Stanton. He was a relative of one of the directors and had acted as a recording secretary for the board of directors. He was tall, good-looking, with gentle brown eyes, always well-groomed, of a kindly disposition and the most perfect and courtly manners, which indeed never failed him, and which were about all that he had left at the end of his 7 years' incumbency, at which time the German opera crumbled to dust as a natural result of his curious ignorance and incompetency in matters operatic. The directors at the same time very generously appointed me as his assistant and as second conductor, granting me a salary which was large enough to enable me to support my mother and my father's family decently. This was naturally a great relief to me, and I determined to strain every nerve to show myself worthy of such confidence and generosity. End of section 6.
Section 7 of My Musical Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jonathan Miller. My Musical Life by Walter Damrosch. Chapter 7. Lilli Lehmann. In the spring of 1885, I was to accompany Mr. Stanton as assistant director and musical advisor to engage singers for the following season of German opera at the Metropolitan Opera House. But as Mr. Stanton's little daughter became ill and subsequently died, I went over alone and have always been quite proud of the 4 contracts I had ready for Stanton's signature when he, a month later, arrived in Germany. These were Lilli Lehmann, soprano from the Royal Opera House in Berlin, Emil Fischer, bass from the Royal Opera House in Dresden, Max Alvary, lyric tenor from Weimar, and Anton Seidl, conductor of the Angelo Neumann Wagner Opera Company. These 4 artists became subsequently the mainstay of the German opera, and in America developed to greater and greater power and fame. Lilli Lehmann, at that time 40 years of age, had sung principally the coloratura roles, and with these had made a great local reputation throughout Germany and Austria. She had sung the first Rhine Maiden at Bayreuth in 1876, and an occasional Elsa in Lohengrin. But it was not until she came to America that she began to sing the Brunhildes and Isoldes, which made her one of the greatest dramatic sopranos of her time. Curiously enough, she insisted on making her first appearance in America as Carmen, a role to which she gave a dramatic, tragic, and rather somber significance, but in which the lighter, coquettish touches were perhaps not sufficiently emphasized. She had achieved her preeminence as a dramatic soprano only after years of the hardest kind of work, and had only through her indomitable will and energy changed her voice from a light coloratura to a dramatic soprano. And as I was at that period only 23 and already occupied a position of considerable responsibility, it took some time before she was ready to concede that I was really a musician of serious purpose, who was working day and night to fit myself for the various responsibilities so suddenly thrust upon me. Conducting is an art with a technique of its own, and good musicianship alone is not sufficient. During a performance, the conductor must know how to make his singers and players convey his interpretation. And to do this, a glance of the eye and many different movements of hands and head have to speak a language of their own, which his executants must quickly understand and follow. The conductor must also know when and how to follow a soloist with sympathy. This technique cannot be acquired overnight, and I owe to Lilli Lehmann a valuable hint in this connection. As Anton Seidl was the accredited and celebrated Wagner conductor, these operas and any other novelties of importance naturally fell to him, and it remained for me to conduct only such operas as he did not care to assume. Meyerbeer's Le Prophète, Verdi's Trovatore, etc., etc. This caused me great sorrow and anguish of heart, as a great part of my training had been in the modern operas. I almost knew the Wagner music dramas by heart, and had received a very thorough training in the symphonies of the classic composers. But for the operas of Meyerbeer and Verdi I had a youthful intolerance, and of their traditions of tempi and nuance I knew but little, with the exception, perhaps, of Meyerbeer's Le Prophète, which had been marvelously performed under my father the preceding year, and in which Marianne Brandt had sung the part of the mother with incredible pathos and nobility. One day, while I was rehearsing La Juive of Halévy, Lilli Lehmann turned on me during the intermission and said, "Walter, in those old operas you do not watch the singers enough. You are occupied with the orchestra as if you were conducting a symphony. You give them the cue for their entrances, and you look at them instead of at your singers. We need you, and you need us. The orchestra have their printed parts before them. We sing by heart, and have to rely on the conductor for difficult entrances. Watch my lips when I sing, and you will know when I breathe, and you will breathe with me. You will immediately also sense the tempo rubato, which is such an important part in the proper phrasing of these older operas." This advice was a revelation to me, and I found, to my delight, that by heeding it, not only was I able to follow the singers with the orchestra, but even to influence the singers in regard to tempi. At the performance of La Juive, I must have stared at Lilli like a Cheshire cat whenever she was singing. The music went with remarkable unanimity and elasticity, and at the close of the performance, Lilli, who was never very profuse in praise, turned to me and said, "You see, Walter, how well it goes. What did I tell you?" In this way, slowly and often painfully, I strengthened my grasp of the technique of my craft, and with increased assurance on my part came an increased compliance on the part of the singers to follow my artistic desires as regards the interpretation of their roles. But the operas that I was permitted to conduct were still only the leftovers from Anton Seidel's richly laden table, and he was naturally not willing to give up any of his prerogatives to a man so much younger. My first real opportunity came in the year 1890, when Seidel was to conduct an exquisite opera by Peter Cornelius, the Barber of Baghdad. Paul Kalisch, Lilli Lehmann's husband, was to sing Nureddin, and Emil Fischer, the loquacious barber. Cornelius had been a devoted and close friend of my father and mother in the old Weimar days under Liszt. Liszt had produced this opera in Weimar in those days, but the Weimar public had rejected it because of what they considered to be its ultra-modern tendencies. And because of this, Liszt had resigned his position of Grand Ducal Kapellmeister. I was naturally much interested in our New York production. I had attended almost every rehearsal and had reveled in the exquisite beauties and humor of the work. 2 days before the performance, Seidel became dangerously ill, and I was in a fever of uncertainty whether Stanton would postpone the performance or let me conduct it. I found that Lilli Lehmann protested loudly that it would be impossible for me to conduct this work, that it was too difficult and too intricate, and that it needed a conductor of many years' experience and plenty of rehearsals at that. But I seemed to have, quote, good friends at court, unquote, and it was decided that I should conduct the general rehearsal that morning, for which singers, chorus, and orchestra had been hastily called together. And if all went well, I was to conduct the performance. As I walked into the orchestra pit, I could see Lilli Lehmann seated all by herself a few rows back, looking at me with what seemed to be baleful and threatening eyes. But as I turned my back on her and gave the signal for the overture, my apprehension left me, and I gave myself up completely to the music. The curtain rose, and Kalish began Nureddin's lovely song together with his attendants on awakening from his long illness to renewed health and with renewed longings for his beloved Margiana. Everything went as if on wings, and at the end of the act I saw, to my delight, among the singers who were rushing toward me with affectionate congratulations, Lilli, the stately, telling me that she had not believed it was possible, but was now convinced that I had a thorough grasp of the music and could conduct it successfully. The performance the next day went even better than the rehearsal, and I date from this my entry as a full-fledged opera conductor, and my relations with Lilli Lehmann became artistically more and more fraternal and personally more and more friendly. In 1897-98, I engaged her to sing Isolde and the Brunhildes in my Damrosch opera company, and paid her $1,000 a night for all hotel and traveling expenses for 2 people. Her sister Marie traveled with her, and she also insisted that I must pay her laundry bills. But I found that this remarkable woman, having established her right to these perquisites by contract, refused to abuse them. And when she found that I had paid quite a large figure for her, quote, parlor, bedroom, and bath, unquote, at the Normandy Hotel near the Metropolitan, she was furious, and, saying that she did not see why these rascally hotel proprietors should be enriched by me, she moved to a much cheaper suite at the top of the hotel, and she and her sister did a great deal of their laundry in their own bathroom, partly because she wished to save me the expense, and also because she insisted that all American laundries ruined delicate lingerie. Incidentally, the elevator boys insisted that she never tipped them, and I sent my manager to her hotel to do this, as otherwise she would not have received adequate service. So much has been written about her marvelous portrayal of the heroic figures in the Wagner music dramas that it is hardly necessary for me to add anything to the general chorus of admiration. But I wish to emphasize the fact that by far the greater part of the credit belongs to her for her indomitable will and perseverance, as nature had not given her originally a dramatic voice. It was a wonderfully clear and high coloratura soprano, but by persistent practice she developed an ample middle and lower register and made it equal to the emotional demands of an Isolde or a Brunhilde. Her acting was majestic, but in the first act of Tristan and in the second act of Götterdämmerung her anger was like the forked flashes of lightning. I suppose that her technique of acting would be called old-fashioned today, as those were the days of statuesque poses, often maintained without changes for long stretches at a time. On the forenoon of the days that she had to sing Isolde, she always sang through the entire role in her rooms with full voice, just to make sure that she could do it in the evening. Compare this to those delicate prima donnas who, on the days when they have to sing, often speak only in whispers in order that their precious vocal cords may not be affected. Having achieved so much through her own energy and triumphed over so many obstacles, she thought that she could similarly transform her husband, Paul Kalish, from a lyric to a dramatic tenor. How she worked and harassed that poor man. She certainly was the stronger of the two, and while his entire inclination was toward easy and delightful companionship with others of similar inclinations, she forced him to study and to sing for hours at a stretch, but with only partial success as far as his transformation into a real dramatic and heroic Wagner tenor was concerned. It simply was not in his nature to become heroic. And when, as sometimes happened, he committed some blunder, some false entrance while singing Siegfried in the Götterdämmerung, the glances which Brünnhilde cast upon him on the stage were so terrible, so pregnant with punishment to come, that from my conductor's stand I used to pity the poor man, thus compelled to swim around in a pond which was so much larger than he wanted, and often after such a performance I would find him moodily seated all alone at a table in the restaurant of the hotel with a pint bottle of champagne before him, and with no desire to go upstairs and face the anger of his Brünnhilde spouse. A tragic but rather amusing occurrence in Pittsburgh should here be recorded. The Damrosch Opera Company was playing a week there at the Alphen Theatre. On the night in question, we were to give Götterdämmerung with Lilli Lehmann as Brünnhilde. All was well. No singers had sent ominous messages of illness during the day, and I had just sat down to a quiet dinner at the Duquesne Club, previous to the performance, when a telephone summoned me. It was my wardrobe mistress, Frau Engelhardt, an excellent woman, devoted to her work, who had been at the Metropolitan in the old German opera days, and who had been with me ever since the founding of the Damrosch Opera Company. She implored me to come to the theatre immediately, as something dreadful had happened. I, of course, left my dinner, with but faint hope of eating it later on, arrived at the theatre, and later found the stage silent as the grave, the scene set for the first act of Götterdämmerung, and seemingly no one there but Frau Engelhardt, who, in greatest agitation, begged me to come immediately to Madame Lebrun's dressing-room, where the something dreadful had happened. I knocked at her door, and heard a tragic and hollow voice call, "Come in!" And as I opened the door, a sight indeed terrible met my astonished gaze. There stood Lilli Lehmann, already apparelled in her white Brünnhilde garb, but covered from head to foot with soot, so black that she seemed more fit for a minstrel show than a Wagner music drama. Her face was covered with black streaks, especially where her tears had made long and terrible furrows down her cheeks. I could not imagine what had happened, and only gradually and between hysterical bursts of tears I learned that Lilli, according to her custom, had gone to the theatre hours before the performance and had proceeded to dress herself, only looking into the glass at the last moment to prepare her makeup. She had then discovered the terrible condition of her face and costume. It seemed that the janitor had given the heater in the cellar a special raking, which had sent tons of this dreadful Pittsburgh soft coal soot flying through the registers and into the dressing rooms, where it settled like a pall on everything within reach. Lilli vowed that it was absolutely impossible for her to sing that night, and I was in despair. It suddenly came to me that if I could divert her mind in some way, the tension might be eased, and I therefore turned on poor trembling Frau Engelhardt and told her in as angry tones as I could dramatically summon that she was discharged, that it was her duty to take care of my artists, and to allow such an outrage to happen to the greatest of all of them was something which I could not understand or forgive. As soon as I denounced our wardrobe mistress in this manner, Lilli pricked up her ears and remonstrated with me at my injustice. She insisted that it was not Frau Engelhardt's fault, and that it was very wrong of me to discharge her. It showed that I had no heart, and she for one would never hold her responsible for such an occurrence. Slowly I allowed myself to be persuaded, and at the psychological moment gently left the dressing room, giving Frau Engelhardt a comprehensive glance which she understood. I knew that the two women together would soon set matters to right. Outside the dressing room I found my faithful Hans, son of my prompter Goethe. I gave him some money and told him to run to the florist and buy a bunch of the whitest flowers that he could find, and to bring them to Madame Lehmann with my compliments. I then returned to the club and finished my dinner. When I got back to the theater just before the performance, I found Lilli already on the stage, newly attired in clean white robes. But as she turned toward me, I could still discern darkish streaks beneath the makeup of her cheeks. And in her somber, dramatic voice she said, "Walter, I thank you for the lovely white flowers, but they will never, never wash me clean again." Her singing that night seemed to me more glorious than ever. From Pittsburgh we went to New York, where I had arranged with Abbey and Glau to give me the Metropolitan Opera House for a short season of 3 weeks. As I wanted a special attraction from New York, I engaged Madame Nordica for a few Lohengrin performances in which she was to sing Elsa, and Lilli Lehmann Ortrud, a part that she had never sung in New York, but whose dramatic possibilities interested her very much, and for which she was eminently suited. At first she was furious that I had engaged any other singer for New York. "If I was sufficient to carry on your season out of town, I do not see why you have to engage that for New York." But I explained to her my managerial reasons and somewhat pacified her. And as soon as we arrived in New York, I arranged for a little rehearsal on the stage of the Metropolitan for Lehmann, Nordica, and myself, in order that all the scenes, especially of the second act, in which their acting together was of importance, might be properly arranged. At this rehearsal, Lehmann treated Nordica with icy disdain, but Nordica acted with such clever tact and deference that Lehmann could find no hook upon which to hang her anger, and the rehearsal passed off with outward calmness, although I could feel the volcano trembling beneath. As we passed out into the street in the late afternoon, a terrible rainstorm was raging, and Lilli saw Madame Nordica approach a coachman in livery who was waiting with open umbrella to take her to her coupé. Lilli, clad in a long grey raincoat and an old hat, turned to Nordica. "Ha! You ride?" "I walk," she said as she lifted her dress and showed a pair of great boots. Incidentally, my, quote, showman's instinct, unquote, had proved correct. Our performances of Lohengrin with this combination proved artistically very interesting, and the public flocked to hear them. Nordica's Elsa had been very carefully trained at Bayreuth, and Lehmann's Ortrud was truly demonic, worthy to rank with that of Madame Brant's in its representation of concentrated hatred. End of section 7.
Section 8 of My Musical Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by valroth. My Musical Life by Walter Damrosch. 8. Hans von Bülow. In 1856, my father and Hans von Bülow, pianist, were struggling to gain recognition and a livelihood in Berlin. Both were idealists and enthusiastic followers of the new school in music, of which Berlioz, Liszt, and Wagner were the great representatives. Bülow's letters of that period show that they gave many chamber music concerts together, both in Berlin and elsewhere, and it is interesting to note that at one of them, together with the violoncellist Kosman, they performed a trio by César Franck of Liège, about 30 years before this father of modern French school of composition became generally known and recognized. It was through Bülow that my father and his achievements as a violin virtuoso and composer became known to Liszt, who invited him in 1857 to become violinist at the first desk of the Weimar Opera Orchestra, then under Liszt's direction. The friendship between Bülow and my father remained intimate and fine during my father's entire life, and even beyond, as this chapter will show. My first recollection of Bülow goes back to 1876, when he first came to America at the invitation of the Chickering Piano Firm to inaugurate their Chickering Hall on 5th Avenue and 19th Street, and to give piano recitals all over the country. When my father and mother went to Berlin in the 60s for a joint concert with Bülow, they stayed with him and his wife, Cosima. Since then, much had happened. Cosima had run away with Wagner, Bülow's most adored friend, and Bülow had nearly died with the shame and misery of it. One evening during dinner at our house, my mother asked him about his children, whom he had not seen since those early days, and I can still hear the punctilious courtesy in which he answered. They are where they should be, and in the possible best hands, with their mother. The fine intellectuality of his playing, the equality of his phrasing, especially in Bach and Beethoven, created a deep impression on our public, which was not minimized by certain eccentricities in his appearance and behavior. He always appeared on the stage for his afternoon recitals attired in the traditional black double-breasted frock coat and very light gray trousers, his hands encased in light brown gloves and holding a high silk hat which was carefully deposited under the piano before he took off his gloves and began to play. For one of his recitals, a young and highly talented soprano, Miss Emma Thursby, had been engaged. She was a protégée of old Maurice Strakosch, an impresario of the old school, shrewd, polished in his manners, who very cleverly advertised the high personal character of the young singer, and especially her great purity, vowing that acquaintance with her, hardened old sinner that he was, had made him a better man. At the Bülow recital, her singing of some German songs by Schubert and Schumann, I think, was received with such enthusiastic applause that she gave an encore, a rather trivial song by Franz Abt. When Bülow in his dressing room heard this desecration of a program composed of works of great masters only, his rage knew no bounds, and when he came out on the stage to continue his program, he deliberately took out his handkerchief and carefully wiped the keys of the piano up and down in a noisy glissando scale, and then began to improvise on the recitative from Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, "O friends, not these tones." Another time, he gave a chamber music concert with my father, and they played, among other things, the Kreutzer Sonata of Beethoven. Just before going on the stage, he turned to my father and said, "Let us play it by heart." "With pleasure," answered my father, and laid down his music. "No, no," said Bülow. "Take it on the stage with you." After they had taken their places on the stage, Bülow ostentatiously rose, took my father's music from the stand and his own from the piano, and laid them both under the piano. His memory, not only for music, but for all things that interested him, was prodigious and to me uncanny. But it was, after all, human and not infallible. And on this occasion he did lose his place in the last movement of the sonata, and my father had to improvise with him for a few bars until, with quick ingenuity, he found the thread again. I have spoken elsewhere of the terrible responsibilities which were placed upon my shoulders because of the sudden death of my father, and as the years went by I seemed to miss him more and more, not only his wonderful companionship, but the wise counsel with which he used to help me solve my musical riddles. I worked hard and made progress, I think, for my circle of friends and followers grew larger and larger. But I knew no one in this country to whom I could turn in the same way as to my father, or who would have given me of his wisdom so freely and generously as he. Seidel, my associate at the Metropolitan, was not friendly and was completely wrapped up in himself, and besides, he had, to my thinking, only one specialty, the Wagner music dramas. As a symphonic conductor, he was completely without experience when he first came to America, and his interpretation of the classics lacked foundation and real penetration, in spite of the noisy acclaim which a certain part of our public gave him, because of his undoubted genius as a Wagner conductor. A lucky chance brought me a clipping from a German newspaper announcing that Hans von Bülow would spend the summer of 1887 in Frankfurt, where he would teach a class of advanced pianists and devote the entire receipts toward building a monument to his old friend Joachim Raff, who had spent his last years in Frankfurt as director of the conservatory. I immediately determined to go to Germany and ask Bülow if, in his view of his old friendship with my father and my need of the help of some great musician, he would be willing to let me study with him the interpretation of the Beethoven symphonies in especial, and such other works as it would interest him to analyze for me. Bülow was at the time considered the foremost conductor of Germany. He had taken a little mediocre orchestra of 50 belonging to the Grand Duke of Meiningen, and through his supreme genius had galvanized it into a marvelous instrument. Under his guidance, this little orchestra had created a sensation all over Germany and Austria, and the special tour de force was their playing of certain symphonies entirely by heart without any music before them. When I arrived in Frankfurt, I found that Bülow was living in the Schwan Hotel, and with much trepidation I told him what I wanted of him. He seemed very much touched and claimed that it was the first time in his experience that a musician who, as he put it, was already prominent in opera, symphony, and oratorio, thought he could learn anything from him. In the warmest, I may say, most affectionate terms, he promised me every possible help and advised me to take rooms in the same hotel. This I did, and I can truthfully say that the entire summer during which I was with him in closest companionship, not only in his rooms and during the lesson hours for the pianists, many of which I also attended, but on long walks to the museums, the parks, the suburbs of Frankfurt, his almost paternal kindliness, his wisdom, and his comments on things artistic, literary, political, and personal were a revelation to me. So many stories were current about his biting comments and brusque behavior toward people who excited his enmity, that I was amazed to find him throughout so companionable and so gentle in all his relations toward me. He had a heart most tender and sensitive, but life had dealt this idealist so many hard knocks that he encased his heart in a shell with which to protect it from further onslaughts. He went through all Beethoven's 9 symphonies with me, bar by bar, phrase by phrase, and I still have the scores in which he made certain notations of phrasing or illustrated changes in dynamics of certain instruments in order to bring out the undoubted intentions of Beethoven more clearly. He virtually analyzed the symphonies for me in the same way as in his edition of the piano sonatas. And at the close of our 3 months together, he gave me a copy of his own score of the 9th Symphony, with all his own annotations, many of which were based on the analysis made by Wagner during his historic performance of that work at the cornerstone laying of the Bayreuth Festspielhaus. During these 3 months of intensive study, I received so much from him that was new to me. Such a wealth of ideas regarding interpretation and the technique of the conductor's art that it took me years to digest it properly and to learn how. Instead of merely copying slavishly, I could make it my own and accept or reject parts of it according to the methods of analysis taught me by him. During our stay in Frankfurt, a little Prince of Hesse, whose mother, the Landgravine, was a royal highness, being the niece of the old Emperor William, invited von Bülow to give a Brahms recital at his palace. Bülow immediately insisted that I too must be invited, which accordingly I was. When I accompanied him, he introduced me to the various exalted personages assembled, and the Landgravine asked me if I were not the son of the great Dr. Damrosch. I politely answered, "Yes, your Royal Highness." "Was he not a friend of Rubinstein?" she continued. "Yes." "He played the viola, did he not?" I said, "No, your Royal Highness, the violin." "No," she said, "the viola." This taught me that royalty must never be contradicted, even if they know facts about your own father of which you are not aware. The Prince of Hesse was blind and thought he had a gift for music. In fact, he composed string quartets, which I presume he more or less dictated to the court musician of his little princely household. Just before the supper, the prince came up to Bülow with a huge laurel wreath, which enraged Bülow very much. He always called them vegetables of fame, and he immediately shouted, "Is there no bust of Brahms here?" But as there was none, he laid the wreath on the piano. During the very good supper which was served to their Royal Highnesses and von Bülow in one room, and to the other guests in another, I found to my amazement that the blind prince was led to my chair holding a champagne glass in his hand with which to toast me specially, the American musician and conductor. And 2 days later, the prince and his gentleman-in-waiting formally called on me at my hotel. An hour later, the gentleman-in-waiting returned to inform me that the prince would like to have me accept the position of musician in his household with 1,200 thalers a year and free board at the palace. I had to explain to him ever so politely and gratefully that I was then conductor at the Metropolitan Opera House, the New York Symphony Society, and the New York Oratorio Society, and that with high appreciation of this offer, I could not possibly give up these positions and my American career to come to Germany. Bülow, when I told him of it, burst into loud guffaws of a delighted laughter. Bülow was in wretched health during that entire summer, suffering from headaches, sleeplessness, and general nervous collapse. But with an iron will, he went through the summer's program, accepting no financial recompense for himself, solely to help gather money through his classes toward the completion of Raff's monument. I remember one night returning to the hotel after the opera, that as I passed the door of his room to get to mine, which was on the same floor, I heard such loud and continued sobbing that I opened the door after receiving no response to my knocking. I found him in his nightclothes, kneeling before his bed, his head buried in the mattress and sobbing so bitterly that it was heartbreaking. I rushed over to him, thinking that perhaps he was very ill, and it was a long time before I could quiet him. He kept reiterating that life was over for him, that he wanted to die, and it was only by continually telling him how much we all adored him and what his friendship meant for us that I was able gradually to quiet him and put him to bed, where I sat holding his hands until early morning, when he finally went to sleep. Weak and ill though he was after the summer's arduous work, he had promised the University of Marburg to give them 2 of his famous Beethoven recitals, and as his friend Steil, the music publisher, and I were worried about his condition, we decided to accompany him in order to look after him. The arrangements for the concerts, which were to be held in the afternoon in the aula of the venerable university, were in the hands of the professor of Greek, a typical old absent-minded gentleman who seemed overcome with the honor of having a visit from the great von Bülow, and who also was nervously afraid of this brusque little man. I was worried over the whole affair. Bülow had been very weak all morning, and Steil and I wanted him to cancel the recital, but he would not hear of it, and bravely went on to the stage to begin his program. Unfortunately, owing to the summer heat, The windows of the aula were open wide, and during the music, the cries of the children playing below, the rumbling of carts over the rough pavement of medieval streets, came up in constant clangor. Bülow began, faltered, began again and stopped, ran from the stage and returned to begin again. But it was no use. The noise continued, and the recital had to be called off. And after a nervous crisis accompanied by great weeping, we got him back to the hotel and to bed, Bülow heaping curses on the little professor on whom he blamed everything. The glaring sunlight, the cries of the playing children, and the noise of the carts. The recital for the following day was, of course, cancelled, and we arranged everything for taking Bülow back to Frankfurt. In the morning, when I called at his rooms, I found him punctiliously attired in his frock coat, high silk hat, and brown glacé gloves, and in answer to my evidently astonished gaze, he said, "We must not leave without paying our farewell call of ceremony on the Greek professor." I trembled at the outcome, but a carriage with 2 horses and a liveried coachman was already waiting in the courtyard of the hotel to take us up the hill to the old medieval tower of the university in which the professor lived. We were ushered into a wonderful circular library, the books covering the entire inner wall of the tower, and while we were waiting for the professor, Bülow ran around the room like a dog on the scent, examining the titles of the various books on the shelves. Suddenly he pounced on one, pulled it out and began to turn the leaves quickly until he got to a certain page at which he held the book open just as the old professor entered, trembling from head to foot. I was rather apprehensive of the meeting between the 2 men, but to my astonishment, Bülow advanced, book in hand, and with a low bow handed it silently to the gentle amateur impresario, pointing to a certain place on the open page. The professor read it, blushed, and looked with a kind of dumb apology at von Bülow, who then took up his hat and, with another low bow, left the room, followed by me, still completely mystified by this silent ceremonial, the meaning of which I could not understand. During the drive back to the hotel, Bülow chirped up considerably. Now and then he chuckled, and finally, as if the joke were too good to keep, he turned toward me and said, "Do you know what quotation I gave to the Greek professor? It was from one of the Greek philosophers to the effect that it is not wise for a man of learning to mix himself up in the practical affairs of life." Perhaps some learned reader of this may be able to tell me who that Greek author was. Bülow never told me. On our long walks, Bülow would often reminisce about the past, and would tell me enough stories to fill a book. 2 of them I shall tell here. Bülow was spending a winter in Florence and was invited to conduct a performance of Beethoven's 9th Symphony with the local orchestra. In those days, Italy had literally no symphonic orchestras, and the players, recruited from the opera houses, had but little routine for concert music of symphonic importance. The men were willing and eager, but even such a routined conductor as Bülow found it difficult to make them understand certain rhythmic subtleties in the most intricate of all Beethoven's works. In the scherzo, there comes a place where the kettle drum has to enter rudely with the repetition of the first bar of the main theme. Bum, ba-bum, bum, ba-bum, bum, ba-bum, bum, ba-bum. This rhythm, the kettle drum player simply could not grasp, no matter how patiently Bülow endeavored to instill it. He tried it slow, he tried it fast. Bülow got more and more excited and irritable, and finally, as a last resort, he fairly shouted to him on the rhythm of this theme the Italian word for kettle drum. At the top of his voice rose the word timpani, timpani. A delighted smile broke over the face of the kettle drum player. "Ah, capisco, capisco," he shouted, and immediately proceeded to put his newly won knowledge to the practical proof. Bülow told me that at one time he had adopted the habit of jotting down any strange or incongruous names that he found on the signs of shops in the various cities of the various countries that he visited. In a small little German town, he found over the greengrocer the name of Seidenschwanz. This appealed to him, and he tucked it away in his memory, determined to find a given name to add that would, by its very contrast, fit it. For months he cudgelled his brains, but in vain, until one night in Venice he jumped up from his bed shouting, "I have it! Caligula Seidenschwanz!" The name of the most cruel of the Roman emperors, coupled with that of a little greengrocer. The next morning he proceeded to an engraver and had visiting cards printed bearing the mysterious name of Caligula Seidenschwanz. Shortly after, whenever Dr. Hans von Bülow paid a call to anyone, instead of presenting his own card, he left that of Herr Seidenschwanz, therefore completely mystifying his friends. I told this story years after, while dining at the house of my dear friends May Callender and Caro de Forest. Lilli Lehmann was one of the guests, and when I finished, she jumped up and said, "Walter, that is a very remarkable story, but it is absolutely true, as I happen to know." I was coloratura, soprano in the Berlin Royal Opera at the time when Bülow paid us a visit one night, when we performed Meyerbeer's Profeta. He was so disgusted with the performance that he wrote one of his indignant and cynical letters to a Berlin paper, in which he compared the Royal Opera to a circus, and then added insult to injury by apologizing to Herr Renz, owner of the greatest circus in Germany, saying that he meant no insult to him, as he had always been a great admirer of the circus Renz. This letter aroused the old intendant, Baron Walhulsen, to such fury that he forbade Bülow further entrance into the opera house, and at the same time induced the old emperor to withdraw the title of pianist to His Majesty, the King of Prussia, from von Bülow. Lilli Lehmann then continued to narrate that the morning after the performance she received a large basket of flowers in which a card had been tucked, on which was written, "To the only bright spot in yesterday's performance. In admiration, Caligula Seidenschwanz." Until that evening, when I explained the origin of the name, Lilli Lehmann had not known that the flowers had been sent to her by von Bülow. At the close of the summer session, Bülow invited me to go with him to the Cologne Musical Festival. He told me he had written to Brahms about me and wanted me to meet him, and I would also hear a fine performance of the Brahms Requiem. Needless to say, I jumped at such an opportunity. My father, who with that wonderful liberal attitude of his, did not share the narrow attitude of other Wagnerians who hated Brahms, had been among the first to introduce his music in America, and had given the first performance of the Brahms Symphony No. 1 in C minor in America. Bülow had become a similar protagonist for Brahms in Germany. I considered him the last great composer of modern times, doubly interesting because of the great genius of Wagner, whom he admired greatly, left him untouched as far as his own creative work was concerned, and he is perhaps the only great modern composer whose works can show no influence of the Wagnerian school. To conduct his symphonies is to me one of the greatest joys of the winter, and I continue to marvel how little the years have aged them, and how noble in conception and rich in subtleties of feeling they continue to express in an unbroken line the highest ideals of the Beethoven symphonies. In the hurly-burly of a festival, I had but little opportunity to see much of Brahms, who was there only a few days, and I was too young and unimportant to claim any attention from him. But I was grateful to Bülow for the opportunity of meeting him, and can still see his wonderful and kindly eye turned on me as Bülow told him some nice things about me. During our stay in Cologne, I had an experience so curious, so extraordinary, that I must especially assure my readers that it is true in every particular. One morning, Bülow announced to me that he was going to cross the river in the afternoon to visit the widow of an old friend of his, Madame B., who lived in a villa in Deutz. He asked me to accompany him, and we accordingly called on a rather attractive young widow, attired in the deepest mourning, who welcomed us very graciously. Her husband, a Belgian pianist of distinction, had been professor of piano at the Imperial Conservatory in St. Petersburg and had there married a young Russian pupil of his. After chatting a while, she proposed that we go into the garden for a cup of tea, and we followed her accordingly to a small stone building in the middle of the garden that looked like a chapel, but which to my horror I discovered as we entered to be a mausoleum. In the center stood a sarcophagus on top of which reposed a coffin with a glass top in which lay the body of B. A footman in livery followed us with a samovar and teacups. It seems that the lady had thus endeavored to demonstrate her love for her departed husband. I confess that I became almost ill and hurriedly left the mausoleum to smell the roses in the garden, but Bülow punctiliously and courageously stuck it out and had his cup of tea under these unique conditions. Many years after, I heard through Mrs. Franz Rummel, whose husband had been a favorite pupil of B., that his widow was again happily married, and that B. had been properly buried underground. In 1889, I induced Mr. Leo Goldmark, brother of the Viennese composer, who was interested in music and the musical affairs of New York, to bring Bülow to America for another visit, and more especially to give his Beethoven sonata cycle. Bülow brought his second wife with him, and the visit was a great success in every way. She had been a young actress of talent at the Meiningen Court Theatre, and he had married her while he was conductor of the orchestra there. The Beethoven recitals were given at the Broadway Theatre, which was crowded to the doors, and press and public greeted the old master with such friendly enthusiasm that he was very much touched and became very enthusiastic about America. He also conducted my orchestra in a memorable concert at the Metropolitan Opera House, in which he demonstrated his marvelous powers as a conductor. Among the works on the program was the Tragic Overture by Brahms. Just before beginning the rehearsal of this, he called out to the orchestra librarian, Russell, by name. "Where is the contrabassoon? Why is there no contrabassoon engaged?" In vain were Russell's protests that he had not been told to engage a contrabassoon, but suddenly Bülow's anger subsided, and he began the rehearsal. During it, as was his custom, he conducted without any orchestra score before him. His memory of what the individual instruments had to play was indeed remarkable, although I always felt that he enjoyed showing it off a little at rehearsals. After the rehearsal was over, he called Russell to his side, and slipping him a $5 bill, whispered, "Do not say anything. It was my mistake. There is no contrabassoon in the Brahms overture." End of section 8.
Section 9 of My Musical Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. My Musical Life by Walter Damrosch. 9. Andrew Carnegie and the Blaine Family. In the spring of 1887, I sailed for Europe to spend the summer and study with Hans van Bülow, and on the steamer I met Andrew Carnegie and his young wife Louise. They were on their wedding trip and on their way to Scotland, where Mr. Carnegie had rented Kilgraston, a lovely old place near Perth. He had known my father and had invited him a few years before to a dinner given in honor of Matthew Arnold, who had been in America on a lecture tour. Mr. Carnegie spoke of my father with great affection and respect, and expressed his delight that I had taken up my father's work. He invited me to come for a visit to Scotland after my studies with van Bülow were over. In the late summer, I accordingly sailed in a small steamer from Hamburg to Leith, and was received with great friendliness by Mr. and Mrs. Carnegie at Kilgraston. Among their guests were James G. Blaine, his wife, and 2 of their daughters. My acquaintance with this remarkable family soon ripened very fortunately for me into close friendship, and resulted finally in my marriage to Margaret, one of the daughters, but I am progressing too fast. Mr. Blaine had been defeated for the presidency in 1884. Since that time, he had been occupied in completing his book, 20 Years of Congress, and in the spring of 1887 he and his family were taking a year's holiday abroad. Because of my youth and the exigencies of my profession, most of my life had been spent among musicians and those interested in music. This was the first time I came into personal relations with a great statesman, at that time the foremost in our country, and I found to my amazement that, although an atmosphere of great dignity surrounded him, he was absolutely simple and gentle in his contact with other people. His wife, a woman of singular strength of character, with a highly original mind and an absolute devotion to her husband and his ambitions, was in many ways as remarkable as he. Her knowledge of and interest in literature, poetry, history, memoirs was very comprehensive, and the discussions thereon, which were constant at Mr. Carnegie's table, interested me immensely and opened new worlds to me. The two daughters, Margaret and Harriet, high-spirited and sharing the interests of their parents, gave them a devotion and love so partisan and intense in its character that it seemed at first to attract me toward them almost more than anything else. As a boy, I had suffered agonies at seeing my father misunderstood and often attacked by men not worthy to tie his shoestrings, and here I found similar conditions but on a much greater scale, as Mr. Blaine's career had been national and his triumphs and defeats had enlisted the sympathies or execrations of millions of American citizens. Music had entered but little into the lives of the Blaine family, although since then my wife has become enthusiastically devoted to it, and I was really delighted that for the first time in my life I was compelled to establish relations from a purely human standpoint and without the assistance of any of the romantic glamour of my profession. At this time, however, I got but a glimpse of the Blaines as I stayed only a week after my arrival, but there were delightful rumors of a 4 weeks coaching trip from London to Scotland which Mr. Carnegie was planning for the following summer and for which we were all to be invited. Mr. Carnegie was at that time a generous supporter of Gladstone and the Liberal Party, and several of its leaders came to Kilgraston to visit him, among them John Morley, who impressed me immensely and for whom, at his own and the Carnegie's request, I played excerpts every evening from Wagner's Nibelungen trilogy, explaining the music and the text as Mr. Morley had never heard the music before. I was very proud of being able to interest so fine a mind as his in Wagner's music, and liked to think that my Wagner lecture recitals, which in later years I gave all over America, had their origin in these informal talks in Scotland for Morley and the Carnegies. Incidentally, Mr. Carnegie became more and more interested in the New York Symphony and Oratorio societies, and consented to become their president and chief financial supporter. The more intricate symphonic works did not appeal to him, but he had a natural and naive love for music. Because of his study and intimate knowledge of Scotch literature, poetry especially, together with an intense affection for the country of his birth, he particularly loved the folk songs of Scotland, and in a high, quavering, and somewhat uncertain voice could sing literally dozens of them from memory. To me, these folk songs were a revelation, and I still think that they have a variety and charm beyond those of any other race. I even adore the Scotch bagpipes, and am almost in sympathy with a Scotsman who says that his idea of heaven is 20 bagpipers a-playin' together in a small room and each one playing a different tune. On our long walks and fishing excursions together, Mr. Carnegie talked continuously and freely regarding his many plans to better the world through liberal benefactions. He had already begun the founding of free libraries all over Great Britain and America, and would often tell me of his own great poverty as a child and the difficulty of obtaining the books and education which he craved. His imagination would kindle at the opportunities which his libraries would give the youth of today, and a constant optimism as to the future of the world seemed to direct all his plans. The poor salaries paid to our teaching profession would especially arouse his ire, as he considered that the entire future of America lay in the hands of its teachers, and that, therefore, the greatest minds of the country should be enlisted in the work and suitably rewarded. As the reader knows, this conviction finally culminated in his remarkable and comprehensive scheme of pensions to college professors who would serve their calling a certain number of years. As he would unfold to me his various dreams and plans, he became really eloquent. His little hands would clench, and for a moment even his fishing pole and a possible trout at the other end would be forgotten, especially when he talked of his greatest aversion, war, and of its hideous uselessness in settling any disputes. As a boy, he had hardly any school education, but he had inherited the Scotch passion for books. He had read omnivorously, and, what is better still, remembered what he read. Burns and Shakespeare he knew by heart and could quote very aptly to clinch a point in his arguments. His sympathy for suffering, especially that caused by poverty, was very great, and expended itself in practical help in every direction. The hard struggles of his early youth had made him very understanding, and many widows left destitute received immediate help from him, and the children were put through school and placed in business through his assistance. His attitude toward religion was very curious. In those days he professed to be an agnostic, but he had old Scotch prejudices in favor of a Scotch Sunday. He He despised theology and yet was really religious, but he did not care to define his God or to explore the mysteries or possibilities of a future life. His prejudices were as unyielding as the pig iron which he manufactured at his homestead works, and no argument would move him if his mind was made up. While Mr. Carnegie had a real admiration for music in its simpler forms, this never crystallized into as great a conviction regarding its importance in life as that which he had regarding the importance of science or literature, and though always generous in its support, his benefactions never became as great as in other directions. He could understand that a library, a school, or a hospital could not and should not be self-supporting, but I could not convince him that music should fall into the same category. He always insisted that the greatest patronage of music should come from a paying public rather than from private endowment. He built Carnegie Hall in order to give New York a proper home for its musical activities, but he did not look upon this as philanthropy and expected to have the hall support itself and give a fair return upon the capital invested. In the spring of 1888, I again sailed for Europe with the Carnegies, and on arriving at the Metropolitan Hotel in London, we found the rest of the coaching party already assembled. The Blaine family, Mr. Henry Phipps, a partner of Mr. Carnegie's, and Mrs. Phipps, Gail Hamilton, Miss Dodge, a cousin of Mrs. Blaine's well known as a writer, also a young Universalist clergyman, Dr. Charles Eaton, who was the pastor of Mrs. Carnegie's church. We left the Hotel Metropole June 8 in the morning on top of Mr. Carnegie's four-in-hand. There was a great crowd of people to see us off and wish us bon voyage, among them John Morley and Lord Rosebery. All the men of our party looked very sporty in high grey top hats which we had hurriedly acquired at a hatter's in the neighbourhood that morning. I had been appointed treasurer of the tour by Mr. Carnegie, with no salary but all the usual perquisites, as he put it. The coachman, a stout, good-natured Scotsman of real ability, drove his four-in-hand with such skill and care that when we arrived in Inverness-shire 4 weeks later, his horses were in even better condition than when we started. It was certainly an ideal way to travel, and the pace was leisurely enough for us to see and enjoy the exquisite countryside of England and Scotland. Every night we stopped at a different inn, but always carried our lunch in hampers, and at noontime halted at some picturesque nook by the bank of a river or on some grassy meadow in the shade of the trees and enjoyed our meal in lazy fashion. The discussions between Mr. Blaine and Mr. Carnegie at these picnic luncheons were certainly fascinating to listen to, and especially illuminating to an American musician whose horizon had perhaps been bounded too exclusively by his own ambitions and the problems of his own art. Mr. Blaine knew England, its history, and its great families far more intimately than any Englishman I have ever met. It is well known that he never forgot anything, and whenever we stopped either for luncheon or at an inn for the night, he would immediately proceed to add to his immense store of knowledge by questioning the local farmers, field workers, or innkeepers regarding the economic or political conditions of that part of the country. An amusing opera bouffe element of the entire coaching trip was added by the constant but furtive appearance and disappearance of 4 American newspaper reporters who had been sent by their respective papers to shadow Mr. Blaine because the Republican convention for the presidential nomination was about to be held in Chicago, and it was eagerly hoped that Mr. Blaine would accept the nomination again. He, and through him we, of course, knew that nothing was further from his mind, but in the dusk of evening, when we would arrive at our inn for the night, these 4 reporters, having traveled by train, would already be there and try directly or indirectly to obtain inside information regarding Mr. Blaine's intentions. The reporters included Stephen Bonsall for the New York World and Arthur Brisbane for the New York Sun. The latter, wishing to combine pleasure with business, would sometimes scorn the train and hire a high dog cart. Our itinerary took in all the cathedral towns of the east coast of England. We were bound by no timetables, and therefore had every opportunity to see and study the mighty Gothic churches of Cambridge, Ely, Peterborough, York, and Durham. I had agreed to conduct a concert in London on the 19th of June, and so very reluctantly said a temporary goodbye to our party at York. This concert was given by Ovid Mouzon, an eminent young Belgian violinist, who wished to perform a concerto of my father's, which he had played in New York about 8 years before under my father's own direction. I had an excellent London orchestra of 75 players, and also gave Beethoven's 7th Symphony and the Liszt Hungarian Rhapsody No. 1. It was my first experience as a conductor in England, and as the concert passed off very well, I was much elated, especially when, just before catching my train for Durham to rejoin the coaching party, I read some complimentary criticisms of the concert in the London Times and Telegraph. It was raining when I left the railroad station in Durham to walk to the road along which Mr. Carnegie's coach was to appear. I well remember my thrill of joy when I heard a merry fanfare playing on the coaching horn by one of the footmen, whom, by the way, I always envied for his virtuosity on this instrument, and shortly after, at a turn of the road, I saw the coach appear with everybody on top attired in gray raincoats and waving a friendly welcome. My wife has always insisted to my children that on this entire trip I wore a double-breasted frock coat which had done previous duty as my matinee concerts in America, but I think this is a gross slander and not based on fact. We crossed the border into Scotland and of course stopped at Walter Scott's home and also visited the ruins of Linlithgow Castle, in which Mary Queen of Scots was born. And here the 4 reporters, who had been as constant as leeches and as inevitable as death and the tax-gatherer, solemnly entered the ruins and gave Mr. Blaine a telegram which they had just received announcing Benjamin Harrison's nomination at the convention. As Mr. Blaine had expected this for weeks, the news did not excite him greatly. He bade a friendly goodbye to the 4 young sleuth-hounds, several of whom have since achieved fame in their profession, and we continued our journey farther north until we arrived at Mr. Carnegie's home, Cluny Castle, on the evening of July 3. It was bitter cold, and the wind was whistling shrilly over the Dalwhinnie moors as we first caught sight of Cluny, but an American flag was floating proudly over its turrets, and inside warm fires and a delicious dinner were awaiting us. Then began a summer of delights for me. Mr. Carnegie had a piper who, according to old Scotch custom, would walk around the outer walls of the house every morning to awaken us. My room was in the bachelor quarters and had a little fireplace in which a peat fire smoldered comfortably. The smell of peat and the sound of the piper as he drew nearer and nearer to my window, and then again receded in the distance, are always inseparably associated in my memory. In the mornings I usually worked at my studies in counterpoint and composition, but from luncheon on it was nothing but delightful entertainment or listening with keenest interest to discussions of all kinds, political, economic, poetical. Miss Dodge was a most stimulating person. She had a mind that would accept nothing without analysis or proof, and the verbal duels between her and Mr. Carnegie were fascinating, for, although she was not Scotch, she, as much as Mr. Carnegie, typified the story of the 2 Scotsmen who meet each other, and one says, "Where are you going, Donald?" "Oh, just doon to the village to contradict a wee." Occasionally I would accompany Mr. Carnegie to some lonely loch among the hills to fish for trout, but I have never developed into a very ardent disciple of Isaac Walton. I used to get more pleasure from lying on my back watching the marvelous Scotch sky with its low-hanging clouds, framing the hills in their loving embrace, with perhaps now and then just a speck of blue shining through, than from the catching of the finny monsters. These, however, rarely measured over 6 inches in length, although I certainly enjoyed them the following morning, when we had them for breakfast, rolled in oatmeal flour, and deliciously fried. In the evenings I had to contribute my little quota toward the house party by playing Beethoven and Wagner on an excellent Broadwood piano. During all this time I was amazed at the extreme simplicity and gentleness which characterized Mr. Blaine's demeanor toward all whom he came in contact. Here was a man who at that time was the most loved and the most execrated American, and yet he had in him absolutely nothing of the prima donna manner of many of those in my profession who have achieved fame. His dignity, however, was innate and unconscious, and during the many years that I knew him and knew him intimately, I have never seen anyone who dared to presume on his simplicity and general cordiality of manner by undue familiarity. His power of abstraction from his surroundings was remarkable. He enjoyed working in the room in which his family were talking, laughing, and disputing on all manners of subjects, while he would sit in a corner concentrated on some problem of his own and work it out, absolutely oblivious to what was going on about him. The Blaine family left Cluny all too soon, and not only I, but the entire household felt their absence keenly. Other guests followed, among them John Morley, with whom I went on long and to me very interesting walks. He seemed a very lonely and perhaps a disappointed man. He was married but childless, and told me once that the great regret of his life was that he had no son, as he would like to have brought him up and educated him according to a theory all his own as to what an Englishman's training really should be. How many men have had such dreams, and how few, if any, can really control the future of their children? In March 1889, Benjamin Harrison was inaugurated president, and Mr. Blaine became his Secretary of State. I was, as usual, terribly busy that winter with the opera, concerts, and Wagner lecture recitals, and there were times when Washington seemed very far away. But Margaret Blaine had good friends in New York, whom she visited occasionally, also a sister, the wife of Colonel Coppinger, of the United States Army, who was stationed at Governor's Island in New York Harbor. Whenever she stayed with Mrs. Coppinger, I was a very frequent passenger on the little ferry boat, which seemed to me maintained by our beneficent War Department for the sole purpose of enabling young men like myself to reach this picturesque, though antiquated military fortress. Mr. Carnegie was absolutely unconscious of my aspirations regarding Margaret Blaine, and the following summer he suggested a visit to Bar Harbor, where Mr. Blaine had built a summer house. I accepted with an alacrity which he mistook as springing only from the same source as his own desire to see again the friends who had contributed so much toward the delights of the coaching trip in Cluny Castle. When I afterward told him of my hopes and that they had received some encouragement during our Bar Harbor visits, he was very much put out and vowed that if he had ever suspected anything of the kind, he would never have taken me with him. He told me that he hoped I would not think of marriage for many years, but would remain as a kind of semi-attached musical member of his household, which at that time consisted only of himself and his wife. Of course I listened to his many arguments absolutely unconvinced, and obstinate though he always was, he found his equal in me. I must confess, however, that when he saw how much in earnest I was, he not only completely receded from his position, but accepted my engagement and marriage with absolute good humor and approval. My engagement to Margaret Blaine was announced in October of the following year at the wedding of her brother Emmons to Anita McCormick of Chicago. Mr. Blaine had bought the old Seward mansion on Lafayette Square, very near the White House, and Mrs. Blaine, who had a remarkable flair for harmonious house furnishings and decorations, proceeded to make it into a dignified and charming house, the special feature of which was a large drawing room on the first floor created by changing 2 rooms into 1. I have told elsewhere how in those days I was compelled, because of my youth, to confine myself at the Metropolitan to the conducting of such operas as Le Prophète, La Juive, and Trovatore. Seidel, my older colleague, completely monopolized the Wagner operas, which I was of course particularly anxious to conduct. Against Trovatore I had at that time a particularly strong and unreasonable aversion, although it was partly justified in that we did not have a cast in our German opera company that could do justice to its Italian atmosphere or its vocal demands. Whenever good luck would have it that the Saturday matinee was a Wagner opera, I would ask for and obtain from Director Stanton the permission to leave for Washington on Friday night, as this would enable me to spend Saturday and Sunday with my fiancée. On one of these Fridays, just after I had received my permission, my brother Frank came to me and urged me to take the first train to Washington that I could catch, as he had just heard that the tenor who was to sing in Siegfried on Saturday afternoon was ill, and that in all probability the opera would be changed to Trovatore. I quickly took the hint, and when the message came that I was to conduct Trovatore, I was nowhere to be found, and Anton Seidel was compelled to conduct it. He was furious, as he had no greater love for it than I. My brother told me afterward that he conducted the entire opera with a black scowl on his face, which was bent low over the score, and from which he never lifted his eyes once to give a sign to singer or orchestra. During the following winter, tragedies began to overwhelm the Blaine family. Walker, the eldest son, a young man of great talent who had inherited much of his father's personal charm, and who had become a great help to Mr. Blaine in the State Department, died, to be followed shortly after by the oldest daughter, Mrs. Coppinger. These 2 tragedies, following so closely upon each other, were the first break in that perfect family circle, and thus affected Mr. Blaine's spirit and health to such an extent that I do not think his vitality ever recovered from it. I was married to Margaret Blaine on May 17, 1890. I should like to write much more than a chapter about the 32 wonderful years of our married life, but as my wife has sternly forbidden me to even mention her name in these memoirs, this chapter must close with the best left unsaid, though the most deeply felt. End of section 9.
Section 10 of My Musical Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My Musical Life by Walter Damrosch. Chapter 10, The Damrosch Opera Company, 1895 to 1899. Part 1. With the return of Abbey, Schurfel, and Grau in 1891, Wagner virtually disappeared from the stage of the Metropolitan Opera House, as their entire energies were turned toward producing operas of the French-Italian school. It was a natural reaction from the 7 years of opera in German, and the pendulum swung far to the other side. A company of truly great singers had been assembled by the new managers. The audiences reveled in their bel canto, and as Abbe, Schurfel, and Grau assumed the entire financial responsibility of the enterprise, the directors of the opera house were also well satisfied. They had become tired of the growing deficits of the German opera. The head and controlling spirit of the firm was Henry Abbe, a magnificent and honorable gambler in stars, whom he paid so liberally that, while he sometimes gained large profits, he many times lost more heavily. The chances of profit were too small, and generally it was too much like the roulette tables at Monte Carlo, with the odds in favor of the stars. John Schurfel was not much more than the hyphen between Abbe and Grau. I never could see that he did anything except, perhaps, arrange for the advertisements of the opera company when it visited Boston, where he lived as lessee of the Tremont Theater. The actual direction of the opera season, the arranging of the repertoire, the engagement of the artists, and the handling of them was in the hands of Maurice Grau, who had developed into a first-class opera manager. He claimed but little knowledge of things artistic, but he was astute and had a real flair, up to a certain point, for giving the public what it wanted. He was honorable in his dealings with the artists, and in a grudging way, which operatic artists often have, they liked him, although they tortured him incessantly. He used to sit in his office like a spider, from morning until night, working out repertoires, quarreling with the singers or placating them, and altogether having no interests in life beyond that, except, perhaps, the national game of poker, in which he and a small group of cronies used to indulge, and a great affection for his little daughter. With the exception of Lohengrin, which had sporadic performances in the Italian language, poor Wagner was virtually boycotted, and with my great adoration for him, I chafed under this condition more and more. The winter of 1893-94, I had been asked to arrange something original in the way of an entertainment for a charity in which I was interested, and as Materna, Anton Schott, and Emil Fischer were at that time in America, I conceived the idea of giving a stage performance of the Götterdämmerung at Carnegie Hall. Materna was old and fat, but her voice was still glorious. Anton Schott still made a personable Siegfried, and Emil Fischer was at the height of his vocal and histrionic powers. The scenery, though simple, was well improvised, and part of it specially painted, and the weapons and other properties were borrowed from the Metropolitan Opera House. The success was so remarkable that we repeated the work several times and added Walkürer. This seemed to me conclusive proof that the American public were more than ready for the return of Wagner, and I called on Abbe and Grau to suggest that they include a certain number of Wagner performances in German in their repertoire. They threw up their hands in horror at the idea, saying that Wagner spelled ruin, but as they were very kindly disposed toward me, I had conducted many orchestral concerts for some of their instrumental stars. They suggested that if I wanted to be foolish enough to give Wagner performances myself, they would gladly rent the Metropolitan Opera House to me in the spring and on easy terms. Almost irresistibly, I was drawn into the resolve to take their suggestion seriously, although it was made laughingly and skeptically as to its outcome. I consulted a number of devoted friends who shared my optimism and finally decided to make the plunge. And, in order to finance my mad scheme properly, I sold my house on West 55th Street. At the home of Miss Mary Callender and Miss Caro de Forest, both of them true friends and music lovers, a Wagner Society was formed, the purpose of which was to help the sale of subscription seats for my venture and to spread the propaganda for the project in every way. At the first meeting of this society, so many seats were subscribed for that the success seemed assured, and besides this, the directors of the Metropolitan Opera House, although they were entitled to the free use of their boxes, suggested to me very generously that as Abbe and Grau would charge a nominal rental of $500 a night for my performances, they would pay me that amount for the use of their boxes, so that I should have the house virtually rent-free. Abbe and Grau, who looked on me as a kind of foolish boy who was plunging madly toward destruction, told me with equal generosity that I could have whatever of their enormous stock of costumes and properties might prove of use for the Wagner operas. About this time I received a letter from Mr. William Steinway, then the head of the House of Steinway and Sons, and a great lover of music, asking me to come down to see him, as he was very much interested in my project for the return of Wagner to the Metropolitan. I did so and found him at his desk, crippled with gout, but very cheerful and happy over my venture, for which he prophesied great success. He suggested, however, that while he realized that the idea and the venture were entirely mine, and that I was entitled to every credit and advantage from it, it would be a very generous act on my part if I invited Anton Seidl to share the conducting of the Wagner operas and music dramas. He pointed out that Seidl was looked on by the American public as a great Wagner conductor, and his cooperation would show that I intended to found my project on the broadest and most generous lines. He said that if I would agree to his suggestion, he would arrange a meeting for Seidl and myself at his office for the following day, and I could be sure of his heartiest personal and financial support. I thought well of his idea, and while Seidl and I had never been on cordial personal terms during the old German opera days, nor afterward when we went our separate ways as concert conductors, I felt that the project might be much strengthened by a combination, and accordingly met Seidl, together with William Steinway, in the latter's office the following day. I outlined my project to Seidl, told him of the support I had already gained, of my arrangement with Abbey and Grau, and that I was financing the scheme myself, but that, with full admiration for his work in America during the years of German opera after my father's death, I should be glad to divide the Wagner operas with him. I showed him a list of the 8 I intended to produce. They were, as I remember, as follows: Rheingold, Walküre, Siegfried, Götterdämmerung, Tristan and Isolde, Meistersinger, Lohengrin, Tannhäuser. I suggested to him that he should pick out the 4 which he preferred, and that I would conduct the other 4. Steinway pronounced this offer extremely fair and generous, and urged Seidl to accept it, but Seidl said he would have to think it over, and would notify Steinway of his decision. The next day he called on Steinway at 9 o'clock in the morning, and told him that he had come to the conclusion that he would not divide the conducting of the Wagner operas with anyone, and, therefore, preferred not to have anything to do with the venture. Steinway was furious, and when he told me of this, he said, "I am now with you heart and soul, and here is my check for $2,500, for which I will take subscription seats for your season in different parts of the house." I arranged for a season of 8 weeks at the Metropolitan, and a tour of 5 weeks which should take us as far west as Kansas City, as this far western outpost had immediately put in a generous bid for 3 performances. I went abroad that spring to engage my artists, and succeeded in gathering a notable company of Wagnerian singers: Rosa Sucher of the Berlin Royal Opera for the Brunhildes and Isolde, a young singer of 23, Johanna Gadsky, who sang for me in Berlin, for Elsa and Elizabeth, Emil Fischer of the Dresden Royal Opera for Wotan and Hans Sachs, and Max Alvari, the handsomest and most dramatic of Siegfrieds, and a truly knightly Tristan. He had studied the latter role at Bayreuth, and had sung it there at the first performances. At Bayreuth I also found a highly gifted English singer, Marie Bremma, who was then almost unknown, but who was the possessor of a rich and expressive mezzo-soprano. Her talent for acting was remarkable, and her vocal range so great that I thought I could use her not only for Etude and Brangäne, but, if necessary, for the Brunhildes as well. A great deal of the scenery for Tristan and the Nibelung trilogy, as well as for Tannhäuser, I had especially painted in Vienna by the firm of Kautsky and Briosky. They were at that time at the head of their profession, and such beautiful foliage as, for instance, in the forest scene of Siegfried, had never before been seen on an American stage. Our New York painters gathered around it in amazement when it had been unpacked and properly mounted and hung. Such an expert on naval matters as William J. Henderson, the eminent music editor of the New York Sun, deservedly criticized the architecture and rigging of the ship that bore Tristan and Isolde across the Irish seas to Cornwall. Vienna, the home of my scene painters, is not a seaport, and the gorgeous tent of Isolde's and the sails and mast, while very picturesque, completely hid the course of the ship from Tristan at the helm, and if he had not been an operatic sailor, who knew exactly where the ship was going to land at the end of the act, he undoubtedly would have sent it crashing against the white chalk cliffs of England, instead of guiding it safely into the harbor of Cornwall. In the meanwhile, the subscriptions for seats at our New York office had gone up by such leaps and bounds that the financial success of my crazy venture was assured before the box office opened for the single sale of tickets. I had chosen Tristan for the opening performance. It was in 1895. The general rehearsal had gone well, and an immense audience filled every available space of the opera house and greeted me warmly as I appeared on the conductor's stand. I was just about to begin the prelude when a whisper reached me that the English horn player was not in his place. It was old Joseph Eller, who had played in the Philharmonic under my father many years before. He had, incredible to relate, forgotten his instrument, and, discovering this only on his arrival at the Metropolitan, had rushed home but had not yet returned. Imagine my agitation. Everything was ready, the lights turned down, and the audience expectant, and I finally did not dare to wait any longer. I assigned the English horn part to the third French horn player, and we began the long-drawn sighs of the violoncellos of the introductory bars of the prelude. To my great relief, I saw Eller slip into his place a few minutes later, and the performance moved well and dramatically toward a triumphant close, in which Alvari, especially, distinguished himself by his marvelous acting and impassioned singing in the scene preceding the arrival of the ship bearing Isolde. Sucher invested Isolde with a gentle, womanly dignity, but vocally she was no longer quite in her prime and did not, I think, equal Lilli Lehmann or Klafsky and Ternina, whom I brought to America the following year. To re-enter the Metropolitan on such a Wagnerian wave, after German opera had been so ignominiously snuffed out 5 years before, was a great triumph and satisfaction for me, more especially because my father had laid the foundation 11 years before. I produced the other Wagnerian operas in quick succession, and as the houses were sold out for every performance, the profit was considerable. Madame Marie Bremmer proved herself such a valuable member of the company, both as Ortrude and Brengene, that I felt it would be wise to give her the opportunity to sing Brunhilde in Walküre as well. I therefore quietly began to train her in that role. Unfortunately, during a rehearsal which I had with her alone on the stage, Madame Sucher happened to saunter in, and hearing the familiar music coming from my piano, she suddenly beheld another woman singing Brunhilde. She gave me one indignant but comprehensive glance, and then majestically sailed off the stage. A few hours later I received a letter in which she announced to me that she wished to return to Germany on the next steamer, as she had not been accustomed until then to have her roles sung by another as long as she was in the company. This was the first letter of the kind that I had received during my short career as opera impresario, but it was but the prototype of many similar ones that followed each other like snowflakes in a storm during my various opera seasons. I, of course, immediately sent Madame Sucher a large bouquet of roses and wrote to her that, quite apart from contractual obligations, I could not understand how she would want to leave America after she had sung herself so gloriously into the hearts of my countrymen. I do not know whether my letter or the roses had any effect, or whether wiser counsels prevailed, but she stayed with me and continued her work with great good nature, and even endured the hated sight of having Marie Bremmer sing Brunhilde at several of the subsequent performances. In Kansas City, we ended our stay with a matinee performance of Siegfried, Madame Sucher as Brunhilde, and Max Alvari, the handsome, as Siegfried. My readers will remember the great scene in which Brunhilde is awakened from her slumber of years by the kiss of Siegfried, who bends over her in that delightful but difficult position for a long time until a certain bar in the music denotes that the kiss is ended. The house was crowded, and the greater part of the audience were women. Suddenly, while I was conducting the exquisite music accompanying the extended kiss, someone in the gallery inclined to facetiousness imitated very distinctly the smacking sound of kissing, and to my horror, little ripples of feminine laughter rose and fell, awoke and died, to be renewed again. Alvary was wonderful. He raised his handsome head, gazed with calm eyes at the audience until a death-like silence reigned, and then, with equal calm, returned to his previous occupation. It was certainly a triumph of man over woman, or rather women, and at the end of the act they greeted this young god with special and adoring enthusiasm. The entire profits of my first venture as owner and director of an opera company for 13 weeks amounted to about $53,000. Alas, I did not retain this quickly gained fortune a long time. I had again planted the flag of Wagner firmly in American ground, and naturally did not wish to see it pulled down again. I therefore called on Abbey and Grau and, as I had no desire for managerial honors, the artistic side of it only interesting me, begged them to add a German department to their really splendid galaxy of French and Italian artists, and to let me take care of it for them. But at that time they did not seem ready to alter their traditional operatic scheme, and my suggestion did not meet with a favorable response. I then decided that I would go on myself. My first season had taught me a great deal. I had acquired a considerable stock of scenery, costumes, and properties, and I knew where I could still further improve the artistic personnel of my company. I thought that by arranging for a longer season of 5 months, I should be able to give my singers and orchestra better contracts financially and also introduce the Wagner operas over a greater territory. All my friends except one urged me to go on with the work. The one exception was Andrew Carnegie, who said, with that canny business acumen which made him one of the world's richest men, "Walter, you have made a great success, artistically as well as financially. Your profits have been enormous, but such a success rarely repeats itself immediately. You rightly divined the desire of the public for a return of Wagner opera. But this current has drawn into it many people who have come for curiosity only, and to whom Wagner is still a closed book. Many of these will not come back another time. Be contented to rest on your laurels." Of course I would not listen to such good business advice, and accordingly engaged a company of singers for the following year, who made a really remarkable ensemble. Among the newcomers was Madame Catherine Klafsky, whose overwhelming impersonations of Brunhilde, Isolde, and especially of Fidelio still vibrate in my memory. This last opera gave me such joy to conduct that, although it never drew within $1,000 as much as any of the other operas, I would insist on keeping it in the repertoire. This proves conclusively that the artist in me was much stronger than the impresario, and that I really had no business to engage in the latter occupation. Fidelio, Leonora, in the second act, liberates her husband from his shackles in the prison, and he says to her, "Oh, my Leonora, how much hast thou done for me?" She answers, "Nothing, nothing, my Florestan," and the orchestra begins a soft murmur, upon which the two voices rise in an ecstatic duet of love. Klafsky gave this scene with such tenderness that the entire orchestra, as well as myself, were by this time almost choking with emotion, and it was all that I could do to lift my baton to give the signal for the beginning of the duet. Madame Ternina, another newcomer, was prevented by illness from appearing in Chicago, but in Boston she created a genuine sensation. The public divided itself into two factions, the one extolling the almost elemental, dramatic vehemence of Klafsky, who fairly poured out her glorious voice, while the other proclaimed Ternina the greater artist because of her more intellectual conception and a certain noble artistic reticence. Part of the summer of 1894 I had spent in beginning the music of an opera on Hawthorne's The Scarlet Letter. The subject had always fascinated me, and I had years before prepared a dramatic scenario, for which I finally induced Hawthorne's son-in-law, George Parsons Lathrop, to prepare a libretto. I completed the composition of the music the following summer, and decided to produce it during the season 1895-96. with the Damrosch Opera Company in Boston, where the scene of the original novel is laid in the old colonial days of Governor Endicott. I gave the role of Hester Prynne to Johanna Godsky. David Bispham played Roger Chillingworth, and Baron Berthold sang the clergyman Arthur Dimmesdale. The first performance took place February 10, 1896. American audiences are proverbially kind to authors on first nights, and Boston was especially interested in this opera because of Hawthorne's novel. The scenery presented old Boston in very picturesque fashion, and I had spent a good deal of time with my stage manager and costumer in the different Boston collections of colonial belongings in order to give a correct picture of that period. Early portraits were consulted for the makeup of Governor Endicott and other old Boston celebrities, and the company of ancient and honorable artillery who appeared in the last act carried an exact copy of the banner, which still hangs, I think, in Faneuil Hall. Godsky gave a very touching impersonation of Hester, and Bispham fairly reveled in the fiendish machinations of Roger Chillingworth. The artists and composer received numberless recalls, and the members of my company united in presenting me with several charming mementos of the day. Mrs. John L. Gardner, who had already in those days become a real and loyal friend and supporter, and who has, according to her wonderful capacity for friendship, continued as such during these many years, sent a huge laurel wreath to the stage for me, the center of which contained a large scarlet letter A. The reader may imagine what jokes were cracked at my expense about that very prominently displayed letter. The music was, I think, well written and orchestrated, but so much of it had been conceived under the overwhelming influence of Wagner that I am afraid Anton Seidl was right when, after hearing the work in New York, he confided cynically to his friends that it was a New England Nibelung trilogy. Reviewing the work critically myself after these many years, I would say that it showed sufficient talent and musicianly grasp to warrant a composer's career, but life and its exigencies willed otherwise, and all the might-have-beens are but idle speculation. An evil star seemed to shine over that winter's opera season from the financial standpoint. The entire country was suffering from a severe financial depression, and my company was large and expensive. I had to travel continually, and during the entire 5 months carried a company of 170 people, including an orchestra of 70 men, as I considered so large an aggregation my solemn duty as a Wagner disciple and propagandist. As Abbey and Grau finally decided to embark on a German opera department of their own, adopting my suggestion when it was too late for me to combine with them, they very naturally shut me out of the Metropolitan Opera House, and I was compelled, for my New York season, to lease the old Academy of Music, which had become a house for cheap theatrical productions and had lost its high fashionable estate of other years. My seasons in Chicago and Boston had been profitable, but many cities in the South, with the exception of New Orleans, which gave me a wonderful welcome, could not pay expenses, as the theaters were too small and my company too large and literally too good. In New Orleans, we played an entire week at the old St. Charles Theater. The dressing rooms for the chorus were in the cellar, and just before the first performance, the women of the chorus ran shrieking up on the stage, vowing that they would not return, as rats as large as good-sized rabbits were scampering around the cellar. I could not believe them until I went down and saw those horrible creatures with my own eyes. Our last performance was to have been on Saturday night, but on that day I received a petition signed by a number of citizens asking whether we could give them a Fidelio performance with Madame Klofsky on Sunday morning. As our train was to leave at 3 p.m. on that day, we had to begin this performance at 11 o'clock in the morning. The announcement that this extra performance was to be given was made only the night before and in the Sunday morning papers. By 11 o'clock, the house was sold out. I took the company as far west as Denver, and everywhere virtually introduced for the first time the trilogy, Tristan and Die Meistersinger, to the public. I remember a performance in Providence, Rhode Island, where, in default of a theater, the armory had been adapted for us by an improvised stage, which was, however, so low that the orchestra could easily see what was going on. The opera was Lohengrin, and just before the scene in the last act, when Godfrey, the little brother of Elsa, appears in place of the magic swan to rush into the outstretched arms of Elsa, the stage manager suddenly discovered that the little ballet girl, who always assumed the role, was not present. What to do? In the emergency, he grabbed Hans, son of my prompter, and at that time a kind of assistant to everybody as callboy, assistant librarian, etc., etc. He was only 14 and small of stature, but with the excessive length of arms and legs characteristic of that age. By some painful process, he was forced into the costume of Godfrey and pushed on the stage just in the nick of time. I suddenly noticed a commotion among my orchestra, and as I followed their astonished but delighted gaze, I saw the uncanny apparition of Hans as a counterfeit Godfrey, standing on the stage, evidently frightened out of his wits. Godski, who sang Elsa, with great presence of mind, stretched her arms wide, and not only welcomed, but extinguished him beneath the voluminous folds of her cloak, and I doubt whether the public realized that the real princely brother had not made his appearance. When we finally arrived in New York, I had already lost a great deal of the large profits of the year before, and this loss was further increased by my season at the Academy of Music. End of section 10. Section 11 of My Musical Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My Musical Life by Walter Damrosch. Chapter 10. The Damrosch Opera Company, 1895 to 1899, Part 2. During the New York season, my wife and I stayed at the stately old house of our dear friends Sophie and Tina Furness on 5th Avenue and 40th Street. With characteristic kindness, they not only took a large proscenium box for every performance, but, having heard that affairs had not gone well financially, insisted that we must be their guests for the entire New York season, in order, I suppose, that I should not have to incur the extravagance of an hotel. These elderly ladies, together with a married sister, Mrs. Zimmermann, were the daughters of an old East India merchant who, in the earlier part of the 19th century, had amassed a fortune. Their house was full of lovely old furniture and mementos of a bygone age, and they dispensed within its walls a very generous and dignified hospitality. An old colored coachman named Brown had been with them for 40 years. He always, together with a young colored footman, sat high up on their carriage in great state and solemnity. The young footman having been sent away in disgrace during our stay, Brown was instructed to procure another boy to take his place. A week elapsed, and the new boy had not been found. And when Miss Sophie said to him, "Brown, why haven't you gotten us a new boy? Are they difficult to find?" he answered, "No, Miss Sophie, there's plenty o' boys, but I find it so hard to match my color." He evidently was a great stickler for unanimity, not only in the color of the livery, but of the skin as well. Miss Sophie, the oldest of these 3 delightful ladies, had an incredible vitality, and although bodily infirmities and advancing years did their best to curb her, she remained active, cheerful, and undaunted until the end. Almost every night during my opera season of 6 weeks, she would hobble from the carriage to her proscenium box, supported by her cane on one side and the footman on the other, and she listened to the Wagnerian music dramas with unflagging attention. Not even the length of Goethe-Dämmerung or Meistersinger would faze her, and after the performance, during supper, she would proudly repeat, while her eyes fairly snapped with laughter, some remark of mine that I had made 2 years before at their country place in Lenox during my delivery of a series of explanatory recitals on the Nibelung trilogy. Another fellow guest was Dr. Sturgis Bigelow, an enthusiastic admirer of Madame Ternina's art, who had come to New York especially to be present at all of her appearances. She was to have made her farewell to America in the Götterdämmerung, and Dr. Bigelow had ordered enough flowers from half a dozen of the florists of Broadway and Fifth Avenue to fill the entire Academy. But unfortunately, Madame Ternina became ill, and her place had to be taken at the last moment by her rival, Madame Klafsky. Dr. Bigelow had no desire to present the floral testimony of his adoration to this rival singer, and therefore proceeded on the difficult task of cancelling his many orders, but as many of the wreaths and lyres had already been prepared, his bill for damages was quite large. Before Ternina sailed for home, she told me that she intended to stay away for a few years. I had paid her $500 in appearance, which was a fair honorarium at that time, as she was absolutely unknown, and therefore had not yet developed a sufficient drawing power to warrant a higher fee, but she said she would not come back to America until she could command a fee of $1,000. This decision she adhered to, and when she did return a few years later, Maurice Grau cheerfully paid her the $1,000, and she was immediately proclaimed one of the greatest Isoldes of our time. My New York season opened on March 4th, 1896, with Beethoven's Fidelio. The audience was a distinguished one, containing a great many of the old Academy habitués. Grand opera had not been given there since 1888, when the tenor Italo Campanini had brought over an Italian opera company. Of Klosky I have already spoken, but my new baritone, Dmitri Popovici, also made a sensation. I had found him in Bayreuth, where he had sung Telramund and Kruvenau. I produced my own opera, The Scarlet Letter, during the second week, and the reception accorded it was more than cordial. As the Symphony Society of New York wished to present me with an exquisitely bound copy of Hawthorne's The Scarlet Letter as a memento, Richard Welling, the secretary and an old friend, suggested to Anton Seidel, who was in the audience, that he be spokesman, but as he refused, Welling presented the book to me himself. While the balance sheet of the 5-month season showed a loss of $43,000, the larger part of my gains of the year before, I cannot say that my wife and I were very much cast down. Youth is optimistic, and the loss of money is, in itself, not such a dreadful calamity if one still has enough to pay one's debts, and all this time I was adding to my experience and artistic stature. After a long consultation with my wife, we both decided that the conditions under which I had worked that disastrous winter were not normal, and that we could well risk another season. 2 factors influenced me greatly in this decision. One, that a group of Philadelphia citizens had come forward and desired me to consider their Academy of Music as my artistic home, and said that they would give every possible assistance to a regular season there, and the other was that Abbey and Grau frankly confessed to me that they had made a mistake in not accepting my offer of a combination. They had not been fortunate in the choice of their German singers, and had lost $150,000 on their German operas, which was nearly 4 times as much as I had lost. Grau suggested for the following season an interchange of certain artists, and if I would occasionally lend him Madame Klofsky, whom he admired greatly, he would in turn give me Madame Kalbe for a few performances of Carmen. This arrangement seemed admirable to me, as I was beginning to feel that Wagner opera alone was not sufficient to give a well-balanced opera season, and that for a longer season Philadelphia would demand a more varied repertoire. For the following season of 1897-98, affairs moved much easier for me. The Philadelphia Committee gave me a guarantee for a regular opera season at the Philadelphia Academy of Music. This assured me a home and a permanent place for my large store of scenery, costumes, and properties. Rehearsals also were thus made easier, and for my New York season in the spring, Abbey and Grau again rented the Metropolitan Opera House to me. I had re-engaged Madame Klofsky, but to our great sorrow she died, and the problem of finding a successor was a serious one. Madame Gadsky, who had charmed our audiences with Elsa, Elizabeth, and Sieglinde, was rather young for the heavy dramatic roles, although I had begun to train her in the Walküre and Siegfried Brünnhilde's. I began negotiations with Lilli Lehmann and was successful in obtaining her wonderful services for the following year, but of this I have written in detail in another chapter. The financial results of this season were quite satisfactory, but I was beginning to chafe more and more under the unsympathetic task of manager. To rehearse singers and orchestra from morning until night was a pleasure, because there was an artistic ideal to be achieved, and because there were all manner of musical difficulties to be overcome. That was part of my work as musician and conductor, and the fatigues and worries connected with this were easily endured. But the managerial duties annoyed me, and the constant intrigues among the singers, directed sometimes against each other and at other times against the management, often seemed to me unbearable. In the spring of 1898, Madame Nellie Melba, the golden-voiced, told me that she would like to join my company for the following winter, and suggested that her manager, Mr. Charles Ellis, well known as the manager of the Boston Symphony Orchestra, form a partnership with me, the company to be called the Damrosch Ellis Opera Company, half of the repertoire to be devoted, as before, to the Wagner operas, and the other half to the performance of French-Italian operas, with herself as the principal singer. We were to pay her $1,500 a night, 10 times a month, guaranteed. The suggestion seemed to me reasonable and advantageous, and arrangements were made accordingly. This combination aroused great indignation on the part of Mr. George Haven, the president of the Metropolitan Opera House. Madame Melba had been one of the principal singers there for several years, and he felt that it was an act of ingratitude on her part to leave the Metropolitan, and on mine to take her into my company, as I had myself been associated with the Metropolitan during so many years while he was president. I did not think that his anger was justified, as a great deal of water had flowed downstream since those days, and as Melba, for reasons of her own, had definitely decided to sever all connections with the Metropolitan, I could not see why I should not make her a member of my company. But he could not or would not see my side of the controversy, and vowed that as long as he was president of the Metropolitan, I should never set foot in it again in a professional capacity. This vow, however, was subsequently not adhered to, as I not only gave performances there later with my own company, but during the seasons of 1901 and 1901-02 officiated again as conductor of the Wagner operas for Maurice Grau, who would then become the sole director and lessee of the Metropolitan. The combination of Wagnerian operas with the operas of the French-Italian school, of which Melba was the glorious star, proved successful from a popular and financial standpoint, and the season showed a handsome profit for Ellis and myself, although a great part of this was dissipated by a spring tour in which Melba, supported by a small company of singers, chorus, and orchestra, toured the western cities. This tour was managed by my partner Ellis, and I did not accompany them, as my services as conductor were not needed for the French operas. I had by that time definitely decided to give up all further connection with opera as manager and devote my future life absolutely to purely musical work as a symphonic conductor and, as I hoped, also as composer. The harassing occupation of managing singers proved increasingly distasteful to me, and I felt that I was too good a musician and artist to waste my time with such things in which the only advantage could be a possible pecuniary gain. I found that many singers were like children, with no clear conception of right or wrong. Their constant life in close proximity to each other at rehearsals and performances often begets an exaggerated conception of themselves and their importance to the world. They think that as their contact with the public is only over the footlights, where they receive enthusiastic acclaim for their artistic representations, the public literally exists only for the purpose of hearing them sing, and they willingly ignore the fact that the public may have other interests, such as family, finance, politics, or religion, to claim its attention. As it is important for a manager not only to maintain a balance in his ledger, but to seek the best results that a disciplined ensemble may attain, he cannot always be in harmony with all the individual desires and demands of his artists. He must often cast his opera in opposition to their personal pride, and I have letters today from several of the greatest artists of my company, insisting that they must leave or break their contracts because I had wounded their deepest sensibilities in putting so-and-so in the role which they claim for their very own. I found that some of them even indulged in occasional efforts at petty blackmailing. One of my tenors, who shall be nameless, had a clause in his contract that he should not be called upon to sing Tristan the day after a very long railway journey. We had played in Cleveland, giving a Lohengrin performance in which, however, the other tenor had appeared, and took a night train in comfortable sleeping cars, in one of which my tenor occupied a drawing-room, to Pittsburgh, which is, as my reader is aware, a distance of only 150 miles or so. As we left Cleveland, my friend the tenor appeared in my drawing-room, and calling attention to the clause in his contract relating to Tristan and a long railway trip, insisted that he could not sing Tristan the following day in Pittsburgh without endangering his voice. But if I would pay him $500 extra, he would take the great risk of injuring his voice and would agree to sing. Naturally, I was furious, and told him politely but firmly what I thought of him, and then sent for my other tenor and told him that his rival was trying to blackmail me, and I suggested to him that if he would sing Tristan for me in spite of his having sung Lohengrin the night before, I would consider it as a performance outside of his guarantee. Needless to say, he jumped at the opportunity of gaining an extra $600, and at the same time putting one over on his hated rival. I then went to bed and slept soundly on a pillow made downy by a deed well done. Next morning I received word from tenor number 1 that he had changed his mind, was feeling very well, and would sing, but I very haughtily told him that it was too late and that I had already made other arrangements. So far this story seems a wonderful example of virtue triumphant and vice defeated, but alas, life's problems do not always work out that way. During the day my dramatic soprano, who was to have sung Isolde, became hoarse, and the opera had to be changed, so that all my carefully reared structure of righteousness and meting out of punishment to the guilty, one fell to the ground with a very dull thud. This is only one of many such instances, some of them childish and others really wicked. But the most unmoral thing about it is that when the culprits were great artists, no matter how much they enraged me by their wickedness, after they had appeared again triumphantly as Siegfried or Isolde, I would often become so enthusiastic over their work that their slate would be washed clean, and I was ready to forgive them again and to begin anew. Such is the power of art, and a grateful public will always be willing to remember only the artistic uplift which they have received from the artist and forget his personal weaknesses. Naturally, my strictures apply only to certain of the singers. There were many who were always honorable in their relations with me. Among the most devoted of the members of my company, I should mention the singers of the chorus. Many of these had been at the Metropolitan in the German opera days. Their salaries were small, but if one of their number fell ill or suffered other misfortune, none so quick as they to help, and they always endured the hardships of travel with great good humor and unfailing courtesy and decency toward me. Among other reasons that impelled me finally to give up the opera was the realization how comparatively seldom absolute artistic perfection can be obtained at a stage performance. There are so many people concerned in it that it is almost impossible always to obtain a cast which is thoroughly satisfactory, and one second-rater can spoil an ensemble. Still another problem was the question of stage illusion. I gave this a great deal of attention and study, and spent a great deal of money on scenery and lighting. I examined the best inventions in this direction in the opera houses of Germany, and imported many of them. I was the first to bring over the very clever swimming machines used in Dresden by the Rhine maidens in Rheingold. But Wagner's demands on the stage are so extraordinary that a real illusion is not often possible. His music excites the imagination and is often all-sufficient. One can see the glorious flames crackling and burning around the sleeping Brunhilde when one hears an orchestra of 100 playing the music of the fire charm. But how seldom does a stage performance enhance this illusion? The Brunhilde may be too big and too fat, or the light of the flames may too clearly show that the scenery is but painted canvas and pasteboard after all, and our sophisticated eyes know only too well how the plumber's steam pipes convey the steam that is intended to simulate the smoke of the flames from the boiler in the cellar. It sometimes seemed to me, after striving in vain to carry out Wagner's ideal of a union of all the arts in order to produce a new and perfect art form, the music drama, as if this great genius had really committed a gigantic mistake, and as if the very artistic illusion and semblance of verity was destroyed by the scenic paraphernalia. Of course there were performances over which a happy star seemed to shine, and which now and then gave us complete satisfaction and happiness. But the static quality of scenery became to me more and more a hindrance to an imagination ready to soar on the wings of the music. I carried on my opera company for another year, in conjunction with Mr. Charles Ellis, and then definitely resolved to cease all managerial activities and to confine myself absolutely to purely musical work. It took me some time to arrive at this decision, as opera work has also a very fascinating side, and I had made real friends with many of my singers. I had found Ellis to be a delightful partner. He had had years of experience as manager of the Boston Symphony Orchestra, and his equable temperament and fair-mindedness had made him many friends. I sold to him my share in all our scenery, costumes, and properties, as he wished to continue operatic work with Madame Melba as his principal star, and I agreed to conduct a limited number of Wagner performances for him in Philadelphia during the following season. After the 4 hectic years I had spent with the Damrosch Opera Company, I was glad of such an opportunity to take stock of the past and cogitate on the future. My wife and I rented the old Butler Place in Westchester County near Hartsdale, a lovely old mansion surrounded by dark pine forests and with the Little Bronx River trickling through, and there we spent most of the winter until May. I wrote a violin sonata there and enjoyed the tranquility of a life freed from operatic worries and excitements. In 1900 I was once more tempted into the field of opera, but this time it carried with it no managerial or financial responsibility. Maurice Grau was at that time the lessee of the Metropolitan Opera House. Abby had died a few years before, and the directors, who had gradually realized that it was Grau who had been the real man behind the gun, gave him and a small group of financial backers the lease of the Metropolitan Opera House. Grau invited me to return to the Metropolitan as conductor for the Wagner operas. He had at that time a strong group of Wagnerian singers. At the head was the inimitable Jean de Reschke, together with his brother Edouard. Grau had also taken over from my company Madame Ternina, David Bispham, and Madame Gatsky. The latter had been a member of the Damrosch Opera Company for the entire 4 years of its existence. She was only 23 when I first engaged her, possessor of a lovely voice and an indefatigable worker. There were weeks on our Western tours when she would appear on 5 successive days as Elsa, Elizabeth, Sieglinde, and Eva. She was a hard student, and her voice developed more and more. During her last year with me, she added the Walküre and Siegfried, Brunhildes, to her repertoire, studying them with me, partly on the trains while traveling, partly in the hotels and theaters of the various cities we visited. When she went into the Grau company, she added the Götterdämmerung, Brunhilde, and Isolde, thereby completing the entire circle of Wagner soprano parts, except Kundry. Jean de Reschke, like Lilli Lehmann, turned to the Wagnerian roles in the high noon of his operatic career. He had made his fame in the French-Italian operas, but Wagner attracted him irresistibly. I remember that during one of the seasons of the Damrosch Opera Company, we were playing in Boston at the Boston Theater, while the Abbey and Grau Company were performing in the huge Mechanics' Hall. Jean and Edouard de Reschke attended one of my Siegfried performances with Max Alvary in the title role. They applauded their colleague vociferously, and after the performance Jean lamented to me that he was compelled to sing nothing but Fausts and Romeos and Werthers, while it was the ambition of his life to sing Wagner. The memory of his extraordinary impersonations of these roles later on is too vivid to need comment from me. Illness kept him away from America 1 year, and when he returned I was again at the Metropolitan as conductor of the Wagner operas. It was a joy to work with this man, great artist, courteous gentleman, and generous colleague. And, what is most valuable to a conductor, indefatigable at rehearsals. His return was like the triumphant entry of a victorious monarch. He was a marvelous mimic, and used to give us delicious imitations of the various artists of the company, coming into his dressing room to offer their congratulations after his first reappearance. Teresa would first depict the French tenor colleague, who, in polite, reserved, and even patronizing accents, would say, "Vraiment, mon cher, vous avez chanté très bien ce soir, très bien, je vous assure." Then would come the German baritone in a double-breasted frock coat, in punctiliously polite manner, saying, "Erlauben Sie mir, Herr Teresa, Ihnen meine große Hochachtung auszudrücken für den wirklich ausgezeichneten Genuss, den Sie uns heute Abend bereitet haben." He was followed by the Italian baritone, who would rush in impulsively, and, kissing Jean on both cheeks, would exclaim, "Caro mio, carissimo," followed by a flood of Italian words. Then came the real climax of the scene. Enter the electrician, who, thrusting a horny hand of toil into that of Teresa, would exclaim in real Yankee accents, "Jean, you done fine." Edouard Teresa, the huge bass brother, with the heart of a child, and an imperturbable good nature, was an equally good mimic, but his wonderful stories and impersonations were of a decidedly Rabelaisian character, and will not bear repetition here. With these two well-corseted but un-Corsican brothers, Madame Ternina or Madame Nordica, Madame Schumann-Heink, and David Bispham, we gave performances of Tristan, which came as near perfection as I ever hoped to witness. Madame Nordica had been for years a so-called utility singer at the Metropolitan. She had been trained in the French-Italian repertoire, and while her voice was beautiful, she had not yet achieved full stardom, perhaps because she was American-born and lacked the European cachet, which at that time was more important than it is today. She was not by nature musically gifted, and was able to learn a role only by the hardest and most painful work of endless repetition and rehearsals, but her ambition was boundless. She bided her time, and, like Lilli Lehmann, gradually worked herself into the Wagner repertoire. Realizing its advertising value, she offered herself to Madame Cosima Wagner for the Lohengrin production at Bayreuth. She meekly accepted every instruction given her there during the months of preparations, no matter how meticulous or artificial some of them seemed to her, and the success which she obtained there launched her successfully on her career as a Wagner singer. I trained her in the Brunhildes as well as Isolde, and was amazed at the way in which she achieved through hard work what nature gives to others overnight. I remember her coming to Philadelphia to sing Goethe Dämmerung with my company. She arrived the previous day, and I found her still very uncertain in the second act, which is rhythmically very difficult. I sat down with her at 8 o'clock that evening, and we went over that second act again and again until about 4 o'clock in the morning. It was ghastly but wonderful. At 10 a.m. I gave her an orchestral rehearsal, and in the evening she sang the role with perfect assurance and with hardly a mistake. One performance of Tristan, which we gave with the Grau Company in Baltimore at the Lyric Theater, which has perhaps the best acoustics of any auditorium in the country, still stays vividly in my memory. At the close we were so elated that all concerned kissed each other ecstatically after the last curtain fell. Those are the rare moments that make one forget the many times perfection in opera seems impossible to attain. End of section 11.
Section 12 of My Musical Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jonathan Miller. My Musical Life by Walter Damrosch. Chapter 11, Artists, Part 1. I have written elsewhere of my first visit to Europe after my father's death, when the directors of the Metropolitan Opera House made me assistant to the director, Edmund C. Stanton. I had gone over to engage German singers for the coming season, and Emil Fischer, bass from the Dresden Royal Opera, was one of those whose contract I had ready for Stanton's signature when he arrived a month later. Emil Fischer had become discontented with his life in Dresden, and in signing with us broke his contract with the Royal Opera, and according to an arrangement which all the directors of the various German opera houses had with each other, this prevented him from ever again appearing on the stage of a German opera house. He remained in America and became one of the main props of the Metropolitan Opera House Company, and later on of my Damrosch Opera Company. His voice was a beautiful basso cantante of great range and vibrancy. His tone production was perfect, and his powers as an impersonator equaled his singing. He will always remain in my memory as the greatest Hans Sachs I have ever heard. He imbued the part with a nobility and at the same time with a delightful humor that no other Hans Sachs has quite equaled. As a man, he was a delicious mixture of childishness, vanity, generosity, and kindliness. But I do not think that any emotions of life touched him very deeply. In dress, he was always extremely fastidious, inclining toward a somewhat flamboyant love of extremes. His neckties were rather vivid, his trousers perhaps a shade lighter in gray than the most harmonious taste would demand. He had a highly developed chest, of which he was so inordinately proud that he never buttoned the upper part of his waistcoat, as if to demonstrate that no waistcoat could be cut large enough to encompass his manly proportions. Of the value of money as far as saving it was concerned, he had no idea, and his constant effort was directed toward hiding from his wife the fact that he had money in his pocket. She was a buxom lady, somewhat older than himself, who, in her youth, had been a tragedienne in one of the smaller German court theaters. She must have played such parts as Medea, and continued the rather exaggerated and gloomy articulation of her words into private life, and through all the years that followed her final exit from the stage. Whenever she told me, "My Emil is not well today. I have made for him a plate of beef soup, into which I have boiled 4 pounds of beef," it boomed upon my ears like Shakespearean blank verse, or like a Greek tragedy of Sophocles. I think that she annoyed Emil excessively, and that he was happiest when he could get away from her no doubt excellent control, and find enjoyment among a circle of boon companions. I recall that when he was a member of my opera company, I paid him $250 an appearance, with about 12 appearances a month guaranteed, but he insisted that in the written contract I should make it only $200 an appearance and give him the other $50 in cash. He used this subtle method in order to have about $600 a month spending money, of which his wife should know nothing. It was I who had to endure the complaints from her, which ran something like this: "I do not know why my Emil is so badly paid, while all the others get these enormous salaries. My Emil sings better than any of them, and he has to be content with only $200 an appearance." And I would sit by feeling very guilty, and yet, from that horrid loyalty which one man has for another, not daring to exculpate myself by condemning him. At one time in Chicago, I accompanied him into a haberdasher's shop as he wished to buy a necktie. He selected one the price of which was $2.50, and then superbly handed the astonished clerk a $5 bill, saying grandiloquently, "You may keep the change." He was a great gourmet, and every now and then would give a banquet at his house to his fellow artists, with interminable courses and all manner of wines. Needless to say, he did not save anything from his earnings, and there came years as he grew older and his voice left him when he had to turn to teaching. But he never changed his habits, and his appearance was just as carefully gotten up as in former years. Finally came the time when he was really in want, and I assisted Mr. Flagler, who was also an old admirer of his, in getting up a benefit for him at the Metropolitan Opera House. The directors very generously gave the use of the house. Many of the stockholders bought their boxes, and the climax of the performance was the appearance of dear old Fischer in his greatest role of Hans Sachs in the third act of Die Meistersinger. A very good sum was realized, with which we bought an annuity for him. He was then, I believe, 74. His wife had died several years before. And a 10-year annuity seemed to us the best way of taking care of him without giving him an opportunity to squander his money. He was delighted, and the first thing he did on the strength of his new wealth was to marry a young lady from the chorus, who, however, I believe, took excellent care of him until he died. During the second year of the Damrosch Opera Company, while we were in St. Louis, and just the day before Fischer was to sing Hans Sachs, a telegram arrived saying that his wife was very ill and was not expected to live more than 8 hours. Frau Alvari insisted that I must make him go to New York to see her. He did not want to go. He had not been on particularly pleasant terms with her. He knew he could not arrive in time to see her alive, and besides that, he knew also that I had no substitute to sing Hans Sachs for him, and that the cancellation of the opera would cost me about $5,000. But Frau Alvari, who seemed quite ready to insist on reasons of sentiment when her own purse was not concerned, so bedeviled us both that I finally, being still young and sentimental, decided that he should go. I was therefore compelled to change the program at the last moment and to substitute single acts from the different operas, which, of course, was a very costly change, as the audience in St. Louis had especially looked forward to the first performance of Die Meistersinger. The news of a possible change of program had traveled fast, and on that morning I received a visit from a young German singer, Gerhard Stemann, who a year before had come to St. Louis with a little German opera company, which had promptly stranded, leaving him without a job. He had, however, continued to live there, acting in occasional German plays and teaching Latin, as he was a man of excellent education. He asked me if I could not give him a place in my company. I found him to be an excellent singer, but above all, a man musically so gifted that he could learn an entire role in a few hours. He learned the entire third act of Die Meistersinger overnight, so that I was able to at least present that to my St. Louis audience. I immediately engaged him as a permanent member of my company, and he remained with me until its dissolution 3 years later, when he returned to Germany and was grabbed by Mahler for the Imperial Opera at Vienna, where he has been ever since. He literally knew and sang every bass and baritone part in the Wagner operas and music dramas. His Beckmesser in Die Meistersinger was a masterpiece of delineation, and no one could depict this nasty, carping, jealous, and vain person in so convincing a fashion as he. But if the exigencies of the moment demanded it, he was just as able to sing Hans Sachs, Pogner, Kortner, or any other of the good old burghers of that opera. In Tannhäuser he was equally at home as Landgrave or Bitterelf, but his most remarkable feat of learning a part quickly was performed in New York one spring. The German composer, Xavier Schwarenka, was at that time living in New York as piano virtuoso and teacher. He had years before composed an opera which he was anxious to perform, and William Steinway and others asked me if I would let him have my opera company for this purpose, so that he could conduct it himself at an extra performance. I agreed, and a good cast was selected. The tenor part was to have been sung by Ernest Krauss, a rather conceited heroic tenor who, not finding the part to his liking, pleaded hoarseness only the day before the performance. There was, of course, no substitute, and it seemed as if the performance would have to be cancelled, which would have been a cruel experience for the composer. To my astonishment, Stehmann appeared and said very simply, "Give me the part and I will learn it for tomorrow night." When I interposed, "But this is a tenor part and you are a bass baritone," he answered, "Give it to me. I think I can transpose a few of the high notes and can at least save the performance." Shavarenka, overjoyed, gave him the part, and he sang and acted it the following evening without a mistake, a truly remarkable feat. I grew very fond of him, not only because of his musicianly qualities, but also because as a man he was so simple and honorable, and I was glad to hear later on that he made an excellent position for himself in Vienna. This summer of 1922, I visited Vienna again after many years. I felt that the war should be completely over for us, and that we should seek in every way to re-establish cultural relations with our former enemies. I found Stehmann still at the Vienna Opera, now no longer called Kaiserliche, but Staatsoper. It was a joy to see him again, but the war had brought to him also great misfortune. He told me that from his savings, while a member of my opera company, and from subsequent savings in Vienna, he had bought a house with several acres of land in the Austrian Tyrols. With tears in his eyes, he showed me photographs of this property. The house was charmingly situated in a picturesque valley with the Tyrolean Alps beyond. After the war, this territory was taken over by Italy, and that government, wishing to drive out the Austrians and settle the land with Italians, had compelled Stehmann to sell his property for a sum fixed by them. He had no choice, and the price which he received amounted to about 37,500 kronen, which happened to be the amount I had paid that morning for a pair of shoes. At the present valuation, about $3.70. The Poles claim that Bismarck pursued the same policy in Bosnia, when Prussia endeavored to suppress Polish national aspirations by forcing them to sell their lands to the Prussian Junkers. I was sorry on arriving in Vienna not to see once more the venerable old singer Marianne Brandt, but she had died, aged 84, during the previous winter. In 1884-85, she had been one of the main props of my father's inaugural German opera season, and her emotional intensity in Fidelio and as the mother in Le Prophète had made a deep impression on our public. Nature had not endowed her with beauty of face or figure, but she always insisted, "I have been a virtuous woman all my life because I am so ugly that no man would ever look at me." Wagner had invited her to Bayreuth to sing the part of Kundry in Parsifal. But whether because of her lack of beauty, or because, as she thought, of terrible intrigues on the part of Madame Materna, she sang the role only once and always remained exceedingly jealous of Madame Materna, whose rather amplitudinous charms, she insisted, had completely hypnotized Wagner. She simply adored my father and his single-minded idealism, and the spirituality of his character appealed to her to such an extent that she was willing to undergo any amount of work and to sing any role which he wanted of her, whether it were a star part or one of the Valkyries in Valkyrie. After his death, she was inconsolable, and always went on the anniversary to Woodlawn Cemetery to deposit a wreath on his grave. She also sought to demonstrate her veneration for his memory by helping me in every way possible, both as superb artist and as one well versed in the practical side of operatic life through years of experience in Vienna and at the Royal Opera in Berlin. She always called me mein Sohn, and her encouragement and faith in my future as a musician during many trying times can never be forgotten by me. She had a delightful sense of humor, but also a very quick temper, and I remember her telling me one day that she had received a notice from the New York Post Office Department that a registered letter was awaiting her down in the General Post Office at City Hall. She went there and inquired at the proper window for her letter. "Yes," said the official, "we have it here. Have you got some document to prove that you are Madame Brandt? A letter, a bank book, or a passport?" "I have none of these, but I am Marianne Brandt, and I want that letter." "I'm sorry, madame, but the rules are strict, and you will have to bring someone to identify you." By this time Brandt was in a state of high indignation. "You will not give me the letter? I will prove to you that I am Madame Brandt." And then she proceeded with full voice to sing the great cadenza from her principal aria in Le Prophète. Her glorious voice echoed and re-echoed through the vaulted corridors of the post office. Men came running from all sides to find out what had happened, and finally the agitated official handed her the letter, saying, "Here's your letter, but for God's sake be quiet." She finally retired from the stage to her old home in Vienna and gave of her art with both hands to a group of devoted pupils. During the war, I heard from one of them that owing to the destitute condition existing in Vienna, she was in real want, but she promptly returned the check we sent her, and in a very sweet letter addressed as usual to mein Sohn, assured me that she did not need any money, that she did not expect to live much longer, and that she thought she could hold out without receiving any alms from her friends. We did succeed, however, in sending her food, which she shared with others. One of the singers whom I engaged for the Metropolitan Opera House during my first visit to Germany, and who afterward achieved great fame, was Max Alvari, a young lyric tenor at the Weimar Ducal Opera House. He was the son of the well-known German painter Andreas Achenbach. Of good education, gentlemanly bearing, and a refined artistic taste. He was also exceedingly good-looking. As a singer, he was very uneven, although he had studied with the Italian master Lamperti. At first we paid him only $100 a night, but after he had sung minor roles for a few months, Anton Seidl chose him to create the part of Siegfried, and in that role he made a success so instantaneous as to place him immediately in the front rank of German opera singers. No one else has given Siegfried such an atmosphere of boyish innocence and picturesque beauty. The women, bless them, simply worshipped him. From the 16-year-old schoolgirl to the matron of mature and more than mature age. And this success repeated itself when he appeared as Siegfried in Germany, Austria, and England. He made a great deal of money and spent it lavishly. His armor and helmet in Lohengrin were specially made for him out of silver, after a design which he had drawn himself. The stuffs for his costumes were often specially woven for him. He reached the climax of his career when he was chosen by Cosima Wagner to sing Tannhäuser and Tristan at Bayreuth. At that time, this shrine for the Wagnerite had already become, under the guiding and autocratic hand of the widow of Wagner, a highly artificial product. I saw several of these performances and was frankly amazed at the apparent degeneration since the days of Wagner. Alvari, who had a great sense of humor, gave most entertaining descriptions of the rehearsals, and how, for instance, in slavish imitation of certain rhythms in the orchestra, Tannhäuser and Wilhelmj had to execute a kind of minuet opposite each other in order to fill in the instrumental introduction before Wilhelmj begins his famous plea to Tannhäuser, "Als du im Können sange uns bestrittest." In the spring of 1891, Carnegie Hall, which had been built by Andrew Carnegie as a home for the higher musical activities of New York, was inaugurated with a music festival in which the New York Symphony and Oratorio societies took part. In order to give this festival a special significance, I invited Peter Ilyich Tchaikovsky, the great Russian composer, to come to America and to conduct some of his own works. In all my many years of experience, I have never met a great composer so gentle, so modest, almost diffident as he. We all loved him from the first moment. My wife and I, the chorus, the orchestra, the employees of the hotel where he lived, and of course the public. He was not a conductor by profession, and in consequence the technique of it, the rehearsals and concerts, fatigued him excessively. But he knew what he wanted, and the atmosphere which emanated from him was so sympathetic and love-compelling that all executants strove with double eagerness to divine his intentions and to carry them out. The performance which he conducted of his third suite, for instance, was admirable, although it is in parts very difficult, and as he was virtually the first of great living composers to visit America, the public received him with jubilance. He came often to our house, and I think liked to come. He was always gentle in his intercourse with others, but a feeling of sadness seemed never to leave him, although his reception in America was more than enthusiastic, and the visit so successful in every way that he made plans to come back the following year. Yet he was often swept by uncontrollable waves of melancholia and despondency. The following year, in May, I went to England with my wife and received an invitation from Charles Villiers Stanford, then professor of music at Cambridge, to visit the old university during the interesting commencement exercises at which honorary degrees of Doctor of Music were to be given to 5 composers of 5 different countries: Saint-Saëns of France, Boito of Italy, Grieg of Norway, Bruch of Germany, and Tchaikovsky of Russia. The proceedings proved highly interesting and enjoyable. As each recipient of the honor stepped forward in his doctor's robe, the orator addressed him in a discourse of orotund Latin phrases, praising his many virtues and accomplishments, and these phrases were constantly interrupted by the clatter of facetious remarks and requests from the undergraduates in the balcony, all this according to old established custom. Sometimes the uproar became so great that the presiding officer had to arise and demand silentium. Among the other recipients of degrees on that occasion was Field Marshal Lord Roberts, Baron of Kandahar, who, in his scarlet uniform beneath his doctor's robe, received, of course, the most uproarious welcome. At that time, No one dreamed that 23 years later he would go around England uttering solemn warning against the inevitability of war with Germany, and bidding England gird on her sword and prepare, only to be laughed at as an alarmist and publicly reprimanded by politicians for seeking to arouse such feeling against a, quote, friendly power, unquote. In the evening, a great banquet was given in the refectory of the college, and by good luck I was placed next to Tchaikovsky. He told me during the dinner that he had just finished a new symphony, which was different in form from any he had ever written. I asked him in what the difference consisted, and he answered, "The last movement is an adagio, and the whole work has a program." "Do tell me the program," I demanded eagerly. "No," he said, "that I shall never tell, but I shall send you the first orchestral score and parts as soon as Jurgensen, my publisher, has them ready." We parted with the expectation of meeting again in America during the following winter. But, alas, in October came the cable announcing his death from cholera, and a few days later arrived a package from Moscow containing the score and parts of his Symphony No. 6, the Pathétique. It was like a message from the dead. I immediately put the work into rehearsal and gave it its first performance in America on the following Sunday. Its success was immediate and profound. We gave it many repetitions that winter, and I have played it since in concerts all over the United States. Other orchestras have cultivated it with equal assiduity. And in fact, for me, the time came several years ago when I cried a halt and let the work lie fallow, as it had evidently been overplayed, and its high-strung rhythms had excited the nerves of executants and audiences so often that they were in danger of being overstrained. Ignaz Paderewski made his first appearance in America in 1891, and I conducted his first 5 orchestral concerts. He came under the auspices of Steinway & Sons, and they told me that the gross receipts for the first concert were only $500. His playing, as well as his personality, however, immediately took our public by storm, and I do not think that since the days of Franz Liszt there has been any other traveling virtuoso in whom the man was as fascinating as the artist. People who have wondered how it was possible for him, when the Great War began, to throw himself so fully equipped at every point into the struggle to achieve national unity for Poland, do not realize that he was consciously or unconsciously preparing himself for just this opportunity all his life. He had always dreamed of a united and independent Poland. He knew the history of his people, their strength, and their weakness. It is said that one day he played before the Tsar, who, congratulating him, expressed his pleasure that a Russian should have achieved such eminence in his art. Paderewski answered, "I'm a Pole, Your Majesty," and, needless to say, was never again invited to play in Russia. His mind is one of the most extraordinary I have ever come in contact with. All the world knows what he has achieved in music, his inspired interpretations, his prodigious memory, and the subtle range of colors of his musical palette. But not so many know of his interest in literature, philosophy, and history, and it took the Great War to demonstrate that as orator and statesman he ranks as high as musician. I heard him make a speech on Poland during the exposition in San Francisco in 1915, before an audience of 10,000, in which he gave so eloquent a survey of Poland's history and of her needs and rights as to rouse the people to a frenzy of enthusiasm. And I am convinced that Poland owes her national existence today to his statesmanship and to the sympathy which his personality created among the Allies at the Versailles Conference. I believe that Colonel House pronounced him to be the greatest statesman of the conference. And it was only the cynical Clemenceau who said to him, "Monsieur Paderewski, you are the greatest pianist in the world, and you have chosen to descend to our level. What a pity." When he first came to America, his English was very incomplete, but even then he demonstrated his grasp of it in unmistakable fashion. One evening he, my wife, and I dined at the house of very dear mutual friends, Mr. and Mrs. John E. Cowden, in Gramercy Park. Cowden had all his life been an enthusiastic polo player, and after dinner Paderewski and I admired some handsome silver trophies that he had won, and that were placed in the dining room. I said, "You see, the difference between you and Johnny is that he wins his prizes in playing polo, while you win yours in playing solo." "That is not the difference," Paderewski immediately exclaimed in his gentle Polish accents. "I am poor Pole, playing solo, but Johnny is a dear soul, playing polo." He is highly gifted as a composer, and besides a very interesting and spiritual symphony, I remember with keen pleasure his opera Manrou, which Maurice Grau brought out at the Metropolitan Opera House in 1902, and which I conducted. I cannot remember ever having worked harder toward achieving a successful premiere. The orchestral parts, which had been copied in Germany in a great hurry, arrived so full of mistakes that the first rehearsals were an agony of constant stopping and correcting, and these corrections went on during the entire time of preparation, and I believe that I still found 2 inaccuracies at the rehearsal just preceding the general rehearsal. Again and again I took some of the worst parts home and worked late into the night, going through them meticulously myself and comparing them with the orchestral score, in an endeavor to bring order out of chaos. The opera received a warm welcome, but the libretto was lacking somewhat in dramatic interest, and the music, with all its genuine charm and warmth, was not able to successfully combat this lack. I think that if Paderewski had been willing to sacrifice his marvelous career as a piano virtuoso, and that would have been a great sacrifice, he would have become one of the greatest composers of our time. It does not seem easy to unite the 2 careers, as they are essentially at war with each other. Liszt, the only man with whom I can compare Paderewski, recognized this fact, and at 40 years of age, resolutely turned his back on virtuosodom, with its life in the public glare, its excitements, crowds, and emoluments, in order to devote himself to composition. He settled in the little town of Weimar, living a life of poverty, and never again touched the piano for personal gain. Only now and then he would play in public in order to gather funds for the Beethoven monument in Bonn, or for some great charity. And yet it is universally conceded that even he stopped too late, and that, great as is the sum total of his contributions to creative art, he would have been still greater and able to express himself more genuinely if he had never been, quote, "the greatest pianist of his generation," unquote. End of section 12.
Section 13 of My Musical Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My Musical Life by Walter Damrosch. Chapter 11, Artists, Part 2. It is difficult to define the charm with which the artists of Poland seem to be imbued almost beyond any other race. It is more than a social gift. It is not the result of calculation, but seems to be a combination of kindliness of heart and good breeding. Madame Marcella Sembrich has it to a supreme degree, also Jean and Edward Dereshka, also Tim and Joe Adamowski, Paul Koshansky, and my old friend Alexander Lambert, and if the new state of Poland were composed only of such of the Polish elect as I have just mentioned, it would soon become the ideal republic of the world. On the other hand, a country composed exclusively of musicians might not make a contented population, as it is well known that we need an audience to listen to us, and musicians, rightly or wrongly, have the reputation of never being willing to listen to each other. I do not, however, mean to imply that the Poles are the exclusive possessors of personal charm. For instance, I do not know of any man who has it in greater degree than my old friend Charles Martin Loeffler, who was born in Alsace, received his musical education in France, was violinist in the private orchestra of a Russian Grand Duke in Nice, and at the age of 16 came to America. My father immediately became very fond of him, and on Sunday afternoons, when we always had chamber music at home, in which my father played first violin and Sam Franco second, Martin Loeffler would play the viola. I liked him immensely, and our friendship has lasted through the years. Our birthdays are on the same day, and we are almost of an age, as he is only a year older. When Higginson formed the Boston Orchestra under George Henschel, Loeffler migrated to Boston and became first violin and second concertmaster. At the same time, he continued his studies in composition and has since become one of our foremost American composers. For years he has lived as a gentleman farmer in Medfield, Massachusetts. His compositions are few and far between, but all of them have the same aristocratic conception, refinement, and original orchestration, such as a man can write who has spent a great part of his life in the orchestra and knows its literature and possibilities. His letters, exquisitely penned, rank with those of Eugene Ysaye, and that is high praise, as Ysaye is the very prince of letter writers. I venture to insert one of Loeffler's here because it treats of the first performance of my opera, Cyrano, and because it is so wholehearted in its praise and so gentle but discerning in its criticisms of the weak spots in my work. Medfield, Mass., Sunday, 26 March, 1913. Dear Walter, there was not a more amazed person amongst the audience last Thursday than your old friend here. Having plowed away and wallowed in storm for some time on my own one-act play, I know of the difficulties, the doubts and hazards that one encounters in the business of writing an opera. It is therefore with genuine admiration that I take off my hat and bow low to him who could write the score of Cyrano. It is a masterly accomplishment of a treacherous task. I did not see you on that exciting night, there having been some uncertainty as to my being able to obtain a bed on the 1 o'clock train. I finally had to give up the pleasure of going to your house. I press your dear old hand now in spirit and in sincere admiration. Your orchestration sounded superbly. Your choruses blended wonderfully with the orchestra, and I have no doubt that with a slight remaniement and recoursement, Cyrano will give great joy to many in the future. I understand that you have already made considerable cuts. Still do I advise cutting out more. 4 acts is a long proposition, and some of the best things come in the last act. But the public begins to tire and can no longer thoroughly enjoy the beauties of this act. A few things have occurred to me besides. In the scene on the balcony, I think it is a mistake to let Cyrano say what Christian shall repeat to Roxanne. Is this not what happens in Act 3? How could I love you more, etc. Would it not be more expressive to let Cyrano prompt his stupid friend in whispering and pantomimic gesture? Curiously enough, this scene, which one would have picked out as made for an opera, was perhaps the least effective part of the opera. After the climb to his lady love, Everything is again admirable. Then, in the last act, I believe if you were to shorten Cyrano's delirium and hasten his death somewhat, you would strengthen and heighten the final effect of your work. Cyrano dies hard, and one thinks of the 9 live cat death of Tristan. All this may only seem long coming at the end of the preceding 3 intense hours. There are really extraordinary effects in this final act of yours, and one would like to look at such a score as yours. Probably, like all telling things in this world, your effects are obtained through simplest means. The whole work is to me a delight on account of its real musicianship, a work evolved from a highly sensitive, very intelligent brain that has absorbed and assimilated much without imitating anybody or anything. These are my first sincere impressions of your work, to which I will add my sentiments. While the musician listened during the hours of the performance, the friend in him was carefully kept apart. When, however, the musician's heart began beating more and more warmly, the friend and the musician became again at one in their joy. Here also arises the reflection, where did you or where does anybody acquire mastery? Do the gifted themselves really know what they are doing, and is Maeterlinck right when he makes Melisande say, "Je ne sais pas ce que je sais"? A priori, I shall always say, there must be opera in English, but at present there cannot be, as nobody knows how to sing in it. The performance, however, was admirable. Amato was superb, and so was the orchestra, chorus, and old Hertie. Hats off to him, too. Kindest regards to Mrs. Damrosch, in which Elise joins me. Believe me, dear Walter, as ever and more proudly than ever, your friend, Charles M. Loeffler. In 1891, I was asked to give a concert for the Orthopedic Hospital, in which my friend Mrs. John Hobart Warren was always much interested, and in casting about for some sensational feature which would draw the public, I conceived the idea of having Eugene Issai and Fritz Kreisler play the Bach Concerto for 2 violins. Issai was then at the very zenith of his career, and Kreisler had just come to America as a young violinist of great attainments and charm, and still greater promise for the future. The performance of the Bach Concerto proved all that I had hoped, and after the concert Issai had supper with me at the old Delmonico's in Madison Square. Issai is not only a remarkable artist, but one of the most brilliant conversationalists I have met. And during the supper he proceeded in the most fascinating way to analyze himself and Kreisler. He said, "I have arrived at the top, and from now on there will be a steady decrease of my powers. I have lived my life to the full and burned the candle at both ends. For some time I shall make up in subtlety of phrasing and nuance what my technique as a violinist can no longer give. But Kreisler is on the ascendant, and in a short time he will be the greater artist. It is not for me to say whether Issai's prophecy has come true, but no one who has heard him in his prime can forget his truly gigantic conception of the Beethoven Concerto, for instance, and the mastery with which he poured out the golden flood of his music. In 1909 I gave a Beethoven cycle, at which I performed all the Beethoven symphonies and other smaller works of his in historical sequence. We had engaged Issai to play the Beethoven Violin Concerto. But, to my astonishment, he sent word only a week before that he must first play a violin concerto by Vitali, as he had to get his fingers into proper condition before playing the Beethoven. I remonstrated with him and explained to him that in a Beethoven cycle I could not possibly give a concerto by Vitali, even to oblige Issai, and suggested that he play the Vitali concerto to himself in the green room before the concert, but he refused to accept this amendment, and I was ever so reluctantly compelled to cancel his appearance in the cycle. This caused a coolness between us which lasted several years, and which I regretted exceedingly. But time is a great peacemaker. We happened to meet again quite casually a few years later, and by tacit consent this little contretemps was completely buried, and we are as good friends as of yore. Perhaps the most important and interesting great musician of France whom I have known was Camille Saint-Saëns, whom I met in 1908 when he came to America on a concert tour. He was at that time 70 years of age. His extraordinary vitality and the fluency of his playing amazed us all, and America outdid itself to honor this venerable grand maître. I had the great pleasure of conducting all of his concerts in New York, at which he played his 5 piano concertos, an extraordinary feat for a man of his age. We had heard so many stories from French musicians of his nasty temper at rehearsals and his caustic comments on this or that phrasing in his symphonies or concertos that we were all very agreeably disappointed in finding him genial, cheerful, and grateful for what we were able to give him. He even insisted on playing the organ himself at my performance of his Symphony No. 3, which is dedicated to the memory of Liszt. I have always considered this to be his greatest work, in that, with all the clarity of form and diction which is a special characteristic of his style, there is also a deep emotion which rises in the last movement to a triumphant and thrilling climax. I saw him again in Paris during the war in the summer of 1918, and reminded him of a visit which my father had paid to him in 1876. "That was not the first time I met your father," he quickly rejoined. "I remember very well meeting him in Weimar in 1857, while I was visiting Liszt." In 1920, my second daughter Gretchen was to be married to the son of Judge Finletter of Philadelphia. The young people had met at Chaumont, France, where Finletter had been stationed at General Headquarters after the armistice, and while Gretchen and her friend, Mary Schiefelin, were there as war workers. My daughter agreed enthusiastically with my suggestion that the wedding should be in Paris after my European tour with the orchestra was finished, and this to them highly important event was carried out with great success on the 17th of July, the ceremony being solemnized at the American Church and the reception held at my hotel, the France et Choiseul, in the Rue Saint-Honoré. As I had come to this hotel for so many years, Monsieur Mantel, the directeur, and all the employees from the chef down helped on the affair with an enthusiasm which can only be found in a country like France, where all festivals of family life are treated with tremendous importance. All the reception rooms downstairs and the greater part of the courtyard, which had been charmingly framed in with laurel trees and filled with inviting-looking little tables, had been placed at our disposal. All the employees of the house, including Léonie, François, Pierre, Adolphe, Théo, Felice, Madeleine, Michel, and Louis, all of whom I had known during the war and even before, wore large white boutonnieres and ribbons in honor of the occasion, and at 4 o'clock about 100 French and American friends began to arrive from the ceremony at the church. Among these was my old friend Madame Nellie Melba, who had come over from London for the purpose, and le grand maître Camille Saint-Saëns, whom all the hotel employees immediately recognized and treated with great and fond deference. As Saint-Saëns entered the courtyard, he turned to me and said rather testily, "Mon cher ami, pourquoi est-ce que vous n'avez pas donné une de mes symphonies dans un de vos concerts à Paris au printemps?" For a moment I was nonplussed what to answer. We had given 3 concerts in Paris, and I had devoted one to the Eroica of Beethoven, and the other 2 to the César Franck D minor, the Mozart Jupiter, and the Dvorak New World symphonies, but Albert Spalding, my soloist, had played the Saint-Saëns violin concerto, so that his name had been represented on our programs. Suddenly the right answer came to me. "Cher maître, don't you know that during the war I played your great Symphony No. 3 at a gala concert on the Fête Nationale at the Salle du Conservatoire for the benefit of the Croix Rouge, and here is Monsieur Courteau, who played the piano part, and here Mademoiselle Boulanger, who played the organ." Both of them were luckily standing by my side as Saint-Saëns entered. He was completely pacified and was carried off in triumph to the buffet by a crowd of adoring French musicians in order to offer him some refreshment. Henri Casadessus told me afterward that when Saint-Saëns arrived at the buffet, he said, "I am thirsty." "Here is some champagne," said Casadessus. "No, that is too cold." "Well, here is chocolate." "No, that is too hot." Whereupon he took the glass of champagne and poured it into the chocolate and drank it down with evident relish. Pretty good for a man then 82 years of age. Saint-Saëns had always preserved a great adoration for Liszt, who had been one of the first musicians to befriend him in his early days, and his admiration for Liszt's music had remained much greater than for that of Wagner. In fact, during the war, the majority of the French musicians were furious at his chauvinistic attitude toward Wagner. It is told that when Saint-Saëns was still a very young man, he was calling on Liszt, and the servant asked him to wait a few minutes as Liszt was engaged in another room. Saint-Saëns, seeing a manuscript orchestral score on the piano, sat down and proceeded, with his marvelous musicianship, to read and play it at sight, when suddenly the door opened, and Liszt and Wagner rushed in, amazed at hearing the intricate harmonies of Wagner's Rheingold so marvelously reproduced. Wagner had just brought the score to Liszt in order to show it to him. During the winter of 1920-21, I accepted the co-editorship for a series of music readers to be used in our public schools, and as I had agreed to invite a small group of distinguished French and English composers to contribute some songs for this publication, I requested Saint-Saëns to honor us with 2. He readily complied, and in the summer of 1921 invited me to come to his apartment, as he had the songs all ready. When I called, he immediately sat down at the piano, and from his very neatly written manuscript played them for me, begging me to observe that he had made the accompaniment exceedingly simple, in order that the American school teachers should not be too much puzzled by it. For one of the songs composed in honor of the aviators of the war, he had even written the words himself, and for the other he had taken words by La Fontaine. He called at my hotel in August of 1921. He seemed to me to have grown more feeble, but seen on my piano an edition of Beethoven's piano sonatas, edited by von Bülow, with which I always like to travel, as I find the playing of these sonatas very agreeable and restful between the inevitable irritations of travel. Saint-Saëns suddenly bristled up and became very angry at a certain rather complicated fingering which Bülow had given to a piano passage, as his fingers had not been adapted by nature to rapid playing. "This is the way it should be played," said Saint-Saëns, as he sat down at the piano and proceeded to let his fingers, though still clad in gray lisle gloves, run up the keys with incredible swiftness, like little gray mice. This extreme dexterity never left him. I had heard him but a month before at a musical given by Vidor in his honor, and in which Saint-Saëns played the piano part in his own septet with trumpet. His fingers literally ran away with him, and every time there was a quick passage, he accelerated the tempo to such an extent that the other players simply had to scramble after him as best they could. He died last winter at 84 years of age, and all Paris, governmental, artistic, and scientific, united in giving him imposing and significant obsequies. The respect which the young men of France have for their old masters is something exceedingly sympathetic to an American observer. Whenever Saint-Saëns appeared among them, they would hover around with eager deference, flushing with pride, as he would say something to the one or the other. In fact, Vidor, who is perhaps 10 years younger than Saint-Saëns, always insisted on treating him as if he, Vidor, were a young deferential schoolboy in the presence of his great master. Indeed, they reserve the words grand maître only for their very choicest men of the arts and the learned professions. With Lillian Nordica, I made a joint tour through New England, giving Wagner concerts. As she had by that time arrived at true prima donna estate, she had a private car, in which she lived, and which I also had a room. The poor lady arrived on the first day with an attack of bronchitis so acute that she could hardly speak. Her voice sounded like the croak of a raven. I have never seen any woman in such abject despair, walking up and down the little dining room of the car like a caged tigress, every now and then touching a note on the upright piano which had been placed therein, and trying her voice. She was clad in a wrapper, and tears and misery had ravaged her comely face, so that it was hardly recognizable. I, of course, thought that she would not sing that evening, but at 7 she disappeared into her room, and an hour later emerged clad in a magnificent toilet, with her diamond tiara on the top of her head, and her face wonderfully made up. When she appeared before her audience, with whom she was an old favorite, her manner had all the regal but smiling charm of yore. Her voice, well, that is another story. During that entire week, this tragic comedy would repeat itself every day. Her bronchitis never left her, and from my room I could hear this poor woman, as she entered the dining room, touch the piano furtively and try to sing a few notes. It was agony, and I have hated private cars ever since, and am quite content to occupy a drawing room or a berth in a regular sleeping car when I travel. It is certainly more cheerful. When we finally arrived in New York, where we expected to give 2 Wagner concerts, lo and behold, the clouds suddenly lifted. Nordica was her old self, and while the diamond tiara could not have looked more regal, nor the smile have been more ingratiating than at Worcester, Massachusetts, her voice had again regained its old charm, and the cry of the Valkyrie and Isolde's Liebestod brought back to the memory of her audiences the happy days when Nordica, Schumann Heike, and Jean de Reschke had electrified them at the Metropolitan. Madame Nordica was, however, not the only American artist with whom I came into frequent professional contact, and who had achieved an eminence equal to that of the best of Europe. David Bispham became a member of my opera company in 1896. He came of an old Quaker family in Philadelphia, into whose lives music had never penetrated. How Bispham got his intense musical temperament is one of those mysteries that the laws of neither heredity nor environment can explain. He was a man of some means, and finding the local atmosphere in which he lived uncongenial to his evident artistic needs, he went to Europe. He had a vibrant baritone voice, studied singing with Lamperti, and gradually began to make successful appearances on the stage, especially in England. In my company he achieved especial successes as Telramund, Corvinal, and Beckmesser, also as Roger Chillingworth in my own opera on Hawthorne's Scarlet Letter. He adored a part in which he could act. In fact, he sometimes overacted. His musical memory, especially in his later years, was not always to be relied on, but the more he forgot the words, the more intense his acting became, and, as Chillingworth, in which role he really never quite learned the text, he fairly contorted his body in giving expression to the sinister machinations and revengeful desires of that demon. As a man, he was of a singularly delightful, almost childlike disposition. The things of this life rarely existed for him as they really were. He saw them through the glass of his own exuberant imagination. The mysterious, the extraordinary, always fascinated him, and he therefore often became the prey of designing people who took easy advantage of his trusting nature. He was a most generous colleague, and more free from jealousy than most operatic singers. Rehearsals, no matter how long, were to him as the breath to his nostrils, and he would often spend hours before his glass in the dressing-room, making up his face for some character part, in close imitation of a famous picture he had seen at the Uffizi in Florence, or the Royal Gallery in London. He loved to enact a villain, but on the other hand, his dog-like devotion to Tristan, as Corvinal, often brought tears to our eyes. My wife and I became very fond of him, and later on, when he and I joined the Metropolitan Opera House Company, again under Maurice Grau, we would often take our meals together on the long western trips to and from California. He was exceedingly irascible if servants did not carry out his orders properly, and he would berate them in his very resonant voice, with a distinctness of utterance worthy of the Comédie Française. One morning we were seated at breakfast in the dining car of our train when the colored waiter brought him his coffee, which was so weak that a drop of the so-called cream turned it a bluish gray. "Take away that coffee," Bispham thundered. "It is not fit to drink. It is too weak." "Oh, no, sah," expostulated gently the waiter. "Dat coffee all right. It's de cream what's too powerful strong." At that time, leather suitcases were just making their first appearance, and I had bought one and carried it about with me. Bispham noticed it and said, in his extreme Kensington English, which he had carefully acquired over there, "Walter, that is a very nice bag you have there. I think I will buy 4 of them, each one a little smaller than the other, so that I can put them all inside each other." "Why?" I said, "David, aren't you going to pack anything else inside of those bags?" "Ha, ha, ha," laughed David. "Walter, you are always having your little joke." Whenever my opera company came to Boston, the supers, when an extra group or crowd of knights or peasants, etc., were necessary, were always taken from Harvard University. This became a source of enormous revenue to the doorkeeper at the stage entrance. Our stage manager paid him 25 cents for each super, but he not only pocketed this money himself, but charged the students anywhere from 50 cents upward, according to the popularity of the opera, for the privilege of hearing it from the stage. In consequence, we often had the most wonderful athletic specimens that the ardent pursuit of sport produces among college men, delighting our eyes as the curtain rose, and the knights and nobles in the second act of Tannhäuser, for instance, clad in magnificent robes, would march in and solemnly listen to the contest of song in the castle of the Landgrave of Thuringia. But they were not all athletes, and I remember one real student among them. The curtain went up on the first act of Lohengrin, and, to my amazement, as I looked up from my conductor's stand, I saw one of these college boys, dressed in the armor and cloak of one of King Henry's knights, calmly standing at the foot of the throne, large spectacles on his nose, busily following the action of the opera from a libretto which he held in his hand and close to his eyes. Another time a much more terrible occurrence took place, but very much behind the scenes. I was in Boston with the Grau Opera Company, and at a Saturday matinee Carmen was given with Madame Calvé in the title role. I did not conduct that opera, and happened to saunter on the stage after the third act. I found the whole company in a state of only half-suppressed merriment. While Madame A. was singing Michaela's air on the stage, in which she implores Don José to leave Carmen and return to his old mother, one of these young wretches from Harvard had crept into her dressing-room, and in order to have a triumphant souvenir to hang up in his rooms at college, he had stolen no, not her stockings, but another important part of her wearing apparel. Madame A., on returning to her dressing-room, had discovered the theft. Her maid had told the wardrobe mistress. The wardrobe mistress had told the stage carpenter. He had repeated it to the stage manager, and so forth and so on, the whole company reveling in it, especially as Madame A. was herself of New England parentage and was considered an exceptionally proper young person. End of section 13.
Section 14 of My Musical Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by valroth. My Musical Life by Walter Damrosch. Chapter 12. Romance. At last, my readers will exclaim, all these reminiscences about musicians are well enough, but it is their love affairs that we are interested in. Think of Beethoven and Countess Guicciardini, of Berlioz and Miss Smithson, of Liszt and the Countess d'Agoult, of Wagner and Madame Wiesendank. Musicians are so romantic, so different from ordinary men. They wear their hair longer. They affect delightful eccentricities of conduct and of clothes. The ordinary humdrum of life does not touch them, and they live only in the higher and rarer atmosphere of art and poetry. Therefore, woman, who is so much more spiritual than man, sometimes thinks in her unguarded moments that true happiness can only be found by falling in love with an artist, or better still, having him fall in love with her. Without venturing to place myself in the same category as the great musicians mentioned above, I nevertheless propose in this chapter to give a full and detailed account of all my love affairs, all, or at least as many as can be crowded into the confines of a chapter. I have lived a great many years, and my life, like that of other artists, has been full to the brim of all kinds of interesting and fascinating happenings. And in order that my readers may gain a true picture, I shall begin at the very beginning, promising to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Terrible as it may seem, I have to confess at the outset that I began my life as a gay Lothario at the tender age of 8. My family were then living in Breslau, Silesia, and the rear of the house in which our apartment was situated opened on a large courtyard upon which several other houses faced. This courtyard naturally became the playground of all the children who lived around it. We were particularly intimate with one family, the children of which consisted of an elder brother, already in university, who affected the appearance and manner of the great German poet Friedrich Schiller. He was supposed to have had great poetical talents, and it was darkly rumored that he had already written 2 tragedies. I was greatly in awe of him. But his younger brother, who was a boy of my own age, was my classmate in school, the gymnasium, as it was called. And then there was his sister, little Lorcan, 7 years of age, with blue eyes and many blonde curls. I had played with her and her brother for several months before I suddenly discovered that her curls were beautiful, like spun gold, and that there was something particularly ingratiating in the blue of her eyes. I had an intense desire to put my arms around her, but strange to say, the consciousness of this filled me with such anger that instead of giving way to it, I took the first opportunity to slap this darling child most unmercifully. To this day I cannot explain my unnatural depravity, and I wish that I could now, over 50 years later, meet little Lorcan again to tell her that this slap was my only way of letting her know how much I loved her. Alas, she never knew, and as we emigrated to America soon thereafter, I never had the time nor the opportunity to overcome my shyness and to place my love at her feet in proper fashion. I cannot remember any new passions from then on until my 16th year. Lorcan's picture soon and completely faded from my memory. I was tremendously taken up, first with learning English, New York school life, my musical studies, playing marbles, flying kites, and building ships to sail on the pond in Central Park. But when I was 15, a little Frenchman came to New York and presented himself to my father with his 2 little daughters, Louise and Jean, who were both pianist prodigies. Louise was 15 and little Jean only 12. The latter was truly remarkable, and her playing made quite a stir in New York at the time. But I was singularly drawn toward the older sister, Louise. Their mother had died when the children were very young, and Louise had quite taken the mother's place and watched over Jean with a maternal solicitude and tenderness truly remarkable in so young a girl. She played exquisitely herself, and I can still hear the velvety touch of her fingers in the A-flat Etude of Chopin. But in her adoration for her younger sister's more brilliant talent, she completely effaced herself, and it was only with difficulty that one could get her to play if her sister was present. They lived in a little French boarding house, and I used to love to go there in the evening, and while Jean would play for us in most brilliant fashion, Louise would sit at a table in the center of the room, and under the mellow light of a center lamp, would darn stockings or deftly refashion some dress which Jean was to wear at her next concert. Louise had the gentlest of brown eyes, and her face and bearing breathed a tranquillity and sweetness rarely found in an agitating, nervous life of today. She was not talkative, but when she spoke, her eyes would smile and crinkle up in a very ingratiating fashion. I had certainly outgrown the slapping age, but had not yet developed the courage to declare my adoration. I seemed to have been quite content to sit next to Louise and to look into her gentle eyes, or watch her deft fingers as they pleated and sewed and did all those clever things which women's fingers alone know how to do. That spring, alas, the father and his daughters returned to France, and I have never seen them again. But so inconsistent is youth that the following year I fell madly in love with Madame Teresa Carreno, of whom I had already written in an earlier chapter. I was 16, and she was 24, radiantly beautiful, brilliantly educated, and a remarkable linguist, speaking English, German, French, Spanish, and Italian with equal fluency. But for me, her eyes spoke a language even more eloquent than her tongue, and it was small wonder I was bowled over completely. On my first concert tour, her beauty, her exquisite playing, and the languorous half-tropical charms of the South through which we were touring was a combination I could not withstand. But my schoolboy adoration received a severe shock when on the last day of our tour, a handsome and very robust Italian baritone by the name of Talia Pietra came to meet her, and I found she was madly in love with him. They were married a short time after. She, too, seems to have been unconscious of my adoration. 32 years later, at a dinner given at the Hotel Plaza in honor of my 25th anniversary as a conductor, she was present, and in my speech of thanks I humorously referred to her as the grand passion of my early youth. She afterward told my sister, "I never knew that Walter had felt like that about me." To proceed with my confessions, the following year I met, but alas, this chapter is already overcrowded, and I shall have to continue the, to me, so fascinating recital of my various romances in my next book of memoirs, which I expect to publish in about 20 years. End of section 14.
Section 15 of My Musical Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My Musical Life by Walter Damrosch. Chapter 13, The Oratorio Society of New York. My father had always considered that a study of the oratorios of Bach and Handel was a highly important foundation for the young musician, and I had spent many hours with him in studying their scores and imitating their form in my own counterpointal work. Bach's St. Matthew's Passion and Handel's Messiah, Samson and Judas Maccabeus I knew virtually by heart. My father also believed the development of amateur choruses to be a very strong factor in the musical growth of a people. Under his inspiration, the chorus of the Oratorio Society constantly grew in numbers and technical proficiency, but it suffered from the great dearth of men singers, especially tenors. The terribly one-sided condition of musical development in our country, proceeding almost exclusively on feminine lines, showed itself markedly in this branch of the art. Many of the men singers who in one way or another had been cajoled or coerced into joining a choral society had often to be drilled in their parts like children, though without a child's quickness of perception. The result was that the labor of training was incessant, and the mistakes of one year repeated themselves inevitably the next. In rehearsing such oratorios as Handel's Messiah or Bach's St. Matthew's Passion, for instance, a good routined conductor could always prophesy beforehand what mistakes the chorus was going to make. During my father's time, the sopranos in the Oratorio Society were of overwhelming power and quality. But this was largely because my mother, when we came to America, gave up all solo singing in public and devoted herself enthusiastically to leading the soprano choir. Her voice was phenomenal in its strength and quality, and when, as in some fugal chorus of Handel's, the sopranos finally enter on the main theme, her triumphant voice would carry everything along with it. She always sang by heart, her beautiful deep-set eyes fixed on the conductor, and when this conductor happened to be her own husband or son, there was a devotion and a love in them that I can never forget. To maintain a choral society in a huge city like New York is doubly difficult because of the many temptations and distractions that beset its members in so large a metropolis and threaten the regular attendance at rehearsals. I have always felt, therefore, that the many splendid performances which the Society has given in its long existence of 49 years are especially to its credit. The rehearsals with these amateur singers, however, demand from the conductor 10 times the energy, patience, and vitality that are necessary with an orchestra composed of trained professionals. And yet there is a charm in working with devoted amateurs. My father loved it, and even during the harassing labors of founding and maintaining the German opera at the Metropolitan, he always turned to the regular Thursday evening chorus rehearsals of the Oratorio Society as a change and rest. I confess that I have similarly enjoyed the almost primitive study necessary with an amateur chorus after a day spent with my orchestra, and I look back with the deepest pleasure on the many years during which I conducted the Oratorio Society. Smaller cities should be able to develop choral societies far more easily than New York. Toronto, Canada, has always been an example of what can be accomplished in that direction. There are 4 choral societies of high merit there, among which perhaps the Mendelssohn Choir, founded by Dr. Vogt, ranks highest. The English have an inherited love and talent for choral singing, and in Toronto the weekly rehearsal is the one dissipation of the week and is eagerly looked forward to by the singers. I have heard the Mendelssohn Choir repeatedly on their visits to New York, and have been thrilled by the beauty and volume of their tone and the precision of their singing. I have written elsewhere of the great musical festival, which was projected and conducted by my father in May 1881. For the great chorus of 1200, which was its outstanding feature, the 400 singers of the Oratorio Society formed the backbone, and I was entrusted with the drilling of 2 other sections of the festival chorus. As I had been the accompanist and organist for years at all the rehearsals of the Oratorio Society, and had officiated as conductor of the Newark Harmonic Society for 3 years after the festival, I was technically well equipped to take over the directorship of the Oratorio Society when it was offered to me after my father's death in 1885. I conducted the last concert of that season, Bach's St. Matthew's Passion, and found that the affection and reverence which the chorus cherished for my father made them help me devotedly in my difficult beginning. For the following season, I cast about to find a new work to mark my entry into this field, and decided that a concert performance of Wagner's Parsifal would interest the New York public. The sacred character of the work, the importance and beauty of its choral portions, and the fact that as yet its music was almost unknown, seemed to me to invite such a performance, even though Wagner had conceived it for dramatic representation and with a stage setting. He had intended the work for performance only in Bayreuth, but in 1882, when it was first produced there, he himself had given me an orchestral score in manuscript of the choral finale from the first act to present to my father so that he might produce it in concert form in New York. During a visit to London in the spring of 1886, I called on the London representative of the publishers of Parsifal and asked whether an orchestral score of the complete work could be purchased. He told me it could, but that its purchase would not entitle me to a performance of the work, and that if I used it for a performance, I would have to pay a fine of £50. I told him I was quite ready to pay such a fine, as I wanted it for a concert performance in New York, and promptly bought an orchestral score and had the orchestral parts copied from it. Owing to my connection with the Metropolitan Opera House, I was able to give the work an exceptional cast. Kundry was sung by Marianne Brandt, who had sung it in Bayreuth at one of the first performances. Max Alvary was cast for the title role and Emil Fischer for Grunemanns. Alvary became ill shortly before the performance, and his part was taken by another young tenor of our company, a Mr. Kramer. The choral portions were sung by the Oratorio Society with thrilling effect. This was the first performance of Parsifal outside of Bayreuth, and it made a sensation, but also aroused quite a controversy in the newspapers as to its fitness for the concert room. Good and weighty arguments can be produced on both sides. At a performance in concert, a great deal is lost to many people, especially to those whose imagination cannot function without the stimulus of scenery, costumes, and dramatic action. But at that time, this was the only opportunity for American music lovers, who could not make the long trip to Bayreuth, to become acquainted with the music. To many listeners, the choral portions, especially those centering in the religious ceremonies in the Hall of the Holy Grail, were just as impressive, if not more so, than in a scenic representation. Today, and generally speaking, I would rather hear the music from Parsifal with my eyes closed. My imagination, stimulated by the music, can paint the scenic and dramatic investiture far more idealistically than any actual stage representation, but I do not claim this as a truth for all, but only as my individual preference. We gave 2 concert performances at the Metropolitan Opera House, public rehearsal and concert, and over 3,000 people listened with rapt attention at each rendition. Years after, in 1903, when the then conductor of opera at the Metropolitan, Heinrich Conried, announced his intention of giving a stage performance of Parsifal, I received a letter from Madame Cosima Wagner saying that she had heard that I possessed the score and orchestral parts of the work. She begged me not to give them to Mr. Conried, as the Meister had left absolute directions in his will that stage representations of this work were to be reserved for all time for Bayreuth. She had heard that I had given a concert performance and wondered how I had gotten permission. I wrote to her and explained how I had obtained the score and had sent the £50 fine to the publishers according to my agreement with them. I then received another letter from her as follows. Dear Mr. Damrosch, thank you very much for your kind lines and the expression of your feelings for Parsifal, which, of course, is never to be given out of Bayreuth. But concerning the production at concert, there has been made a very limited choice of fragments, which is not to be extended. The choice done by the master is as follows. 1. Prelude, close of the first act, nothing of the second. 2. Verwandlungsmusik, close of the third act. 3. Am Fortesklage. 4. Scharfreitagszauber. I am astonished that for £50 you got the allowance, permission, to execute the whole Parsifal in concert, and I will ask the publisher about it. Concerning the performance on the stage, I still hope that the cultivated part of the public at New York won't agree to it. Receive, dear Mr. Damrosch, with my best thanks, my kindest regards. C. Wagner, Bayreuth, 6 July, 1903. Conried, however, obtained his parts elsewhere and gave a stage performance that winter. Since then, the copyright on Parsifal has run out, and it has been produced all over the world. During my search for modern works, I endeavored also to keep alive the interest in the old oratorios. I owed much to them, and their dignity and genuine expression of religious feeling had been a most important factor in my earliest education. As a boy, I sang alto in the Oratorio Society chorus, and at 16 was promoted to the dignity of accompanist at rehearsals. At this work I became quite an expert, and if my father stopped at a certain place to correct the chorus, I would, of course, know beforehand what he wanted, and would hammer out the right note for the altos or the tenors. It was usually the tenors, or would resort, even while they were singing, to all manner of expedients, such as playing the critical intervals an octave higher in order to keep up the pitch or to define them more clearly. As both my mother and Tante Marie sang in the chorus, there would be the 4 of us going home together after a rehearsal, discussing this or that point which needed more drilling, or a weakness that needed bolstering up, or we would express mutual enthusiasm over some chorus particularly well sung that evening. Naturally, the refrain, after almost every rehearsal, was, how can we get 10 more first tenors? America did not seem to grow them, and as even basses were not as plentiful as they should have been, it seemed almost as if the future American composer should write choruses for women only. If at the voice trial of new applicants, which usually took place before or after rehearsal, that rara avis, a tenor, was found, we glowed with delight, and speculated as to whether he would really turn up at the next rehearsal and become a regular member. It cannot be claimed that tenors are to be found in profusion, even today, but there has been an immense development in the quality of choral singers. Their voices are better trained, they read better at sight, and the general increase of interest in music manifests itself very strongly in this direction. In 1892, I gave a Handel festival in honor of the 150th anniversary of the first performance of Handel's Messiah in Dublin under his own direction in 1742, followed by the one which King George II and his court attended, and when the crowd was so great that the management requested the gentlemen not to wear their swords nor the ladies their hoop skirts, in order to enable as many as possible to hear the work of Mr. Handel. At this performance, when the Hallelujah chorus began with its mighty climax, King of Kings, Hallelujah, Hallelujah, King George, overcome with emotion, arose and remained standing until the end. Naturally, the entire audience rose in imitation of their royal master, and Great Britain has continued this custom ever since. As this was a fitting homage both to the Almighty and to the composer, who in this chorus so marvelously voiced man's adoration for him, my father introduced the custom at his own first performance of the Messiah in 1874, and the Oratorio Society audiences have followed it to this day. An interesting account of the kind of orchestra Handel may have employed is given in a description of a memorial service of the Messiah sung in Westminster Abbey shortly after his death. I decided to reproduce such an orchestra as far as possible at our festival performance. The main characteristics consisted in the doubling up of the string parts in the choruses with oboes and bassoons, and in duplicating the trumpets and kettle drums in the choral climaxes. The effect of this was most remarkable. I had placed an additional oboe with every 3 violins, and an additional bassoon for every 3 violoncellos, with a few contrabassoons and contrabass clarinets to strengthen the double basses, and to take the part of the serpent, an instrument which has become obsolete. The doubling up of trumpets and kettle drums in the climaxes did not make them sound louder, but more full. For the first time in my experience, the sound of the orchestra was not completely buried in the avalanche of tone from a large chorus of 350 voices. The orchestral accompaniment supported and supplemented the chorus in a way that perhaps only a very large and mellow church organ might. In Handel's time, he himself usually sat at the organ and filled in with masterly improvisations many of the harmonies for which in his score he had written only the bass, with figures indicating the harmonies which the organist should improvise. Since then, various musicians have endeavored to supply these harmonies in permanent fashion by writing them for other instruments in the orchestra, principally for clarinets and bassoons. As most concert halls are but poorly supplied with organs, these arrangements offered a kind of substitute, and the one most in use was that of Robert Franz. He was a German composer of very lovely songs, and a great admirer of Handel, but, curiously enough, his arrangements were very bad, and not in keeping with the Handelian spirit. Mozart also had written accompaniments to supply the missing harmonies for a performance of the Messiah in Vienna at a hall in which there was no church organ. His editions, especially in the air, The People That Walked in Darkness, are of such transcendent beauty that when I proceeded in my work of restoring the Handelian orchestra to its original form, my courage failed me completely as I came to this air. It was as if one master had found a painting by another and had encircled it in a frame of such beauty as to enhance the value of the original picture. I could not bear to disturb it, but the clarinets and bassoons of Robert Franz were thrown out by me with great gusto. Another novel and interesting feature of our festival was a scenic stage performance of a charming pastoral of Handel's Axis and Galatea. This proved to have dramatic qualities which in their appeal seemed way beyond that of the many Italian operas which Handel has written. The cast was excellent. The part of Galatea was sung by Madame de Vere, a charming coloratura singer, the shepherd Axis by William Rieger, one of our best young concert tenors, and Polyphemus the Giant by that master artist Emil Fischer. The scene represented a landscape of classic beauty, and all the participants were clad in very charming Greek shepherd costumes. The scene in which Polyphemus, coming upon the shepherd lovers, lifts a huge rock and in jealous rage kills Axis was done with such dramatic intensity as to thrill our audiences. The performance was a real event, as this work had perhaps not been given in its dramatic form since the time of Handel. But, curiously enough, it roused but little interest, for, whereas all the other performances of the festival were crowded to the doors, we had but half an audience at our 2 performances of the pastoral. It came about 20 years too early, and I think that today, especially if given under the auspices of the Metropolitan Opera, it would arouse widespread interest. This spring, 1922, I was in Munich, and the town was in great excitement over the approaching performance of Handel's Axis and Galatea in dramatic form. Their conductor, Bruno Walter, said to me, "We are very proud of this stage performance, as it is the first since Handel's time." He was amazed and, as he told me, much chagrined when I informed him that I had given it in New York nearly 30 years ago. He gave it a beautiful performance. I had costumed my singers in classic Greek, but the Munich stage director had given the work an additional and rather piquant flavor by dressing the singers and dancers as in Handel's time, when all performers, and no matter what age their plays were supposed to take place, wore the costumes and huge periwigs of their own period. In the summer of 1898, we were much excited by the dramatic accounts of Admiral Dewey's victory in Manila Bay, and it seemed to me fitting to celebrate it by composing a Te Deum for soloists, chorus, and orchestra. In order to give my Manila Te Deum an appropriate character, I used several of the bugle calls of the American Army and Navy as a cantus firmus around which I wove the fugal developments of the voices of the chorus. In the last chorus, "O Lord, in Thee have I trusted, let me never be confounded," I used the Star-Spangled Banner in similar fashion. The work received its first performance at a concert of the Oratorio Society, December 3, 1898, and marked the introduction of my brother as regular conductor of the society. The following spring, I was invited to conduct it at a Dewey celebration in Chicago, and on February 6, 1900, I directed it again at a special performance given in Carnegie Hall, the proceeds of which were to be used toward the building of an arch in honor of Admiral Dewey. This arch, however, was never built, and the several $1,000s which resulted from our concert were finally donated by the Dewey Arch Committee to a philanthropic purpose. Our two guests of honor at this performance were Admiral Dewey, in a box on one side of the hall, and Theodore Roosevelt, at that time governor of New York, in a box on the other side. Roosevelt was to make an appropriate address, and as the victor of Manila Bay, was present, and the entire occasion was one of jubilant admiration for our Navy. We expected one of Roosevelt's most flaming patriotic addresses on the glories of the American Navy, but, alas, that evening his mind was completely occupied with things nearer home, and after a few very courteous remarks about my music, he launched forth into a terrific speech on the street cleaning department of New York, and the duty of every citizen to vote at the primaries. In 1892, I gave the first performance in America of Saint-Saëns' opera of Samson and Delilah. This work is admirably adapted for concert performance, and many portions of it are far more effective in this form than on the stage. The music is lovely and of great melodic simplicity, and many of the choruses are written in oratorio form. At stage performances, the dramatic climax of the second act, in which Delilah appears jubilantly at the door of her palace, shaking Samson's red wig triumphantly at the admiring high priest and soldiers, is really an anticlimax, and excites our risibilities much more than our sorrow that the God-given strength of the mighty soldier has left him. From my father I have inherited a deep admiration for Hector Berlioz, and have conducted many performances of his greater works, The Damnation of Faust, the Requiem Mass, Romeo and Juliet, and the first rendition in America of his Te Deum. Another novelty, which I produced with the Oratorio Society in 1889, was the Missa Solemnis of Edward Grell. This work created a sensation. Its composer was virtually unknown, except locally in Berlin, where he had been a teacher of counterpoint and composition in the first half of the 19th century. He had lived himself so completely into the style of the Italian masters of the 17th and 18th centuries that modern harmonies simply did not exist for him, and his Missa Solemnis is conceived absolutely in the manner of the early masters of ecclesiastical music. It is written for 4 choruses of 4 parts each and 4 solo quartets. There is absolutely no accompaniment, and the purity of these 16-part harmonies, without any admixture of instruments, produces truly celestial effects. The 4 choruses, which are generally used antiphonally with the solo quartets, produce thrilling climaxes, and the Benedictus especially gives an impression of ecstatic beauty. I have written elsewhere of my first performance of the Christus by Liszt. I also produced St. Christopher by Horatio Parker, distinguished American musician and composer. This work, however, did not prove as effective as his Hora Novissima. It seemed to fall between two stools, as it was neither an opera nor an oratorio. I gave, of course, many renditions of the oratorios of Handel, Haydn, and Mendelssohn, and inaugurated the custom of an annual performance of Bach's St. Matthew's Passion during Holy Week. I am happy to say that I succeeded in popularizing this mighty work, so that now it draws a huge and devout audience whenever it is given. But generally speaking, the interest in the older oratorios is waning, not only in New York, but all over the country. The ears of our audiences have lost pleasure in the simpler harmonies of Handel and Haydn, and, accustomed to the richer orchestration of today, find the accompaniments of the Handelian orchestra thin and archaic. Something of the simple and naive religious faith that inspired the old oratorios has also gone, and the composer has not yet been found who can voice the faith and aspirations of today. It is a pity that the old oratorio form should therefore be neglected. I think, however, that it is not dead, but only sleeps, and will awaken again. In 1898, I retired as conductor of the Oratorio Society, owing to the pressure of my operatic and orchestral work, and my brother Frank was elected as my successor. He is 2 years older than I, and has always shared my love and enthusiasm for music in an equal degree. He studied the piano as a boy, but had always insisted that his talent was not great enough to warrant making music his profession, and therefore, at the age of 17, he with great courage determined to go out west and begin a business career. Arrived in Denver, Colorado, with $100 in his pocket, he proceeded, in the manner of our American young men, who have no intention of becoming a burden on their parents, to earn his own living. He began at the very bottom and slowly worked his way upward, but suffered intensely during his first years in Denver from the almost total lack of music there. He had drunk of it in such generous quantities in New York that it had become a larger part of his very life than he had realized. And in order to satisfy his need, he founded a choral society with which he gave some of the old oratorios, and with characteristic audacity, he supplemented this with an orchestra composed of a handful of professionals then playing at the Denver theaters and a few amateurs. The citizens of Denver, realizing that he was a real musician, in spite of his modest estimate of himself, urged him to give up business and turn altogether to music. At the time of my father's death, Frank had become virtually the moving force in all the higher musical enterprises of Denver. It seemed to me that the time had come to urge him to return to New York and, together with me, continue the work my father had begun. He was promptly engaged as chorus master at the Metropolitan Opera House, and also became more and more active in pedagogic work, for which he had a special enthusiasm, which has never waned. His activities extended in many directions. He founded the Young People's Concerts at Carnegie Hall and became supervisor of music in the public schools of New York, completely reforming the teaching of music. The good effects of this are felt to this day. He also founded the People's Choral Union, in which working men and women were taught singing and the rudiments of music, and then promoted into a chorus of 1,200 voices, which studied and performed the old oratorios of Handel and Haydn. He officiated as conductor of the Oratorio Society from 1898 until 1912, and during this period conducted first performances in New York of Edward Elgar's The Dream of Gerontius and the Apostles, Anton Dvorak's Stabat Mater, Gabriel Pirné's Children's Crusade, Johannes Brahms's Song of Fate, and Wolf Ferrari's La Vita Nuova. His interest in the pedagogy of music culminated in the founding of a music school, the Institute of Musical Art, which was liberally endowed by James Loeb and others, and which has developed into one of the few great music schools of this country and Europe. This school soon began to assume such proportions as to demand all of his time and vitality. He therefore retired from other public work, with the exception of the conductorship of the Society of Musical Art, a unique chorus of 65 professional singers, giving only 2 concerts during the season, representing the highest that can be attained in choral singing. For its programs, he drew upon the rich and partly unknown treasures of the a cappella choruses of such masters as Palestrina, Orlando de Lasso, Cornelius, and Brahms. And as this chorus was composed of the very elect of New York's church and concert singers, he obtained results ravishing in their beauty. When we were boys together, we quarreled dreadfully and outrageously. Frank would try to assert his 2 years' seniority over me, and I would resent this with both hands and feet. I remember my mother resolutely separating us and giving me a little room to myself, as that seemed the only way to achieve peace between us. But I am happy to say that since 1885, when Frank returned to New York, we have lived and worked together in absolute harmony and mutual helpfulness. In fact, the unity between us has been so complete that we are now inclined by contrast to consider each other as having been exceptionally devilish and nasty during those early boyhood years. I know, of course, that the blame was entirely his, as he was so overbearing and presuming because of the accident of his earlier birth, while he was equally convinced that I was altogether too cheeky for my age, and it was absolutely necessary for my own good and future welfare to put me where I belonged. In 1919, I was again asked to assume the direction of the Oratorio Society. Their affairs had not prospered after my brother had relinquished the conductorship. A huge debt threatened to engulf them, and while I was overwhelmed with work in connection with the New York Symphony Orchestra, with which I gave over 100 concerts every winter, I could not resist their appeal and promised to stay by them until they could find a permanent conductor to their liking. I am glad to say that the man was found in Albert Stüssel. He had been a bandmaster in the AEF during the war, had been chosen as teacher of conducting at the bandmaster school in Chaumont, which I had founded for General Pershing, and had become my assistant conductor at the rehearsals of the Oratorio Society. The chorus were delighted with him, and he was elected as regular conductor of the society in 1920. He has already conducted 2 highly successful seasons, and I think that our beloved old society will have many years of life and success under his direction. End of section 15. Section 16 of My Musical Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My Musical Life by Walter Damrosch. Chapter 14, The New York Symphony Orchestra. Part 1. When my father died, there were only 3 symphony orchestras in America: the New York Symphony, the New York Philharmonic. Thomas formed his traveling orchestra from this, and the Boston Symphony. The last of these was supported by Major Higginson, and was the only one whose members received weekly salaries for a season of 30 weeks, met every morning for rehearsal, and devoted themselves exclusively to the playing of symphonic music. It was the first so-called permanent orchestra founded in America. The New York orchestras at that time played only a very small number of symphony concerts, for each of which they had about 3 rehearsals. Their members added to their earnings by playing in odd concerts, opera, theater, in fact, in almost anything that they could find. Today, the New York Symphony is splendidly maintained as a permanent orchestra through the generosity of its president, Mr. Flagler. The Philharmonic is similarly supported by liberal contributions from various sources, and other orchestras in Philadelphia, Chicago, Detroit, Minneapolis, Cincinnati, St. Louis, San Francisco, and Los Angeles use from $100,000 a year upward, donated by their respective citizens, over and above the receipts from the sale of tickets, in order to maintain themselves as permanent symphonic organizations. Without such subsidies, subsidies, these orchestras could not exist, as, even though the concerts are crowded, the expenditures are much greater than any possible receipts. I wonder how many of the conductors of these orchestras, who all receive generous salaries and have no personal financial risk in the enterprise, realize what uphill pioneer work we had to do in the early days to keep our orchestras alive and to lay the musical foundations on which they are now so solidly built. After my father's death, I was elected, at the age of 23, conductor of the New York Symphony Society. We used to give 6 concerts and 6 public rehearsals during the winter, and for the 7 years following my election, this orchestra was also employed for the German opera at the Metropolitan. But when German opera was supplanted by Italian under Abbey, Scherfel, and Grau, I was hard put to it to find sufficient work for my men to keep them together. The little subsidy, which was at that time contributed by the directors of the Symphony Society, was only large enough to give the 6 regular concerts of the winter season. I had learned the difficult art of accompanying soloists sympathetically with the orchestra, and the foreign artists who came to America, such as Sarasate, Isai, D'Albert, Josephi, Paderewski, Kubelik, and many others, always chose my orchestra to accompany them. But these concerts were comparatively few, and I had to look for other ways of giving my men enough work to make it worth their while to stay with me instead of accepting traveling engagements with little opera companies, etc. Gradually, I developed Sunday afternoon symphony concerts, a complete innovation, as up to that time the only music given on Sundays was in the evening and of the more popular and trivial character. I argued that Sunday was the one day in the week when men were not immersed in business cares, and that on that day they and their families would be more susceptible to the appreciation of a higher and more serious class of music. I therefore boldly inaugurated a series of symphonic concerts for every Sunday afternoon during the winter, and my faith was justified, as not only were these concerts attended by huge audiences, but the percentage of men was greater than had ever been seen at symphony concerts before. For several years I enjoyed a monopoly of my idea, but then other orchestras and soloists perceived its value, and today I have to share Sunday afternoons with 2 or 3 other organizations who also give high-class concerts, all of which are generally well attended. I also gradually developed long spring tours with 50 men, which in those days was considered a traveling orchestra of good size. On these tours I penetrated the South, the Middle West, and later on the far west of California and Oregon. Many of the communities that we visited had never heard a symphony orchestra before, and for them we did real pioneer work, as I maintained a high standard of music on my programs. The classics were, of course, the foundation, but Wagner very soon became a great drawing power, and Wagner programs were often the most asked for. The general plan of my tours was to have the advance agent organize 3-day festivals with a local chorus, which would take part in some oratorio or concert excerpts from the operas of Wagner, Verdi, etc. I would also carry a quartet of solo singers, sometimes supplemented by a star, for the average American public dearly loves a name. Many of these stars make their greatest money long after their vocal powers have diminished, and they are compelled to make up this lack by adventitious means such as extraordinary costumes, perhaps more décolleté than local custom would sanction, but which are always considered as quite the right thing for so exotic a personage as the prima donna. During these 3-day festivals, we would generally give 5 concerts, and, as we often booked 2 festivals in 1 week, the 10 concerts and necessary rehearsals often proved a great strain on my vitality. But it had to be done, as the local festival committees were compelled to crowd in as many concerts as possible to make their expenses. It has always been fascinating to me to do pioneer work, either by organizing something new, introducing a new composer, or penetrating into regions where symphonic music was not yet known. The gratitude of the people was often very touching, and if my profits at the end of an arduous tour were sometimes not so large as they should have been, I had at least kept my orchestra together for for 8, 10, or even 12 weeks, and had enlarged the radius of musical activity by many hundreds, sometimes thousands of miles. I marvel now at the courage with which I would start on a tour in which perhaps only half my concerts were guaranteed, and these guarantees, alas, not always paid up in full. But for years I was almost the only one traveling through the country with an orchestra, and as railroad fares were just half of what they are today, I was generally able to end my tour with some profit. I also began to tackle the question of how to utilize my orchestra during the summer months, and had the good luck to solve that problem for many years very effectively. As early as 1885 and 1886, I was invited by the Southern Exposition of Louisville, Kentucky, to come there with my orchestra and play the entire summer, giving 2 concerts a day. I shall always look back on those 2 summers with delight and gratitude. I was very young, and it was my first experience of a prolonged stay in a southern city. Louisville at that time was a small community, but with an old civilization which manifested itself in a circle of charming people of established culture and social relations. They opened their doors and their hearts to my brother and me. The Pendennis Club, in its old-fashioned courtesy and hospitality, was like a page out of Thackeray or Dickens. Most of the people had never heard symphonic music, and as we played twice a day for about 3 months, I gave them almost the entire orchestral repertoire, ranging from the good popular music of Johann Strauss through the symphonies of Mozart, Beethoven, and the modern composers to Wagner, who immediately became their favorite composer. The members of my orchestra were also received with great cordiality, and several very tender and romantic love affairs were the result. I too would gladly have fallen a victim to the charms of these southern beauties, but alas, I was such a hard-worked young man with my 2 concerts a day and rehearsals that I could not indulge myself much in romance. One evening, during a terrific thunderstorm, the lightning crashed into the machinery, furnishing the electric light of the music hall, and plunged it in darkness. It was crowded with thousands of listeners, and for a few minutes there was an awestruck silence, broken only by the great crashes of thunder. Gradually hysterical cries from the women were heard here and there, and a rush for the doors began. The darkness was intense, but I knew the orchestra could play the march from Le Prophète by heart, so I shouted to them to begin this number. I can still hear old Carl Dice, who had been trombone player under my father, beginning all alone with the opening theme, followed immediately by the rest of the orchestra. I was conducting like mad, although, owing to the darkness, not one of the players could see me, except when the flashes of lightning momentarily illuminated the hall. But the music immediately calmed the audience, who sat down, and at the conclusion of the march applauded vociferously. We then started the beautiful Blue Danube, and in the second bar the electric lights of the hall blazed up again. The following evening the chief of the fire department and other city officials appeared, and with several bottles of champagne toasted the orchestra and its conductor for their great life-saving act of the evening before. On Sundays there were no concerts, and they became blessed days of peace and rest. I usually spent them at the country place of a friend, a roomy, hospitable southern mansion, delicious noon dinner, and afterward a lazy, happy time on the lawn, watching the horses, beautiful, full-blooded Kentucky bred, gamboling about without saddle or bridle, like young puppies, according to the old established Sunday custom of the place. To the Kentuckian, the love for his horses and pride in their qualities is part of the romance of his life. At least it was in those days, long before the automobile had made its appearance. The many concerts at the Louisville Exposition, coming at the beginning of my career as an orchestral conductor, gave me enormous routine and acquaintance with the entire orchestral repertoire. I found the South exceedingly receptive. New Orleans had, of course, been a supporter of French opera for years. Its opera house was one of the most charming I had ever seen, but I also established new centers for music, one of which developed very successfully in the little town of Spartanburg, South Carolina. The impulse here came from the Converse College for Women, which has a high reputation in the South. The young ladies of this institution formed the nucleus of a large and well-trained chorus of 250 voices. I went there with my orchestra every spring for over 10 years. We succeeded in building up a great love and appreciation for music there and in other nearby places, as it was the custom for the alumni of the college to return to Spartanburg for Music Festival week and then to carry back and spread their musical enthusiasm in their hometowns. Gradually, I penetrated farther and farther west. In 1904, I made a tour as far as Oklahoma City with the orchestra and quite a large group of solo singers with whom I gave excerpts from Wagner's Parsifal, connecting the various numbers with a few explanatory remarks. The tour was highly successful, as the public had read much about the first performances of Parsifal at Bayreuth in New York and were keen to hear the music. I recall an amusing incident in Oklahoma City. Our concert had been scheduled as part of a course of entertainments under a local manager. The theater was crowded, and I had just finished the prelude to Parsifal and was ready to begin the excerpts from the first act when suddenly the manager popped up on the stage and addressed the audience somewhat as follows: "Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to see so many of you here tonight and take this opportunity of announcing to you that I have already made arrangements for next season for a course which will be in every respect finer than the one I am giving you this year. I also would like to announce that Stewart's Oyster Saloon will be open after the concert for lunch." This was, however, our only interruption, and the rest of the music was listened to with evident interest and enthusiastic approval. After the concert was over, as I left by the stage door to return to my hotel, I was met by the crowd of people descending from the top gallery. A young man who had been lounging against the stage entrance went up to one of the men who was coming out of the theater and said, "Well, how was it, Jim?" And Jim answered, "This show ain't worth 30 cents. The woes of Amfortas and the lilting measures of the Flower Maidens had evidently not appealed to this young Oklahoman." In contrast to this experience, I should like to relate what happened another time when we were giving a symphony concert, perhaps the first ever heard there, at Fargo, North Dakota. Ephraim Zimbalist, delightful man and artist, was our soloist on this tour, and after the concert, when we met for supper, he related with shouts of laughter that while I was playing the Leonore Symphony by Roth, he was sitting behind the scenes of the opera house. Every Western city has a grand opera house, listening to the music, when a cowboy, young, handsome, in flannel shirt, high boots, slouch hat, etc., came on the stage and sat down amicably next to him. The cowboy was perhaps a little mellow, as this was before the days of national prohibition, but he evidently had a musical ear, although he had never before in his life heard a symphony orchestra. Every time that the music developed into a kind of joyous climax, he would grab Zimbalist's knee in convulsive delight and shout, "God damn it, but I like that music." Then he would sit in rapt silence until the next outburst, when he would again grab Zimbalist and shout, "They can go to hell, but they know how to play." We all envied this man, because no matter how much we may appreciate music, we have heard so much that we can never again experience the thrill of hearing a symphony orchestra for the first time in our lives. The story, of course, went the rounds of the orchestra, and for weeks afterward, if we were seated in the dining car of our train, the voice of one of the musicians might be heard above the roar of the cars and the din of the clattering knives and forks, shouting in joyous accents, "God damn it, but I like this omelet." Speaking of dining cars, on one of our Western tours during the first years of the war, we had heard much about the sad conditions of the Belgians, whose territory had been so ruthlessly overrun by the German armies. Our entire orchestra had just responded unanimously and generously in contributing toward the Belgian Relief Fund, and in the dining car at the table opposite mine were seated our second flute player, a Belgian, together with his son, who was one of our talented violoncellists. Their plates were heaped with turkey, cranberry sauce, and potatoes, and there was an apple pie in the offing. I said, "I thought the Belgians were starving." "Oh," said Barrère, the ever-ready and ever-witty, "ils mangent pour les autres." How much we have owed on these tours to Georges Barrère. He has always been for me a model member of an orchestra. He is a great artist, perhaps the greatest on the flute that I have ever heard, but no rehearsal is too long for him, and the inevitable contretemps of travel are accepted by him with imperturbable good nature. I have described elsewhere with what difficulty I was enabled to import him from France 17 years ago, owing to the opposition made by the New York Musical Union, but he has more than justified his claims to American citizenship since then, not only by his artistic work, but by the group of American pupils whom he has gathered around him, who are devoted to him and have received and made their own much of his artistry. He is a delightful mixture of Gallic wit and American humor. He was asked once, "If you were not a musician, Monsieur Barrère, what would you like to be?" And he promptly answered, "An orchestral conductor," a wicked remark. But as he has since then become the conductor of Barrère's little symphony orchestra, I can give him tit for tat. When the war broke out, I found that as we had 13 nationalities in the orchestra, including all the nations at war, relations might often become strained, especially on our long tours, when the men are forced, in the sleeping cars and at the concerts, into constant and close companionship. I therefore gave them a little talk, in which I explained that as they were gaining their living in this country, and as they were artists, for otherwise they would not be in the New York Symphony, their first duties were toward their art, toward me, and toward their families, whom they were supporting in honorable fashion, and that therefore for the time being it was for the good of all to sink their political differences and their various attitudes toward the war, and to live in harmony with each other. This talk had good results, as during the entire 4 years of war I cannot recall any serious difference or quarrel between them. There were, of course, serious discussions and sometimes good-natured raillery. At that time Rudolf Rissland was the leader of my second violins and had charge of the orchestra during the long tours. He has been with me a great many years, and I value him highly as a man of character and loyalty. He is of German birth, and although he had become a patriotic American, he always wore his blond mustache combed upward in German fashion. We had been informed before our Canadian tour that no players of German birth would be admitted into Canada, but thanks to the British ambassador, Sir Cecil Spring Rice, an old friend of my wife's family, we received a special permission for the few German-born who had not yet received their second citizen papers to enter Canada, as I gladly made myself responsible for them. We were the only orchestra that gave concerts in Toronto and Montreal during the war. On this particular trip, after our train had left Toronto, the orchestra began to twit Rissland unmercifully, accusing him of having in most cowardly fashion combed his mustache downward before coming on the stage for the concert. At first he denied this absolutely, but finally confessed that he had combed down the side turned toward the audience, but had kept the other side defiantly turned upward. The idea of venting their feelings against a nation by maltreating the music of its composers at rehearsals or concerts never entered the minds of our players. Our Frenchmen would play a symphony of Beethoven or an excerpt from a Wagner music drama with the same care and enthusiasm as a work by one of their own composers. The same was true, vice versa, of our German-born members. To the good musician, art is international, although each nation has its own standards and traditions of interpretation, and it is interesting to note how sharply opposed these sometimes are. There is often a curious racial antagonism between the French and Italian musicians. The Frenchman will insist that the phrasing of the Italian is sloppy and hyper-sentimental, while the Italian will retort that the Frenchman's is academic and rigid. Every nation has its excellent qualities, and the finest orchestra in the world is one composed of the best of the different nationalities, molded into one harmonious whole by a master conductor without racial musical prejudice. Our visits to California were perhaps enjoyed the most of all. These began long before the earthquake and fire had destroyed the old San Francisco, and when the city had all the romance of earlier days, and Chinatown was still an exotic and fascinating region of mystery. The society of San Francisco was different from that of any other city in the United States. It was composed largely of restless pioneers from the East and from other countries who, having worked their way across the continent, had finally stopped and settled in San Francisco because the Pacific Ocean prevented them from going still farther, and also because in California nature opened both arms wide and welcome, and gave of her bounty so so freely that life and the necessity of supporting it became an easy matter. Many of the well-to-do sent their sons and daughters, not to New York and Boston, but to Paris and London for their education. Society was international in that it comprised Americans, Germans, French, and Italians. They all loved music instinctively and gave it enthusiastic acclaim, much as in a city of Italy or the Midi of France. Few trained symphony orchestras had penetrated so far west, and my orchestra was a revelation to many of our hearers. For me, there were also pleasant visits to San Mateo and other beautiful places nearby, where one could see a good game of polo or tennis and have one's gastronomic needs delightfully ministered to by Chinese cooks and Japanese butlers. In those days, Los Angeles was but a small city, and no one then dreamed of the unique and lightning-like development which has made it in a few years one of the most important cities in America. In continuing our tour farther north, we came under the management of two very remarkable women, under the firm name of Steers and Coman, who virtually control the musical field from Oregon and Washington as far east as Denver. Miss Lois Steers and Miss Wynne Coman live in Portland, Oregon. By dint of their organizing genius and enthusiasm for music, and an absolute integrity in all business dealings, they have not only won the highest respect and confidence of the communities to which they minister, but have built up a very effective organization. Under their auspices, every great artist who has ever visited this country has appeared not only in the larger cities of the states which they control, but in many of the smaller university towns and farming communities, in which the Mrs. Steers and Coleman have been able to develop an interest in music. They are not only business women of superior qualities, but ladies of such fine sympathies and breeding that I have always felt particularly honored by their friendship. On our tours, Miss Steers usually attended to the local needs of the cities we visited, the music committees, the hall managers, and the newspapers, while Miss Coleman traveled with us as general railroad manager, baggage dispatcher, and committee of one, to smooth out all difficulties, adjust any disputes, and, in general, to oil the wheels. As soon as we came into their territory, everything moved like clockwork. I remember one agonizing day, however, when we had to make Salt Lake City from the west, and terrible floods had disarranged all railroad schedules. The final joke came when, at some station on the way, John Drew's 2 cars containing his dramatic company and scenery were added to our already over-heavy train, because the floods had compelled him also to change his route. All hope of reaching Salt Lake City in time for our concert seemed gone. Miss Coleman hopped onto the engine and sat down next to the engineer and stoker. I did not know whether she used a woman's wiles or brute force, or a combination of both, but we arrived in Salt Lake City at 9 p.m. on a lovely summer evening. An audience of 2,000 had been notified that we would be late and were calmly promenading up and down in front of the theater. Trucks were in waiting at the station to rush our baggage to the auditorium. Our men had put on their evening dress in the baggage car, and I began the opening overture with all the instruments properly tuned at 10 minutes before 10. Symphony concerts were so few and far between in Salt Lake City that the audience did not mind this long wait one little bit. Of course, all these difficulties could not have been so happily solved had I not always had devoted and efficient heads of the different departments of our organization. George Engels is the most careful of business managers. Risland, the orchestra manager, has always been tireless in his efforts to keep the men in good discipline and spirits and to look after their welfare. And Hans Gertig, who has been my baggage master and librarian for over 25 years, is a perfect marvel. I remember seeing him flag an entire train because he had suddenly noticed that our baggage car, containing all our music and musical instruments, had been hooked on to it by mistake. As this train was going to New Orleans while we were headed for Chicago, we would have had to stop giving concerts for several days until that baggage car had been traced and sent back to us. On Gertig devolves the entire responsibility for the library, which is packed in dozens of boxes and kept according to a system of his own. On these long tours, our programs are changed more or less every day, partly to avoid the monotony of repetition for us, and partly because each community has its own needs according to its stage of musical development, which I try to gauge very thoroughly. when making up my programs. This means incessant work for the librarian, and mistakes might easily occur, but during all these years I cannot recall a single concert when, through fault of Goethe's, an orchestral part has been lost or misplaced. This is a remarkable record. I remember giving a symphony concert in William J. Bryan's town of Lincoln, Nebraska. I found a typical Middle Western community, living in nice houses with green lawns, with neatly bricked streets and concrete sidewalks, and roomy, large-windowed schools. The theater in which we played was thoroughly modern, clean, and well-lighted, and the audience well-dressed and appreciative. One of my double bass players told me that he had played there 30 years before with Theodore Thomas. In those days, Lincoln was but a frontier town, and the theater and the public who had come to hear the Thomas Orchestra were of a more or less primitive character. My double bass player told me that with a colleague, whose head was devoid of hair, he had stood directly below a proscenium box in which a group of cowboys were seated. While the orchestra was playing Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, one of these cowboys, who was chewing tobacco violently, amused himself by spitting frequently and always aiming for the bald head of the bass player, who had to keep one agitated eye on the conductor and the other on this horribly resourceful listener in order to avoid his only too well-directed shots. Our orchestra always enjoyed the long spring tours, although now and then uncomfortable happenings would mar their pleasure. Nothing makes a musician so ill-natured as to be deprived of a good square meal, and sometimes our dining car would not connect properly, or we would be so delayed as to arrive in a town only just in time to rush to the theater and give our concert. Then I would have to exert all my powers as an orator to induce them to go directly to the theater instead of loitering by the wayside, and I would quickly order large quantities of ham and Swiss cheese sandwiches to be distributed behind the scenes just before the concert. At present, our players, while on tour, receive so much per day above their salaries for meals and beds, but in the early days I used to pay their hotel expenses, my manager engaging rooms and arranging the rates on the American plan before we arrived in the city in which we were to play. This system, however, never worked well because there was always intense jealousy among the musicians as to the quality or conveniences of their respective rooms, and if the first oboe found that his room did not front on as agreeable a locality as that of the first horn, he would perhaps sulk and consider that he had been unfairly treated. The newer arrangement proved much better, as it enabled some to save from the money allowed them and permitted others to splurge by spending more. I remember that once in those early days we had to fill in a date in a small New York State town on our way to Canada. The principal hotel had room for only about 20, and the other members of the orchestra were quartered in 4 other hotels. Naturally, the unfortunate 5 who were put into the last of these had a terrible story to tell of their sufferings when we met the following morning at the station. To be sure, the manager of the hotel had charged only $1 for each person, and this included his supper, bed, and breakfast, but their rooms had been dismal and the beds hard. The climax was reached in the morning when, as a frowsy waitress began to serve them their breakfast in the fly-specked dining room on a table covered with the inevitable dirty red and white checked cloth, the manager, putting his head in at the door, shouted, "Lizzie, no eggs for the band." This phrase became a catchword in the orchestra, and whenever my manager or I refused anything to our men, the cry immediately resounded, "Of course, no eggs for the band." Orchestra players, through experience, become remarkably routine travelers. They know the good hotels and restaurants in every city of the Union, and during the long railroad jumps, especially west of the Mississippi, where distances between important cities become greater and greater, they know how to amuse themselves, each one according to his fashion. There are, of course, a few groups who play poker violently from morning till night. Others are equally constant to pinochle or bridge, while a few are perfect sharks at chess. The Frenchmen, as well as the Russian Jews, are great readers of serious literature, and books on history, philosophy, and music are in great demand among them. Whenever the train stops, even for a few minutes, a dozen jump off to play ball. As a rule, during the day we have 2 cars, one of which is given up to the smokers, where indeed the air becomes so thick that one could cut it with a knife. At night, 3 or 4 sleepers are necessary to take care care of us comfortably. The old days when I traveled with 50 men have gone long ago, and now we should not think of touring with an orchestra of less than 85. The time for spring tours seems to be passing, however, as the western cities are beginning to minister to the needs of their respective communities with their own excellent orchestras. End of section 16. Section 17 of My Musical Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My Musical Life by Walter Damrosch. Chapter 14. The New York Symphony Orchestra, Part 2. For many years, I accepted long summer engagements with 2 concerts every day, first at Willow Grove near Philadelphia, and then at Ravinia Park on the North Shore near Chicago. The former became a great educational factor, as Philadelphia at that time had no orchestra of its own. Willow Grove Park is situated 17 miles from that city and was built by the Rapid Transit Company in order to stimulate travel on their trolley lines. The first season, for which a military band had been engaged, had not proven a success, and I was invited the following year in the hope that a symphonic organization might do better. I began by giving them popular programs of good music, with a regular symphony night every Monday and a Wagner program every Friday evening, with excellent results. Our audiences usually numbered from 15 to 20,000. The Rapid Transit Company, realizing the importance of the concerts, promptly built a huge open-air auditorium after my own design, consisting of only a roof on pillars connecting with the shell in which the orchestra was placed. The acoustics proved exceedingly good, and the out-of-doors atmosphere was preserved. I continued these concerts for 7 seasons, thereby developing an audience for symphonic music, which eventually and inevitably demanded a resident orchestra of its own. Today, the Philadelphia Orchestra, under the leadership of Leopold Stokowski, ranks as one of the foremost of our country. Its concerts are crowded to the doors, and I like to think that our 7 years of pioneer work in Willow Grove have helped to lay its foundations. I also conducted a series of concerts at Ravinia Park, organized by the Chicago and Milwaukee Electric Railway to serve a similar commercial purpose. Chicago had, of course, enjoyed for years the splendid winter concerts of the Chicago Orchestra, first under Theodore Thomas and then under his successor, Frederick Stock. But this was the first time that symphonic concerts were given during the summer amid such charming surroundings on the borders of Lake Michigan. These concerts proved exceedingly popular, the audiences consisting not only of the North Shore residents, but of thousands who came out from Chicago on trains and trolleys. After several years of this work, however, the incessant daily concerts coming after an arduous winter season began to pall on my musical nerves. I ran a real danger, if I continued, of becoming nothing but a musical routinier, with an inevitable loss of the enthusiasm and freshness which is an absolute necessity for the interpreter. I therefore gave up all conducting during the summer months. I founded the Damrosch Opera Company in 1895, and the harassing question of how to maintain my orchestra seemed solved, for during the first year, my opera season lasted 13 weeks, and during the following 3 years, from 20 to 30 weeks each. This not only enabled me to maintain a beautifully trained orchestra for the Wagner operas, but also gave to my symphony performances a greater finish. The orchestra was now under my exclusive control, and could rehearse as often as the endowed orchestra of Major Higginson. But as it was the opera that enabled me to give my men such a long engagement, its needs had to control all other arrangements, and gradually the regular sequence of my winter concerts in New York began to suffer. I could not keep my opera company in New York, except for a limited period each year, and therefore had to fill in much of my time in Philadelphia, Boston, and the larger cities of the South and Middle West. In 1899, I was therefore finally compelled to give up the regular subscription series of our New York concerts, and the New York Symphony Orchestra became a part of my traveling operatic organization. I made this sacrifice with a heavy heart, but at that time it was the only solution. An orchestra devoted only to concerts could not be maintained without an endowment, and that I did not have at the time, while the length of my Wagner opera season enabled me not only to give my men a good engagement, but to have the pick of the best musicians in New York. From then on until 1903, most of our playing of symphonic music was only on our spring concert tours and at irregular intervals in New York. In 1900, Maurice Grau asked me to conduct the Wagner operas at the Metropolitan, and in the spring of 1902, at the close of my second season with him, I received an invitation from the New York Philharmonic Society to become its conductor. This invitation was a great surprise to me, as the Philharmonic had been, ever since my father's day, the rival orchestra. In many ways it seemed a flattering proposition, as it was the oldest organization of its kind in America and had had an honorable history. Under the leadership of Theodore Thomas and later on of Anton Seidel, the audiences had been large and its affairs had prospered. It had always been a cooperative association composed of the members of the orchestra who had complete control of its affairs, receiving no salaries, but dividing the profits equally among themselves at the end of each season. I accepted the conductorship, but found very soon that my acceptance was a blunder. The society had come upon evil days, and under its last conductor attendance had dwindled to less than one-half. Of the membership of the orchestra, only the skeleton remained, and I found to my amazement that of the 100 players at the concerts, less than 50 were actual members of the organization, the rest being engaged from outside, and often changed from one concert to another. Some of the members were old men who should no longer have played in the orchestra at all, but they were devoted to the concerts of the society, and as the orchestra was regulated by their votes, they naturally would not vote themselves out of it. Many of them had been excellent musicians and were personally upright men, but age, alas, is no respecter of technique, and the fingers of the left hand and the muscles of the bow arm gradually stiffen with advancing years. Most of the wind instruments were outsiders, and therefore could not be properly controlled regarding their attendance at rehearsals and concerts, while, on the contrary, nearly all the first violins were old members, several of whom were no longer fit to play first violin. The fact was that Major Higginson of Boston, with his permanent orchestra composed of young men, many of them the best of their kind, with their daily rehearsals and at least 75 symphony concerts a season, had set a new standard of orchestral technique, which the old Philharmonic, under its archaic conditions, could not hope to equal. The only solution seemed to me to lie in gathering together a fund large enough to produce the same conditions and results as Higginson had achieved in the Boston Orchestra, and above all, to put the management of the Philharmonic into the hands of a committee, which should not be composed of members of the orchestra, but of music lovers and guarantors of the fund. I discussed this idea with several of my friends and some old subscribers and friends of the Philharmonic at a meeting held on January 5, 1903, and it was resolved to obtain a fund of $50,000 a year for 4 years, to be administered for the benefit of the Philharmonic Society as a permanent orchestra fund by a board of 15 or more trustees, but it was not to be subject to the control of the Philharmonic Society. This fund was to be the beginning of an endowment for a permanent orchestra, of which the Philharmonic Society was to be the nucleus. The terms of the deed of trust under which the fund was to be held were to be determined by a committee of 3, consisting of Mr. Samuel Untermeyer, Mr. John Notman, and Mr. E. Francis Hyde. The members of the Philharmonic Orchestra were not unfavorably disposed toward our scheme. The idea of being guaranteed a yearly salary instead of sharing problematic yearly profits naturally appealed to them. But when our committee explained to them that, under the terms of such an endowment, several of the plain members would have to resign their places because in the opinion of the committee they had passed the age of usefulness, they rebelled. Nor did they feel inclined to give up the absolute management of their concerts. Among the most respected members of the Philharmonic Orchestra were two old violinists. The one, Richard Arnold, vice president of the society, had been concertmaster under my father 25 years before, and still officiated in that position in the Philharmonic. The other, August Rubelin, who had played as first violinist in the orchestra for nearly 40 years, had also acted as manager of the society and unselfishly given his best energies to its affairs. As a violinist, however, he had passed his time of usefulness. Our committee, perhaps rather bluntly, informed the Philharmonic Committee that under the reorganization, the selection of the orchestra must be left in the hands of the conductor, and that Mr. Arnold would have to content himself with a second position at the first stand, so that a younger artist could become concertmaster, and that several of the first violinists, among them Mr. Oberlin, would have to be retired altogether. I had made it particularly clear that my selection as conductor for the following year was not in any way a necessary part of the reorganization scheme, as it seemed to me that the only way to achieve a real permanent orchestra for New York was to unite the conflicting factions and to let the choice of conductor be made after the organization had been properly placed upon a sound and comprehensive basis. After lengthy negotiations, the Philharmonic, in a letter of February 28, 1903, definitely refused the offer of the Reorganization Committee because, as their secretary expressed it, the amendments required by our committee would so change the nature of the society as to seriously interfere with the control of its affairs by its members, which has always been its vital principle, and that the future prosperity of the society would therefore be impaired. As I had no desire to continue another year with the orchestra on the basis of existing conditions, I wrote to Mr. Arnold and requested that my name be not proposed as a candidate for the following year. I had been in a very delicate position during all this time, as I had grown quite fond personally of some of the very men whom, for artistic reasons, it was necessary to retire. It was not in human nature that they should have seen themselves as others saw them, or heard themselves as others heard them, and at our rehearsals and concerts they all certainly gave the best that was in them. The changes which I had proposed were necessary, however, if the society expected to continue its existence as an orchestral body. For a few years they staved off the inevitable by engaging for each season a number of European guest conductors. This served as a stopgap, as it diverted the attention of the audience from the deficiencies in the orchestra to the different and interesting personalities and musical specialties of the conductors. But then a reorganization plan, exactly on the lines originally proposed by me, completely eliminating the power of the orchestral players to manage the concerts or to select the players in the orchestra, was accepted by them, and today the orchestra of the Philharmonic Society is organized and successfully working on exactly the same basis as the New York Symphony Society and the Boston Orchestra. For me, the rejection of our reorganization plan was at the time naturally a great disappointment, but not for long, as my efforts had made new friends for me and in a new direction, which eventually proved a turning point in my life. On March 19, 1903, I received a letter which read as follows: I have been instructed by the members of the Permanent Orchestra Fund Committee to express to you their appreciation of the spirit of unselfishness and of loyalty to the highest artistic interests which has characterized your attitude during the negotiations which have been in progress between our committee and the Philharmonic Society. We regret that a consolidation of our interests has proved impossible, but we relinquish the plan we had in view with the greatest respect and admiration for your broad attitude of mind in regard to the undertaking, for your musicianship, and for your devotion to the cause of music in which we are all working. Harry Harkness Flagler, Secretary, Permanent Orchestra Fund. Years before I had met Mr. Flagler through his friend Max Alvary, when the latter was a member of the Damrosch Opera Company, but the meeting was quite casual, and I had not seen him again until the meetings of the Philharmonic Orchestra Fund Committee, of which he had become a member. I had been singularly attracted by him and his gentle and quiet, almost diffident manner. He had been a great lover of music all his life, and had found in his wife Anne an enthusiastic companion in his love for the art. As the reorganization scheme of the Philharmonic Orchestra gradually unfolded itself, he became more and more interested in it as the right solution of the problem of developing a symphony orchestra in New York, which should be the equal of the Boston Symphony or the Chicago Orchestra, and he was ready to help such a scheme to the fullness of his financial ability. Very quickly after the failure of this project, many of the forces concerned recruited themselves anew, and a large proportion of the would-be guarantors turned to me with the suggestion to reorganize the New York Symphony Orchestra, and by subsidizing all the first players, and thereby binding them to the orchestra, make a new beginning in the right direction. During the interregnum of 3 years, the orchestra had maintained itself fairly well through the earnings of our long spring tours and summer engagements, but I joyfully hailed this opportunity to renew the New York winter concerts. A reorganization of the Symphony Society of New York was quickly effected by the re-election of most of the old directors and of many new ones. My old and loyal friend Daniel Frohman, at whose theater I had given many a Wagner lecture in the years past, accepted the presidency pro tem and was of great assistance in procuring outside work for the members of the orchestra. He was succeeded by Mr. Samuel Sanford, a man of real musical ability, who had founded the musical department at Yale University and had contributed liberally to many musical enterprises. He immediately became one of the largest guarantors of our orchestra fund. We accordingly resumed our New York concerts under the best possible auspices, with an enthusiastic directorate and a large subscription list. I was, however, not satisfied with the woodwind players at that time available in New York. The musical union, which controlled all orchestral players, had made the influx of good musicians from Europe almost an impossibility by insisting that a player must have lived at least 6 months in this country before he could join the union, and that until he became a member, no other member of the union would be allowed to play with him, as all orchestral engagements in opera, concert, or theater were in the hands of union men. This meant that the newcomer would have to starve for 6 months before he could begin to earn $1 toward his maintenance. This law was not enforced by the union men for patriotic reasons, as most of them had been born in Europe, but because they feared the possible competition for the positions they monopolized. The best woodwind players at that time, and generally speaking this applies today, were French or Belgian. The Conservatoire of Paris has for years produced very superior artists on these instruments. The Boston Orchestra, which is non-union, had several among its members, and their exquisite tone and beautiful phrasing always particularly enraged me because, owing to the union restrictions, I could not have players of equal merit. I determined, therefore, to throw down the gauntlet to the union by deliberately going to France to engage the 5 best artists I could find in flute, oboe, clarinet, bassoon, and trumpet, demonstrate their superior excellence to anything we could obtain in New York at that time, and, through the pressure of public opinion, and, above all, the necessity of artistic competition with the Boston Symphony, force the union to accept these men as members. When the Frenchmen arrived, the rage among the members of the New York Union knew no bounds. I had a summer engagement for the orchestra on one of the roof gardens, but the union refused to let them play with us except as soloists, and I determined to take the matter higher up to the annual convention of the National Federation of Musicians, which was held in Detroit in the summer of 1905. I found the national delegates much more amenable to reason than my New York colleagues. There were more real Americans among them, and many of them listened to my pleadings with interest and sympathy. The president of the Federation, Joseph N. Weber, is a man of real intellectual ability, and while he and I have had some violent quarrels and disagreements during these many years, and while I have sometimes denounced him to his face as a fanatic, and he has given me tit for tat, I must acknowledge that he not only has had the ability to build up a remarkable organization of great power, but has often acted with great fairness in disputes that have come up between the directors of the New York Musical Union and myself. The National Federation decided in my favor and gave me the permission to incorporate these 5 Frenchmen in my orchestra and to enroll them as members of the New York Union, but as I had sinned against the laws of the Federation in bringing them over from a foreign country, I was fined $1,000. It was, however, intimated to me privately that if I would return to the next convention of the Federation, which was to be held in Boston the following summer, I would in all probability receive a remission of the greater part of this fine. It is needless for me to say that I never saw any part of that $1,000 again. I returned to New York jubilant, and my French players proved themselves such superior artists that, together with our other excellent members, many of whom had been with me for years, the orchestra quickly took rank among the best in the country. The leader of my first violins was Mr. David Maness. I had discovered him a few years before at one of the New York theaters, where he was a member of the little orchestra, and where I heard him play a solo charmingly between the first and second acts. The beautiful quality of his tone, and a fine sensitiveness to the malice of the work he was playing attracted me, and I engaged him for the last stand of the first violins. From there he was quickly promoted until he occupied the position at the first stand of concertmaster. He married my sister Clara, a pianist of fine accomplishment. Their sonata recitals have become models of intimate unity in chamber music playing, and several years ago they founded the David Maness Music School. This encroached so much upon his time and energy as to compel him to resign his position in the New York Symphony Orchestra, which he had held so honorably for many years. Each year, the guarantee fund for the maintenance of the orchestra was increased by the supporters of the New York Symphony Society, and more men were engaged on regular weekly salaries. At last my dream was realized, and New York had an orchestra organized on the same lines as the Boston and Chicago orchestras, devoted exclusively to symphonic music and assembling daily for rehearsal. The fund at this time reached over $50,000 a year, mainly subscribed by the directors of our organization. Several of these had been supporters from my father's time, among them Isaac N. Seligman, who, with his family, had been interested in music in New York for many years. Others had come into the organization when I became its conductor, and had remained loyal supporters and close friends from that time on. Among them were Richard Welling, a director since 1886, a well-known lawyer and reformer in municipal politics, and who, as a member of the Naval Reserves, promptly enlisted as an ensign when we entered the Great War, although he was then well over 50 years of age. Miss Mary R. Callender and Miss Carolyn DeForest, who had been directors since 1885. Miss Callender further signalized her affection for the orchestra by leaving $50,000 to the pension and sick fund after her death in 1919. The complete list of the subscribers to the fund at the time was as follows: Mrs. H.A. Alexander, Mr. C.B. Alexander, Miss Cora F. Barnes, Mrs. William H. Bliss, Miss Mary R. Callender, Mr. Robert J. Collier, Mrs. Paul D. Cravath, Mr. Paul D. Cravath, Miss Carolyn DeForest, Mr. Charles H. Ditson, Mrs. S. Edgar, Miss A. C. Flagler, Mr. Harry Harkness Flagler, Mr. Edward S. Flagler, Mrs. Frances Hellman, Mr. Otto H. Kahn, Mr. A. W. Kretsch, Mrs. Daniel Lamont, Mr. Albert Lewison, Mr. Frank A. Munsey, Mr. Emerson McMillan, Madame Nordica, Mr. Stephen S. Palmer, Mrs. Trenner L. Park, Mr. Amos Pinchot, Mrs. Joseph Pulitzer, Mr. Thomas F. Ryan, Mr. Charles E. Sampson, Mr. Samuel S. Sanford, Mr. R. E. Shermer, Mr. Henry Seligman, Mrs. Henry Seligman, Mr. Isaac N. Seligman, Mr. Jefferson Seligman, Mrs. Jessie Seligman, Mr. Frank H. Simmons, Miss Clara B. Spence, Mrs. F. T. Van Buren, Mr. Richard Welling, Mrs. J. A. Zimmerman, Mr. Paul Warburg. The ideal conditions under which I now worked gave me the opportunity to carry out several artistic plans which I had had for a long time. The first of these was a Beethoven cycle, in which I gave not only all the 9 symphonies in chronological order, but other compositions of Beethoven, some of which had not yet appeared on the concert programs of New York. Accordingly, in the winter of 1909, I prepared 6 programs composed of Beethoven's works, and at the last concert gave a double performance of his 9th Symphony. This was a real tour de force, but not original with me. During the summer of 1887, which I had spent with von Bülow in study of the Beethoven symphonies, he had told me of having given such a double performance in Berlin, and that the results had been very remarkable, inasmuch as at the second hearing the audience had been able the more perfectly to grasp many of the intricacies of this Hamlet among symphonic dramas. Our double performance caused a great deal of comment, most of which was very favorable. Between the 2 performances, the orchestra and chorus were refreshed with hot coffee and sandwiches, and as the work takes about an hour and 10 minutes to perform, the repetition, together with a half-hour of rest between, brought the final tumultuous outburst of the choral Ode de Joy to 11 o'clock. Notwithstanding the lateness of the hour, the audience began a great demonstration of approval, applauding and shouting for many minutes. But while I and my performers took some of this as ours by right, I have always felt that the audience intended a good part of it as directed toward themselves, or having so nobly endured the great strain which I had put upon them. This was the first Beethoven festival ever given in New York, and a few years later I organized a Brahms festival on similar lines. I directed his 4 symphonies, the ingratiating cembalist playing the violin concerto, Wilhelm Bachhaus, the great B-flat piano concerto, and my brother with the chorus of the Oratorio Society conducting a very beautiful performance of the Requiem. Such festivals devoted exclusively to the work of one composer are a great lesson to the serious music lover, and I think that as Beethoven represents almost the alpha and certainly the omega of symphonic music, there should be repetitions of Beethoven cycles every few years. I have never been able to understand why it should not be similarly possible to give Shakespearean cycles in spring, in which all of our best actors could combine to make up ideal casts. We should certainly make American children as familiar with Shakespeare's great tragedies as, for instance, the children of Germany, to whom Shakespeare is much more of a household word than he is to those of this country or England. If music can find Flaglers and Higginsons to endow it as an educational necessity, why cannot similar men be found to do the same for the drama, and thus help to lift it as an educational factor from its painfully weak position to which the necessities of making it a paying institution have driven it? During all these years, my relations with Mr. and Mrs. Flagler became more and more intimate. I had never met such people in my entire life. Their devotion to and interest in the orchestra increased constantly, and Mr. Flagler's contributions to the fund became greater and greater as the needs of the orchestra increased. But his help was offered with a shyness, as if it had been the orchestra that conferred the benefit upon him. He also took over a work which I had always detested more than anything else, and that is the collection of funds. As the expenses of the orchestra increased with the years, it became necessary to collect money from outside sources beyond the large sums already contributed by the directors of the society. With constant good humor, patience, and infinite tact, Mr. Flagler, whose own donations to the fund were greater in proportion to his income than those of many others, would write letters or call personally on well-to-do musical patrons to collect perhaps a few $100 toward the fund, and he would be inordinately proud of his success as a financier and collector. Finally, even his infinite patience wore out under this yearly strain, and this manifested itself in a very remarkable way. In the spring of 1914, he quietly informed me that he had decided to assume the entire financial responsibility of the orchestra himself, and to contribute all necessary funds for its proper maintenance. This amount was double what would have been considered necessary 10 years before, but salaries of orchestral players and other expenses in connection with the giving of concerts had increased enormously, and it was Mr. Flagler's desire that, while there should be no waste, the affairs of the orchestra should be managed in such liberal fashion that the artistic needs could first be considered in shaping its policy. This magnificent and unique act naturally created a great excitement in the musical circles of New York, and Mr. Flagler was universally acclaimed as its foremost musical citizen. I have a characteristic letter of his, dated August 31st, 1914, in which he says, "Indeed, I am not over-modest about my gift to the Symphony Society. It is not that, but what I am doing is so little in comparison with what the real makers of music, creators, and interpreters like yourself do for the betterment of the world through their art, that it doesn't deserve to be thought of. I am proud and happy in the thought that I may be the means of helping you to put before the world your ideas in regard to the interpretations of the masters, and to bring the God-given art of music to many who would not otherwise have its uplifting and consoling power, and that is what we are doing together. You shall be free as never before to work out your own ideas, unfettered by thoughts of the financial necessities." Since then, the Society has pursued the even tenor of its way, and, freed from all financial worries, has contributed much to the cause of music. The orchestra plays over 100 symphony concerts during the winter in New York and elsewhere. These include a series of Sunday afternoon concerts at Aeolian Hall, Thursday afternoon and Friday evening concerts at Carnegie Hall, and a series of young people's concerts and another of children's concerts. There are also subscription concerts in Brooklyn, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington, and Rochester, and several tours every winter to Canada and the Middle West. During the war, Mr. Flagler often gave the services of the orchestra for charities connected with the war, and several times donated the gross receipts of our regular concerts to such organizations as the American Friends of Musicians in France, in which he and his wife became very much interested. But perhaps the climax in the history of the orchestra was reached in its great European tour in the spring of 1920. To this I shall devote a separate chapter, following one on my experiences in France during the Great War. End of section 17. Section 18 of My Musical Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My Musical Life by Walter Damrosch. Chapter 15, The Great War, Part 1. When America finally entered the Great War, I was, like most of my fellow citizens, anxious to do something to help, and therefore shared the restlessness and discontent which most men of mature years felt because they were not too proud but too old to fight. A number of music lovers had formed an organization, American Friends of Musicians in France, the object of which was to collect money with which to help the families of musicians in France who were suffering or destitute because of the war. Through my French colleagues, we had heard of many such cases. Some of the most famous musicians were at the front, in the trenches, and in the hospitals, doing their share, just as did the men in all the other professions and callings. Several organizations had been formed in France to help toward maintaining their families, but much remained to be done, and through our society, which aroused immediate response in America, we were raising considerable sums and expected to continue this work until the end of the war. I had been elected president, and while discussing with our committee the best ways and means of helping the older French musicians, it was brought out that many of them were too proud to accept alms. What they really wanted was opportunity to work in their profession, as the constant air raids and bombardments of Paris had almost entirely stopped the giving of lessons and concerts. During our discussion, Henri Cassadissou, a French musician who was then on a concert tour in America with his Society of Ancient Instruments, and who had given us much valuable information regarding conditions in France, suggested that an orchestra could be formed of such musicians as were still in Paris, which might be used to travel around the country to the various camps in which our huge army was forming and drilling, and to give our soldiers good popular music during their hours of rest and recreation. It was suggested that a French conductor be engaged to lead this orchestra, but Cassadissou asked whether it would not be possible for me to go over and take charge personally. He thought that the French government would look on this idea very favorably, and through the Ministère des Beaux-Arts would give us every assistance possible toward the forming of the orchestra and its transportation through the country. Needless to say, my heart leaped with joy at this suggestion. One step led to another, and Mr. Harry Harkness Flagler immediately and with characteristic generosity donated a check large enough to pay the entire expenses and salaries of a French orchestra of 50 men for 6 weeks. The plan was outlined to the National War Work Council of the Young Men's Christian Association, who accepted it with enthusiasm, and to the French High Commission in Washington, of which Mr. Tardieu was at that time the chief. He sent one of his staff, the Marquis de Polignac, to New York to discuss and arrange details, and immediately cabled to Paris to obtain for me the necessary authority to enter France and to proceed with the plan. The acting director of the Ministère des Beaux-Arts was at that time Monsieur Alfred Cortot, the distinguished pianist, and within a week he cabled us that he could place at my disposal the Pas de Loup orchestra of 50 men, who would be ready on my arrival to travel throughout our recreation centers, camps, and hospitals. As no civilian who is not in government employ could sail for France except under the auspices of one of the welfare organizations, I was to sail as a war worker for the YMCA, whose entertainment division was under the direction of Mr. Thomas McLean, an earnest, patriotic citizen of New York, who gave his entire time enthusiastically to this arduous work. A few weeks before sailing, however, the war situation became so serious that the possibility of carrying out our scheme seemed very doubtful, but Mr. McLean and his chief, Mr. William Sloan, felt strongly that I should go over anyhow, look over the field, and make myself useful in one way or another. The regulations of the YMCA demanded that each one of their workers should submit an endorsement by 3 well-known American citizens, and as I had the honor of many years' acquaintance with Theodore Roosevelt, I gave his name as one who might be willing to testify to my Americanism. The letter which he wrote is so characteristic that I am vain enough to reprint it here. Sagamore Hill, May 4th, 1918. Dear Mr. McLean, Mr. Walter Damrosch is one of the very best Americans and citizens in this entire land. In character, ability, loyalty, and fervid Americanism, he and his stand second to none in the land. I have known him 30 years. I vouch for him as if he were my brother. Faithfully signed, Theodore Roosevelt. The assurance of a safe conduct from the Ministère des Étrangers was a rather important item, as I had been born in Germany, even though only the first 9 years of my life had been spent there. My father emigrated to America in 1871, and as I had received my education here, had lived in America ever since, and had married an American, I had never felt myself anything but an American, and of the most enthusiastic variety. When the Germans invaded Belgium, when they sank the Lusitania, and when they seemed to have broken all laws of international relations, I expressed myself, both personally and in newspaper interviews, so strongly that long before we entered the war, several Berlin newspapers violently took me to task and honored me by calling me a renegade and a traitor to the country of my birth. There was an understanding between our country and France that no American civilian of German birth should be permitted to enter France except by special permission of either Monsieur Clemenceau or Monsieur Pichon, then Minister of Foreign Affairs. The French High Commissioner cabled to the latter and in most cordial terms recommended that I be permitted to enter France, both because of my office as president of the Society of American Friends of Musicians in France and because of a lifelong admiration for French music, which I had demonstrated for 33 years by producing in our country nearly every important symphonic work that French composers had written before and within that time. Monsieur Pichon promptly cabled the necessary vise, and with all proper credentials, I set sail on June 15, 1918, on the French steamship La Lorraine. The ship's passengers were almost entirely soldiers and war workers. There were 250 Belgian soldiers, with their officers returning to France after 3 years spent in Russia, and who, when the revolution broke out, had, after incredible hardships, reached Vladivostok, sailing from there to California. There were Polish soldiers on their way to join the Foreign Legion of the French Army, and there were dozens of Red Cross, YMCA, KFC, and SA workers. There were not more than a dozen civilians, among them my friend Melville Stone, director of the Associated Press, and Monsieur Sulzer, the Swiss minister then accredited to our country. It was strange to be on a transatlantic steamer without any idle rich tourists or commercial travelers, and the large guns mounted fore and aft, with a gun crew watching, ready day and night, gave one a grim foretaste of the war raging on the other side. On the first day out, Stone told me that Monsieur Sulzer would like to meet me. I expressed my pleasure and laughingly said, I will promise not to ask him any questions regarding the Swiss citizenship of Dr. Karl Muck. Stone must have repeated this to Sulzer, for immediately after our introduction he said, I want to tell you that Dr. Muck had no more claim to Swiss citizenship than you have. The facts are as follows. After the Franco-Prussian War, Muck's father, a Bavarian living in Munich, was afraid that Bavaria would become completely Prussianized, and as he had no liking for that country, he preferred to emigrate to Switzerland, where he acquired citizenship, which at that time was very easy, as Switzerland was glad to receive the intelligentsia of other countries. His son Karl left Switzerland as a boy to be educated in Germany, and never returned. He went to a German university, studied music, became an orchestral conductor, and as such officiated in various German opera houses until he became conductor and general music director at the Royal Opera in Berlin. There he remained for many years, and when the war broke out offered his services to the German Ministry of War in a clerical capacity. The Swiss government does not recognize him as a citizen and refuses him the protection which such citizenship would afford him. Our journey was uneventful. We saw no submarines and, what was still more important, no submarine saw us. When we reached the danger zone, some 100 miles from the coast of France, I was solemnly appointed a committee of one to inform Monsieur Sulzer that as he was the Swiss minister and as such the representative of German interests in the United States during the war, we intended to bind him to the foremast and play a searchlight on him and on a large Swiss flag hanging over his head during the 2 or 3 nights before we dropped anchor in the Gironde. He smilingly expressed himself as so willing to act in this capacity as our guardian angel that we refrained and trusted to luck, which indeed never failed us. We dropped anchor at the mouth of the Gironde to take on the usual officials, among them the Secret Service men, who were to look over the passengers while we waited the turn of the tide before proceeding upstream to Bordeaux. It was a beautiful sunlit evening, and as I was standing at the rail watching the tide, which ran out to sea like a mill race, suddenly there was a splash, and we saw one of the Belgian soldiers lying on the water, his face downward and his arms and legs outstretched and motionless. He was being carried out to sea with incredible speed by the tide, and it was evident that he was trying to commit suicide, as he made no effort to struggle. The sailors were all busy elsewhere, getting out the mail bags and trunks, and for a few minutes nothing seemed to be done. Suddenly there was another splash as, from the deck above, a man drove after the Belgian. It was Lieutenant Schurk, an aviator in our Marines, who had not even taken the time to throw off his coat or leather puttees. A life-saving belt had been thrown just previously and floated with the tide several yards ahead of the Belgian soldier, but both were carried along so swiftly that it was some time before Lieutenant Schurk could reach him. As he approached, the Belgian promptly kicked at him, and it took several moments before he was overpowered and dragged toward the lifebelt. In the meantime, a boat had been lowered, but so swift is the tide in these waters that when the boat reached the 2 men, they seemed like 2 small black spots in the distance. The excitement and enthusiasm when they were brought back to the ship may easily be imagined. Lieutenant Shirk proved to be a well-to-do young businessman from Indianapolis, who, when the war broke out, had immediately enlisted, leaving a wife and children and large important business interests to give himself wholeheartedly to the service of his country. If you tell this story to the Marines, they will refuse to acknowledge that it is anything extraordinary, and they will also tell you that that is just a way they have of dealing with any emergency on land or sea. The sad part of this heroic rescue is that a few days afterward, meeting one of the Belgian officers in Paris, he told me that the soldier, soon after landing, had succeeded in his effort at self-destruction and had shot himself in a fit of despondency. He had been away from Belgium for 4 years, and during all that time had had no news of his wife or children. His little farm was in the hands of the Germans, and there was neither hope nor desire to live left in him. We all had to assemble in the saloon of the ship to present our passports, and when it came to my turn I was politely told to go to my cabin with 2 Secret Service men, that they might question me further regarding my mission. One of these men was silent, but the other a very voluble, polite Frenchman. But even the visé by the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the French High Commission did not seem quite to satisfy him. The fact that I had been born in Germany evidently impressed him unfavorably. He asked me finally, "Do you intend to take any money out of France?" "On the contrary," I replied, "here is a letter of credit, every cent of which is to be used on French orchestra musicians." In corroboration, I showed him the cable from the Ministère des Beaux-Arts, offering me the use of the Pas de Loup Orchestra, the conductor of which was Monsieur René Baton. The face of my Secret Service man suddenly became wreathed in smiles. "Ah," he said, "Monsieur Baton. Why, before the war, I used to play third horn in his orchestra in Bordeaux. Everything is all right." With a bow, he handed me back my passport, and at this point his silent companion suddenly gave me a most genial wink, the nationality of which could not be mistaken. I said, "You are American." "Sure," he answered, and thus I was enabled to land at last in France with colors flying. The next morning saw me in Paris at the little hotel France et Choiseul, to which I had always gone on my visits to Paris during 25 years preceding. I found the same courteous, smiling directeur, Monsieur Mantel, to receive me. Even the old canary bird hanging in the courtyard was still living, but either corpulence or old age had stopped his musical demonstrations. It would take a man of much greater eloquence than I can claim to give an adequate picture of Paris at that time. It seemed to me more beautiful and more noble than I had ever seen it during my many visits in times of peace. The streets were almost empty. There were no tourists, no pleasure seekers, no idlers, and therefore that part of Parisian life which usually stands out so prominently, and which, alas, is generally the only part that the average visitor sees, was entirely absent. One saw only the French people going about their daily tasks, and the soldiers of France and her allies. The Champs-Élysées, the Tuileries, and above all, the Jardin de Luxembourg seemed more charming than ever, but the tragic note was that the lovely children who in former times crowded these gardens were all gone. Constant air raids and the frequent bombardments by the Big Bertha had driven them away. It was said that 1.5 million people had left Paris, and that, owing to the nearness of the German armies, the entire evacuation of the civilian population was imminent. Rumors had it, furthermore, that all the banks had sent their securities to Orléans, and that the embassies and various relief organizations were ready to leave Paris at a few hours' notice. There was not the least sign of panic, but an indescribable sadness brooded over the city. During the long twilight, which is the most beautiful time to see Paris, when the sky and the clouds seem to hover most intimately and caressingly over its wonderful vistas, I used to take long walks along the banks of the Seine. Even the complete darkness at night, the absence of all electric lights or signs, with only an occasional half-hidden blue lamp here and there, made the city more picturesque and wonderful. It was almost as if the centuries of civilization and modern inventions had been swept away, and we were back again in the time of the Grand Monarque, when Paris was only dimly lighted by faintly flickering oil lamps. Of course, I soon made the acquaintance of the nocturnal air raids, and when the sirens placed at various high buildings of the city sounded their horrible warning that the German Gothas were approaching, every inhabitant was supposed to seek shelter in the cellars. I did this dutifully for 2 or 3 nights, but as it meant leaving one's bed at about 11:30 or 12 and returning at about 1:30 or 2 a.m., I gradually realized that my own pet cowardice was more the fear of not getting enough sleep, as I was completely knocked out during the daytime by the lack of it. After weighing the alternatives carefully, I decided to take the small risk of remaining in my bed and getting a good night's rest in consequence. And having solved this question to my complete satisfaction, I used to wake up on hearing the warning of the sirens, stretch myself comfortably, and immediately go to sleep again. The gatherings in the abri of our hotel were, however, quite amusing. The guests used to assemble in the wine cellar, which was protected by walls several feet thick, and in which we could further fortify ourselves by sampling a bottle or 2 of the excellent claret and Burgundy which it contained. If one of our little number was an army officer, we would make him tell us his experiences at the front, and listen with awe and eager interest until the bugles of the fire department outside sounded the all clear signal. Then the old portier, whom we used to call Papa Joffre, would come down and, with the sweetest smile on his dear old face, assure us that all was safe and we could creep back again to our beds. In the meantime, I began to investigate the conditions under which to carry out our plan of giving orchestral concerts for our soldiers at their rest camps and in the hospitals, and soon discovered that the recent developments at the front would make it exceedingly difficult, if not impossible. Paris was in a state of great depression. The enemy were threatening the city, our rest camps were empty, and our soldiers were being drilled furiously in order to put them as soon as possible either in the line or behind the line as reserves. Every available inch of space on the railroads had to be used for military purposes, for the transportation of men and material, and to have intruded an orchestra of 50 men with cumbersome luggage, musical instruments, etc., would have been a nuisance instead of a service. The French government, through its various departments with which I came into contact, especially the Ministry of Fine Arts and the French High Commission, received me with the greatest courtesy and kindness. Monsieur Courteau, at the Beaux-Arts, had taken steps to procure an orchestra for me, and I was already getting the full benefit of the friendliness for everything American which, after the first entry of our troops into the fighting line at Seicheprey, Belleau Wood, and Chateau Thierry, developed into an enthusiasm, the like of which cannot be imagined. I saw the change from deepest despondency to greatest optimism come over the city like a wave, and especially after the heroic stand of our men at Chateau Thierry, there was nothing which an American could possibly want that a Frenchman was not willing to give to him with both hands. For the morning of the 4th of July, a Franco-American demonstration had been arranged, which was to culminate in a parade of French and American troops from the Arc de Triomphe down the Champs-Élysées to the Place de la Concorde. I was naturally among the crowds of eager spectators who lined the avenue to greet our troops, which included a company of our Marines who had fought at the front but a few days before. This was literally the first time that I had seen a crowd of people in Paris, and it marked in significant fashion the change from the gloom that had hovered over the city when I first arrived. Paris had been decorated as only the French know how, and the noble vistas of the city looked their best under a glorious sky of blue slightly flecked with white clouds. In the waiting crowd there were no young men, not even middle-aged, for all these had been at the front for 4 years, but there were old men, boys, and women of all ages, down to a charming little girl of 12, evidently of the poorer class, who was standing by my side on tiptoe with excitement. She could speak a few words of English, and every now and then, with the sweetest and shyest glance at me, she would demonstrate her knowledge of our tongue, and then supplement it with more voluble French, as she pointed out to me the various wonders of the day. Overhead, some of the most expert of the French airmen were flying backward and forward, looping the loop, dipping the dip, and executing marvelous maneuvers as they swooped down, sometimes almost brushing the trees on either side of the magnificent avenue, all to the great delight of the crowds awaiting the coming of our soldiers. As the mounted police of Paris, a splendid body of men, came down the avenue, the excitement became intense, and when our khaki-clad boys swept into view, the enthusiasm exceeded all bounds. Young girls, with their arms literally banked with flowers, ran across the empty spaces cleared by the police, and began to distribute them among our soldiers who, looking straight ahead, awkwardly grabbed the flowers, stuck them into the tunics, or held them in the hand not occupied with the rifle, all the time keeping their alignment with the most rigid discipline, just as if they were ignorant of the sweetest tribute that one nation could offer another. The whole scene was so indescribably touching that everyone in the crowd, including myself, stood there with the tears rolling down his cheeks. On my other side stood an American bandmaster who recognized me, and while we were waiting for the parade, he implored me to do something for the bandsmen in the American Army in France. He told me that he had drilled his little band of 28 men for 6 months before being sent overseas, that they had continued to work faithfully during their stay in France, and that they had achieved a good standard of efficiency. But according to old American Army custom, they had been sent into the firing line at Cbteddy as stretcher-bearers, and in consequence so many had been either killed, wounded, or shell-shocked that his band had become completely disorganized. His regiment was in consequence without music, and he had been detached and sent to Paris as general purchasing agent for musical instruments. He said, "It takes at least 6 months to train a good bandsman, while a stretcher-bearer can be trained in as many hours. We serve a real purpose, while the men are in camp, in taking their minds away from the drudgery and monotony of army life. Our music cheers them. A silent camp is almost unendurable. Can't you persuade General Pershing to change this custom, just as the British and other nations have done?" I told him that I sympathized with his views, that it seemed to me wrong to use the band for any other purpose than music, except in case of absolute military necessity, but that I was without any official connection with the army, and so did not think that I could be of much service to him. When the parade was ended and the crowds dispersed, the little French girl on my right said "goodbye" to me in English ever so prettily, and then very shyly pressed into my hand, as a parting token, a tiny little American flag that she herself had painted on a bit of cotton, the stars and stripes on one side and the French tricolor on the other. Needless to say, I still possess this charming symbol as a porte-bonheur. I had arranged to conduct 2 concerts in Paris, one on July 13th at the Théâtre des Champs-Élysées, exclusively for our soldiers and Red Cross nurses stationed in and near Paris, and the other on the following afternoon, Sunday, July 14th, the Fête Nationale of the French, the entire proceeds of which were to be given to the Croix Rouge Française. For the latter concert, the French government immediately offered their historic Salle du Conservatoire, a courtesy that had never been extended to a foreign conductor before. This was to be a symphonic concert, entirely devoted in honor of the day to works of the great French composers, but at the first rehearsal it looked as if the concert would have to be cancelled, because it seemed impossible to collect a first-class orchestra of 80 men. The 4 years of war had called almost every male citizen of France into military service, and the recent evacuation of Paris had drawn with it many of the musicians who had until then remained in the city. At my first rehearsal, only 43 men appeared, and these were divided in most abnormal fashion. There were 5 first violins, 10 seconds, 2 violas, 1 violoncello, and 3 double basses. There was no oboe or English horn, only 2 French horns, 1 trumpet, etc. Of the 43 men assembled, 7 were members of the Garde Républicaine, the famous Paris military band, but which unfortunately for me had to attend an official celebration of the Fête Nationale at the Trocadero on the Sunday afternoon. The President of the Republic was to be present with various other dignitaries and a chorus of 3,000 school children. I was in despair, and finally made an appeal to the orchestra in very voluble but ungrammatical French, the gist of which was that America had gladly sent 1 million soldiers to France and was getting ready to send 2 millions more. All I asked in return was an orchestra of 80 men. Could they not help me to supplement their thin ranks with a sufficient number of trained musicians to complete the orchestra? My little speech was received with an agitated enthusiasm. They immediately began to gather in excited groups and swore to me that the orchestra could and would be obtained. One assured me of a fine oboe, another of a trumpeter, another of a first violin, and so on. Monsieur Courteau also got busy. He sent for Captain Ballet, the conductor of the Garde Républicaine, and represented to him, in what seemed to me an eloquent oration worthy of the Chambre des Députés. Then, after Seicheprey and Chateau Thierry, France could not and would not refuse an American anything he asked for. Captain Ballet enthusiastically agreed and promised to send the 7 members of his band, whom I needed for my concert, in the swiftest taxicabs he could procure. From the Trocadero, where the governmental celebration was to begin at 3 o'clock, immediately after they had played his opening overture, to the Salle du Conservatoire, at which my concert was scheduled for 4. He thought that the President of the Republic was not musical enough to notice the absence of these 7 men, and that he would manage to get along without them for the rest of his program. At the same time, noted French soloists, who ordinarily did not play in orchestras, offered their services. Captain Paulin, famous violoncellist from Nancy, and Monsieur Hewitt, whose great-grandfather had been an American, but whose family had lived in France for 3 generations, solo violinist of the Instrument Ancien, and at the second rehearsal, whom should I see but dear old Longy, for 30 years celebrated oboe player of the Boston Symphony, who said to me most touchingly, "I see you have no second oboe. I have no instrument in France, as I left mine in Boston, but I will borrow one and play for you if you need me." At my second rehearsal, an excellent orchestra of 77 men assembled, and at the third the orchestra was complete, including many French soldiers in uniform, 4 or 5 distinguished virtuosi who played in orchestra only for this occasion, and even one of my own first violinists from the New York Symphony Orchestra, Rayber Johnson, who, having been rejected for the Army as physically not fit, had immediately volunteered in the American Red Cross, and turned up at the rehearsal in his uniform in the most natural way, as if this had been one of the regular daily rehearsals of the New York Symphony. My first trumpeter was a young French soldier who had played clarinet before the war. His arm had been shot off only a year before, and as soon as he left the hospital, he studied the trumpet, and with his one arm not only held but fingered it with remarkable facility. I do not think that in all my long career I have ever conducted concerts or rehearsals in which both conductor and players were enveloped in such an atmosphere of emotional excitement. Our young handsome boys in khaki seemed like demigods to these tired and worn people who had fought with such incredible tenacity for 4 terrible years. The members of the orchestra received every criticism which I made during the rehearsals with a quick nod or an engaging smile, and every now and then some remark of mine regarding the proper interpretation would be followed by a murmur of approval, which would spread through the orchestra and sometimes even vent itself in applause. I hope that my criticisms, as well as my interpretations, pleased them, but I know that even if they had not, it would have made no difference. I was an American, and that was enough. At the Saturday night concert, which was more popular in character, I gave our American soldier audience Victor Herbert's clever medley on American airs, and those Frenchmen played as if they had known them all their lives. The huge audience in khaki fairly seethed with patriotic excitement, which of course found its climax when we turned into Dixie. All jumped to their feet and cheered, so that for 10 bars or so literally nothing of the music could be heard, and only by the waving of my stick and the motions of the players could one tell that the music was going on. End of section 18.